All right. Another Saturday, another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's here already. I see Kevin Carre is out there in the chat saying ready to go. KWAZ Radio is out there saying we are creating a Pan-African media hub, a website. Please donate to the website fund, and there's the Cash App. So you guys, please donate to that. It's a bit of a costly endeavor. We're trying to create a website where that links us to the podcast apps, so that when new episodes of the Forecast or Brother Bakari or the Pro Black Perspective, we upload to the website, and we are also instantly uploaded to the podcast apps, similar to how the Hush Rally podcast is already on some of those apps now. So, please donate. And again, if you are skilled at doing this type of thing, building websites like this, let us know, you know. So we got NYC Sports Archives here. Make sure you guys check out NYC Sports Archives. They be posting a lot of like high school basketball type stuff. So, make sure subscribe, give them a thumbs up, help that channel to grow. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. Remember, she has a book out too that you guys can support. So look her up on social media and, try to support her and her book. Lero's here saying peace, loved ones. Lero asks a question, is Cash App the only way to donate? For now, that's what we have for now. If you have ideas of better ways or other ways, hit me up in a DM and let me know what ways you think we should add besides Cash App. The matron is here saying greetings, everyone. And the Pro Black Perspective is here saying peace, fam. So with that said, let me give you guys a preview of what we're doing tonight. Tonight, we're going to be discussing a repatriation couple that was found dead. We're going to talk about a Missouri pastor who berates his congregation. We're going to talk about pimping on another level. We're going to discuss a situation. It seems that someone had 15 abortions and blaming black men. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about how modern women are trying to force black men to accept their immoral behaviors, as well as we're going to talk about when the men are immoral, so goes the society. That's like a 1A, 1B shoot the breeze topic tonight. We're going to talk about, I don't know if you guys were on social media and saw this black woman therapist who went viral. We're going to talk about a couple things regarding that person. Are the lines blurred between academia and the stripper pole in particular? We're going to talk about Magic Johnson donating blood to help the underprivileged. That's wild to me. And we're going to talk about some accusations that were levied on a group. We're going to ask a question. We're going to ask the question of, do you believe in it or not? And if so, why? So those are the things that we have in store for tonight. What we'll do now is we'll start the show officially. The Forecast is here saying, what up, everybody? Peace at Bitter Medicine Podcast. I appreciate you all for being here. I'm going to drop the link now, as a matter of fact. For anyone who wants to join the panel tonight, you can do so just using that link. You don't need any extra software, any extra hardware. You can join from your phone, from your computer, and I'll let you on the stage. You will be a panelist with us. In the meantime, while that's up and you guys are making those decisions, what we'll do is we'll start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. All right, stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. And also remember, we also have the Forecast Radio with us on KWAZ Radio. We have Brother Bakari and Tanzan. So make sure you guys are subscribed to all of those channels. I'll drop the links so that you guys can easily subscribe to those channels sometime during the show. In the meantime, let me introduce my panelists so far tonight. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
I'm great. Looking forward to a great show.
Great. Good to hear you. Good to hear your voice. Jay is with us. Jay, how are you this week? Joe, say your mic is muted. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. My mic was muted. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Good. I appreciate that.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm happy to be here again. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I'm happy to hang with you guys.
Hanging in there may be a good description of how I feel.
Yeah, that's the best we can do right now is hang in there. The Forecast is here. Forecast, how are you this week?
Yo, what up, everybody on the panel? Kevin, JB, Mr. Untouchable, Bitter Medicine.
Greetings.
Everybody in the chat too. Pro-Black Perspective, Learning Curve, Revolutionary Matron, Lero. Everybody. There's a lot of people here, so shouts out to everybody.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Good to see you. I posted on my community tab. You guys should check out the community tab. The Forecast had a real good discussion this week on mulattoes, and I reposted that episode as well as a blurb from Chancellor Williams's book, where he talks about the mulatto problem that we had going back a long time ago. So you guys should check that out as well. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Forecast. Mr. Untouchable is with us. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
Good night, my good brothers. As Tanzan would say, Habari or Amani.
Habari.
Yes. Thanks for that reminder too, Mr. Untouchable had a great suggestion for our sister Tanzan on her program. That was last week Saturday, I think. To drop some to integrate some Kiswahili words and phrases, etc., so that we could learn, So that was a good idea. Real Black Gentleman is back with us again for a third week in a row. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Good.
I'm laughing at this title though, right here. I'm away. The topic. I'm laughing looking at this shit, man. How did it? Yeah, I don't want to go into it until you know what I'm saying, but that looks wild.
You talking about the repatriation couple?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Thanks for being here, Real Black Gentleman. And anyone else who wants to join the panel tonight, just click the link I posted earlier, the StreamYard link. You could join the panel. And also, I put up a poll again tonight. As you know, I usually do put up a poll You guys make sure to respond to that poll. I'd like to get some feedback here as to when we should really look to end shoot the breeze. Is it 1 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Oh, sorry, or 2 a.m. as D Webb suggested last night for those folks on the West Coast. So you guys let me know. I'll look at the poll at the end of the night and I'll make a decision from there. Shoot the breeze topic number 1 tonight is repatriation couple found dead. Son explains parents saw food as cursed. Okay, that's kind of wild. This came on the link. Let's check it out. And what we'll do is I'll share the screen with you guys. Okay, you guys should be able to see this from Take 2 News. It says, son, dead couple, Ghana explains. Parents saw food as a curse. So that headline is kind of wonky. Son, dead couple, Ghana explains. Parents saw food as a curse. So let's see what the article says. This is reported by the Ghanaian medium City News based on conversations that social workers have had with the children. The young teens were taken from the house in critical condition where police previously found the decomposing body of their mother, Ernestina. Father Samuel sat dead in the toilet. It soon became clear that the boys urgently needed professional help. The older of the two was in shock and unable to speak. That is still the case, according to City News. In the meantime, however, more seems to have become clear after the youngest child has made a first statement. According to the boy, at one point, the parents decided to stop eating because they saw food as a curse. The children were also instructed not to take any more food. We didn't eat because our parents were worried about something. If you want to take the curse out of food, you must pray first and then eat. Despite this, their father and mother did not do that afterwards. We had no food for days. The child went on to explain that he and his older brother had been out of food for a while, but that they were locked in their apartment and couldn't go out to get anything. We ran out of food for days and we got weak, he told City News. Help came just in time, his words show. The police came to our house and took us to the hospital. His parents were taken to a morgue. The children did not realize at first that they were both dead. According to the Abakwa outpatient medical inspector, Dr. Mensa Main, the two children were dehydrated and very weak when they were taken to the medical facility. The police brought the two children here and told me that the children had been locked in their room with their parents for several months. They lay helpless, unconscious, so officers rushed to get help. When they arrived, an examination revealed that the very skinny children were severely dehydrated. Their bones were even visible, showing the extent of weight loss. They could no longer talk or walk. They couldn't do anything more. Aid workers managed to teach them to have them strengthen, after which the youngest was able to talk again. The Dutch Jackson family of Ghanaian descent moved from Amsterdam north to the African country 7 years ago. Mother Ernestina's body was in an advanced state of decomposition. Father Samuel appeared to have tried to conserve her body. The woman had broken off contact with all her family for years. Father Samuel was known to be a very religious man. He regularly attended the Pentecostal Revival Church on the whatever that word is, where he was an organist. Friends of his told The Telegraph this week. After arriving from other country, the family immediately isolated themselves completely from their neighbors. According to local media, neighbors indicated that the family members, probably under the coercion of the father, did not want to mix with other people. The last time co-tenants of the complex saw the family was sometime in May this year, when the Jacksons returned home. They parked their unregistered Ford Expedition car, went upstairs to their residence, and closed their door. They would never have been seen outside again. So this is a bizarre family. I guess that's Ernestina and Father Samuel and the two children in the back. Very interesting, weird kind of story. Kevin Carre, what do you make of this story?
Well, the way I look at it, man, I feel bad for those kids because, if you're going to go into this kind of stuff at least leave your kids out of it. You know, why would you starve yourself to death? What do you expect is going to happen? You're going to die. But, you know, as I said, the ones who suffer the most were the kids, because now they saw at a young age that their parents died, virtually starving themselves to death. You know, this is why I say about these religions, man. Once our people get into it, they become very like zealots. You know, they go crazy. But that's all I got to say. I'll pass. Digress.
Yeah, Real Black Gentleman in the private chat said maybe it meant to say son of dead couple. Ghana explains. Perhaps that's what it meant to say. Daily Affirmation by Paul in the chat just said looks are deceiving. Looking at their photos, they look happy and well off. Yeah, looks are very deceiving. And I'll be honest with y'all, man. And people will say it's more knocking. It's more knocking of religion, but religion is something very, very serious, man. And it is something that you will have to deal with on one level or the other. And I say that respectfully, even to the religious. On one level or the other, you're going to have to deal with it because you have these kind of instances that can occur. Forecast, what do you see?
I mean, I really don't understand. Are they saying like the food there was cursed, or just food in general was cursed? Because I don't understand how.
That's a great question. Yes. Sorry about the speeding.
Yeah, they doing woogies over there.
I guess so, man. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm uncertain. I mean, I'm guessing that they, you know, considering that this happened in Ghana, it seems. I'm guessing that it's the food in Ghana, because they didn't do this in wherever they were before. Where was it? Amsterdam or something like that? Where they were before. So I'm guessing they believe it's the food there.
Yeah,
but go ahead, Forecast.
Yeah, I mean, it still don't make sense, because like, why would you go to a place where you feel like the food is cursed? And if it's like just that place, like, why would you not leave? But you know, I guess it goes back to the whole spooked out thing. And I've been wanting to say this, so I'm gonna just say this and pass the mic. When you believe in things that you don't understand, then you suffer. Superstition ain't the way.
That's well stated, Forecast. You know, and it's something to point out here too. I could see if one person went crazy. Let's say if Father Samuel, as they put it, went insane. How does that explain the wife? You know what I mean? Or if the wife went insane, how does that explain the husband? It's very, 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 as Forecast would say, very kind of spooked out type stuff. Let me go to Tanzan, because I don't want to keep Tanzan waiting. Tanzan, how are you this week?
No, I'm late today, so it's okay to keep me waiting. But yeah, this is another tragedy. Usually man, this is so sad, especially with the children. And is it because their religion told them, or were they just, crazy on their own? That's what I wonder. And then, the other thing is, looks are very deceiving, because from the picture they seem like a regular, sort of people. Like, do people just harbor madness in secret, or what? They, wow. Anyway, I'll pass it on. It's just very tragic when it involves the children.
Yeah, very perplexing. Very perplexing. I mean, if this is a religious thing, it just shows you that the religion and all didn't save the children. You know, these folks were just prepared to die, the whole family. You know, let me go to Mr. Untouchable. What do you see here, Mr. Untouchable?
Yeah, I think what happened was unfortunate, and I am very sympathetic to what has happened to this young couple. But something is kind of irking me in the back of my mind a little bit, because they tied this situation to the repatriation movement, and I don't necessarily think one thing has to do with another. It's almost like, okay, we decided to go to Africa and we end up dead. You know what I mean? Because this couple could have just as very well died in Italy or Spain. So, and they could have been repatriates from America to these countries. So I don't know, man. Maybe it's the title, the prompt itself, because I see repatriation, couple found dead, where they found it in Africa. You know, it's just, I don't know, man. I have just an issue, maybe an issue with the title itself, because this could have very well happened to any couple going anywhere in the world. You know, but when you tie this to the so-called that word repatriation, you know, all of a sudden it takes on a political connotation. You know, these people decided to leave the West, went to Africa, and all of a sudden they end up dead. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of a little skeptical with the title of it. I don't know. Was this the news article title, which kind of coined the phrase of repatriation couple, or is this just the prompt itself somebody made up?
No, I think this is more so the prompt, and we'll figure it out by the time we speak to the next panelist.
Okay.
I think this was the prompt itself. I think it was just the fact of in the story, it does mention that they repatriated back to Africa.
Okay.
And I think they were YouTubers too.
Okay, maybe it's just me. Okay, I'll end there.
Daily Affirmation by Pauline in the chat says this also happened in Florida recently. So it's very interesting. Bobby E. Wright is here saying Habari Ghana, Coco and the panel. Peace to you in Zurich, brother Bobby E. Wright. Marcus Garvey Dwayne says religion kills. Earlier she said they went there with the mindset Garvey said was not needed in Africa. Interesting. Did I miss Brother Bakari coming in earlier? Yeah, Brother Bakari said, what's up, everybody? So peace to Brother Bakari as well. Good seeing you, Brother Bakari. The pro-black perspective earlier said some people no good in America and will be no good in Africa. I agree with that. 100%. Jonelle is here saying good evening, Bitter Meds family. So good evening to Jonelle. Good to see you. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this?
I mean, I guess one of the previous speakers that basically said, you know, just spooked out. Like how do you transmit that you can't eat and just like that is some real, you know what I'm saying? Like that's some real psychological like trap. Like you're really thinking that something about the food is something at some point like the religion and a hard and fast like belief, then like, you know, they obviously it's like if I eat, you know, anything, I can't wrap my head around it. You know what I'm saying? Then to involve the kids in it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's really, it's spooked out. It's, I mean, just like the previous, that's what the first thing that came to my mind when I was thinking about that. Like, how does both parents get into this? Like like one partner kind of coerced and kind of trapped the other partner into doing it just to feed off this misguided belief. Like that's really a tragedy. That's really wild. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that was the forecast who used that term, spooked out. That's a term I've come to like from the forecast. Yeah, these folks, and again, like Real Black Gentleman just said, like, how does two adults fall victim to whatever juju is going on here? You know, forecast says you can't see Bobby Wright's comments. Bobby Wright might be on the KWAZ radio side, so maybe that's why you don't see it. But Bobby Wright says what's up to everyone, and everyone says what's up to Bobby Wright. Last but not least, let's go to JB. What say you here?
Well, good evening, good morning, good night, wherever you are. What say? Can you scroll up a little back to the image, please?
Sure.
Does anybody? It seems like everybody missed something in the image. Do you see the pumpkin in the back?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but it's funny in a way. It was me that posted this topic, and I've done a tiny bit of research because I wanted to be sure if this was the couple from North Amsterdam. that repatriated and was YouTubing about 7 years ago, 6-7 years ago, and they had to return defeated, and they made an it's sort of an impression that like they were woke, you know. So I did not associate this tragedy with Christianity. I rather associated it with wokeness. But okay, the article nonetheless, the article says they prayed before eating, else they did not eat, and they stopped praying, and with it they stopped eating. I still think the impression that the couple gave me back then was that they were super woke, anti West, the West. They had to return, and that sounded very defeated, and they probably returned back to Ghana again. And my impression was that they this time did not want to give in or give up. But I'm not certain. I did ask a YouTuber, go black to Africa. I did ask him somewhere in the reactions, because I didn't find how to contact him. He used to have playlists on his YouTube channel with various YouTubers from the repatriation community, and I asked him, but he changed. I couldn't find them anymore. So I'm not 100% certain if this was that couple, but yeah, they look like them. And the pumpkin, for me, I did not listen to this article, right? Because this article seems looks like it's taken from De Telegraaf, right? That's a Dutch paper. I did found it. It came to me in Dutch news, right? And I looked it up in English to post it here, to have it as a topic. And the article looks like it's from the Telegraaf, and the Telegraaf is like the British The Sun. So they are very gossip-ish. They like to thicken or give it their spin, and make it sensational. So for me that was the reason to not to not take their narrative with the religion, etc. So I stick to the impression that the couple gave me years back, and that was kind of woke-ish, exaggerating anti-Western, right? Like I see a few of those a few of those YouTube members of the repatriation community, and also people around me. It's the sort of exaggerating anti-Western feeling, not completely, more emotional anti-Western feeling, and that's why I thought that they didn't want to return for a second time. That's why I think what's behind this drama is them not giving in to have to return to the Netherlands for a second time, to lose face. Pride.
Interesting. Okay. I like that. I like that thinking there. Mr. Untouchable had to restart his computer, but I'll say this. As I was reading this story, it made me think about. I don't know if you guys in the U.S. would remember this story. It may have been 10 years ago now. Time flies so fast. But there was a case, I believe the couple, they were a black couple, black Eagles African couple. They might have been Rastafarian, but they were doing this thing where they weren't giving their newborn breast milk or something. They were giving them soy milk, and the kid came and died. Does anyone on the panel remember this story at all?
Yes, they were vegans or something.
Yes, they were vegans. Yes.
Yeah, I remember. And I think that their children were taken from them, right?
After a kid died, I think the other children were taken. Yeah.
Oh, the child died.
Yeah, it was a baby. They had like a newborn baby, and the baby died from malnutrition.
Was that the couple in Florida?
I don't remember where they were.
I think that was in Florida, where they were fighting to get them out of, to get their kids back. Like 2 years ago.
Okay. Oh wait, 2 years ago? No, I feel like it was a longer time, but
I think it was a bit longer.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it felt like it was. Like I said, it felt like it was closer to 10 years now. But I thought about that. How sometimes we get into these philosophies and opinions of stuff, and we become so diehard to. I think Kevin Curry mentioned zealots, right? We become so diehard that we actually die sometimes, or folks around us die from these things, and to use the forecast term, spooked out. Sometimes we gotta take a step back from being so goddamn spooked out. You know what I mean? In the chat, I see we have Tito District is here. I haven't seen Tito District in a while. She says this is a sad story. It sounds like a case of folly. Yeah, that's where two or more people can kind of go crazy at the same time, right? But it's just wild to me to actually see it. Earlier she said peace to everyone. Earlier, Daily Affirmations by Pauline said, I have worked with people who starved themselves for 40 days because of their religion, and they compete on who fasts the longest. Daily Affirmation by Pauline agrees with Kevin Curry. Yes, I believe it was Florida. I believe it's another case that may have happened in Florida more recently. This thing that happened, I want to say it happened like in California or something closer to 10 years ago. It's been a while. But it's insane how because of the reality that we're in, which is not a reality of our own creating, I think we tend to get, again, to use the term, spooked out. I think we tend to get kind of spooked out and then get into these certain philosophies and opinions and live and try to create our own realities, even though it might be detrimental to us or the people around us. You know what I mean? And it's sad. It's sad. We really got to work on getting ourselves in a place where we could live our true reality. I'm going to give everyone a chance. Whoever wants to give a last word.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I didn't make up the word term spooked out. It may have even been like John Henry Clark that may have even said it before. I'm not sure where I got it from though. But I heard it before that. And I was going to say, I have my own spooked out beliefs. I'm a black person too. I'm spooked out too in some areas. I just leave it at the door. And even in this case, because I was going to say, but then the sister in the chat was like, she know people that really do be fasting for religious purposes, because I was going to be like, yo, this story may be like, because JB investigated it more. Maybe it should be investigated more, because it don't make sense to me why somebody would find food as a curse, period. Even if it's the food in Ghana, then go to Nigeria, or if it's in Africa, then go to, Amsterdam, or go back to America. It don't make sense. Like, I can even understand if you be like, yo, the food that has a face, or that lives, is cursed. But like all food, period, like that makes like no sense at all. You know what I mean? And one last thing, black people always had spooked out beliefs, and like, some of them I believe, like when they would start first realizing people was getting kidnapped and not coming back, they believed that the pale-faced people was eating people. And you know what? Maybe they was right. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they were eating people. So
perhaps. Yeah, but like Jay said too, I just want to add this too. Jay made the point of sometimes that spooked out thing is failure, man. Sometimes that spooked out thing is like, I'm so ashamed to fail. I'm so ashamed to have to go and start again that some people prefer death. I've known Caribbean folks here in America who would prefer to be out here, basically kind of strung out like Joneses and stuff, like, on the street begging and all that kind of stuff. And I know a case in particular, a Bayesian guy from Barbados. This is years ago now. He was out here kind of losing his mind on the street and stuff, and some of his friends, who I was friends with, got together and sent him back home. And like about a year or two later, I asked one of them, "Yo, how's your boy doing?" And they were like, "Man, he doing good, man. He working, he this, that, and the other. He like he's doing real good." And it was like, so don't be so afraid of failure too, right? If you have to go back, if you repatriate and it doesn't work out, and you have to go back to where it was you were before, it's fine too. At least you tried to do it. That's my message to folks. So is there anyone else who wants the last word here? All right.
Yeah, quickly, Coco, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Something that Forecast just mentioned, as far as people being eaten by by other people.
Yes.
There's a book called The Delectable Negro.
Yes.
Delectable.
And I have that book. I've read it. Go ahead.
Yes. Have a look at that Forecast when you get an opportunity. Maybe Tanzan could forward you a PDF for that book if she has it online.
Yeah, it's some sick and disturbing stuff, though.
Yeah, so I'm not that spooked out after all. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, send that to me, Tanzan.
All right.
Yeah, The Delectable Negro. That was one of the books Carl Hezekiah and I were going to discuss on the book club back in the day. But there is such a thing as these folks really were consuming the flesh of black folks, man. And people don't talk about the sodomy and all that stuff that was going on. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So we're not all the way spooked out, but we can't be afraid. Like Tito District in the chat says, there's nothing wrong with going back home. Better to leave with your life, Jay says Tanzan is scary because it seems like there's no book that she hasn't read.
Wow, thanks, Jose, but no.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. That's a wild story. Y'all don't be so spooked up. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. These sheep deserve this. What are these sheep, and what is it that they deserve? This comes with a link to the New York Post. So I think 2 people posted about this week on the Discord. By the way, click the link at the top of the chat if you haven't already. Join the Discord. It's not like every other social media. You're not inundated with stuff. The Discord is a good spot for us to have more private conversations. Oni has a Discord as well. I think it's called Pan-African Discussion, as well as the Matron has as well. So this article is about false prophet pastor berates congregation for not buying him pricey new watch. Let me see if the video will actually work today. Let's see.
Is context behind the content of the clip. No context will suffice to explain the hurt and anguish caused by my words. I've spoken to those I am accountable to and have received their correction and instruction. I have also privately apologized to our church, who has extended their love and support to me. I'm privileged to do life with them. The video clip does not reflect my heart or my sentiments toward God's people, yet that's not discernible in the clip. Therefore, I offer this sincere apology to you today. No context could erase the words I used. I apologize to all who have been hurt, angered, or in any way damaged by my words.
Yeah, so that was the apology. I didn't realize that's what it had up there first. Let me see if they have the actual video of the meltdown. Let me see if it's here somewhere. Yeah, I don't see the video of the meltdown itself. So I'll just read the article in the meantime. So false prophet pastor berates congregation for not buying him pricey new watch. A Missouri pastor, so it's time for a new preacher. A Missouri pastor was caught on camera berating his quote unquote broke congregation for failing to buy him an expensive Movado watch, sparking criticism that he wants to make a profit, not be a prophet. Pastor Carlton Funderburk of the church at the Well in Kansas City was giving a fiery sermon about quote unquote honoring God's shepherds when he scolded his followers for being too poor to give him the pricey timepiece he'd requested, according to now viral TikTok footage. What's this here? I can't take a chance with that. So it says, see, that's how I know you still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted because of how you've been honoring me, Funderburk said during the speech on August 7th. I'm not worth your McDonald's money. I'm not worth your Red Lobster money. I ain't worth your St. John's knit. Y'all can't afford it? No how. He continues in the clip as some churchgoers amazingly respond with encouragement. He says, I ain't worth your Louis Vuitton. I ain't worth your Prada. I'm not worth your Gucci. This guy. So this is him, I guess, talking to the people, calling them broke. And then we just saw the video with his apologies. Funderburk, who founded the church with his wife, then tears into his flock for failing to understand what God is saying about how to treat those who deliver his message. Ooh, you can buy a Movado watch at Sam's Club. And you know I asked for one last year. And here it is all the way in August, and I still ain't got it. He says of the watch, which ranges in price from roughly $300 to $3,000. He says, let me kick down the door and talk to my cheap sons and daughters. Observers called him a false prophet and said he's spinning the word of God for his own material gain. It's the pastor going off on his congregation and calling them broke for not buying him a watch. Y'all better beware of these false prophets, one woman wrote on Twitter. Another critic teased, does anyone know which part of the gospel mentions Movado watches at Sam's Club? Asking for a friend. Funderburk later apologized, saying the video clip does not reflect my heart or my sentiment towards God's people. We could end that there. As you know, I don't like to do too much reading up here. Mr. Untouchable, let's mix it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of this?
You know, I initially, and I do still have issues with these brothers who kind of pull these corners. But initially, you know, I had a lot of criticisms to say about these kinds of things. In particular, this dude trying to get rich off of his parishioners. But I had to really, I reflected on the fact that the Pope is one of the most wealthiest landowners in the entire world. You know, the monies that he have could improve the lives of so many people, all of these so-called third world countries he goes to. You know, no one questions the fact that the Pope of Rome is pulling a grift off and using this idea of spirituality, you know, to take advantage of unconsuming parishioners or people who would assign themselves to the Catholic Church. But we chasing after a dude, which is still wrong. Make no mistake about it. But we chasing after the little black guy who trying to get a nice Rolex. No one questions Osteen. Osteen is a man who has hundreds of billions of dollars, you know, and how he gets his money is in outrageous ways from his congregates as well. But these kinds of things find themselves in social media, which is an extreme end of what every other religious person is doing. After this, there's gonna come another prompt talking about these kinds of human beings. But my position is, because I question the fact that whether Black people honestly want this idea of so-called empowerment, and empowerment means you being individually empowered, or do we want to have leadership? Do we need that guidance or instruction? We need someone to show us the way. And it seems that we as a collective, we want to have these kinds of leadership, and we want to see our leaders successful, whatever that means. Whatever that means. I think that if he was a broke pastor with a little bit of money, if this so-called Jesus figure, this idea we have in our minds of what Jesus is, this meek and mild, guy who didn't really believe in money, and he would have no followers in the 21st century Western world. No one would follow him, because Black folks in particular, we like to see a certain type of leadership.
Yeah.
We like to see these leaders who are bathing in gold and have all the money in the world and things of that nature. We want that, even if we have to pay to see that. We encourage that kind of behavior. So I think that Jesus himself, if he was to come back, well, the imaginary Jesus was to come back in 21st century, in the Western world, no one would listen to him, because he doesn't have anything to financially catch the eye of many parishioners. But I find it fascinating, though, that we're gonna lambaste this particular young gentleman, but no one says nothing about Joel Osteen, who's doing the same thing, exact same thing, on a larger scale, and no one says nothing to people like the Pope, who solicits billions of dollars. He even has his own friggin' state where they create their own laws. You know what I mean?
Mr. Untouchable.
Yes, sir.
Just to interject with a question here.
Sure.
I damn sure ain't trying to absolve the Pope and them, right?
No.
But do the Pope and them really berate their people for not giving up the goods?
No. Maybe that's unfair for me to go take it that far. I'm just drawing a comparison, but you are absolutely right. The Pope and Joel Osteen, I don't think Joel Osteen them do it to actually condemn their parishioners for not creating a situation where he could live lavishly. So you're right about that. So I'll back off on that.
Yeah, he's like, again, I have smoke for everyone. I don't mess with the Pope and them. I damn sure I mess with no Joel Osteen.
They don't berate the parishioners. You're right.
Not that I've seen.
Did you say Oil Sheen?
Yeah, Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
I not that I've seen, and so
I haven't really seen that as well. But just in the comparison level of the idea of the grift that's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he trying to get a watch. Joel Osteen them trying to get
land and riches and.
But you're right. I've never seen them berate the parishioners. You're right about that.
Yeah, it's one thing to ask for your tithes and whatever. Like, I grew up in a church. Real talk. I grew up in a church, and Mr. Untouchable, I'm certain, is familiar with the church I grew up in. And you never saw his name is Father Thompson. You never saw Father Thompson berate nobody. But men and them used to, Frankie Wilson, all them kind of guys, they used to come up at the end of church to go shake Father Thompson's hand, and in their hand they slipping them a little $100. And
you better believe it. You better believe it.
You know what I mean? But they ain't berating their people. That's the only problem I have with this brother. If he's doing the same hustle like them white folks, then fine. But don't get ahead of yourself where you start calling your people broke and all this shit for a watch dread, like a $300 to $3,000 watch, my boy. You could go and do that yourself and recoup the cost of that later on, because like Mr. Untouchable said, our people like to see our religious leaders well off. If the so-called Christ, who somehow made a return, because he wasn't here before, but if he somehow made a return, people will call him all kind of Joneses and all kind of bums and vagrants and all kind of shit because he doesn't represent the psyche of what black folks have towards their leaders, particularly their religious leaders. Again, they're spooked out, right? Speaking of spooked out, forecast, what say you to this?
I say, now, like I always had, for me, I always saw like I guess I always saw it as like a protection. I thought I was naive, but you know what I'm saying, I always had questions about how black people get spooked out so easily, you know what I'm saying? And especially when it comes to the religious things, you know, and I don't understand how people can find something outside of themselves, you know. And like I said, like there are people who have the smoke, but then there are also people who may actually have that to find their way in life, you know what I'm saying? So I can't knock that, you know. Like I would say, like Revolutionary Matron, you know, shouts out to her, you know, because she knows, you know, God, like her God is real, you know, and but she, like we have the two-sided God where God is for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like keep in mind, like these people, like Joel Osteen, come from the Catholic Church where they issued the doctrine of discovery, you know what I'm saying? Where they telling you if they don't believe in what you believe in, then it's their stuff.
Yep.
And then when it came to black people, there was a time when it was like, yo, if you try to be Christian or whatever and you accepted the ways of the Englishmen, then you could file for your freedom suit, you know what I'm saying? And other factors came into play, but they deaded that real quick, you know what I'm saying? But we adopted that. But it strengthened that too, because we've also used the church for revolutionary purposes to meet and discuss activities and stuff. But you can't get around, like for the last 30 or 40, 50 years, you know, the church has been a cash revenue place that don't reinvest into the communities. And at the time that it was, you know what I'm saying? And my homie MG2 and Bakari always preached the message, you know what I'm saying? Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what everybody else guys does, you know what I'm saying? We got to stop having two-sided gods, you know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
I'll pass it.
No, I appreciate that, Forecast. Absolutely. You know, D Webb from the House Ready podcast earlier in the chat, he posted the actual video. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a minute. Let's watch the actual fuckery, and then I'll get the rest of y'all's take on the whole topic.
See, that's how I know you still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted, because of how you've been honoring me. I'm not worth your McDonald's money. I'm not worth your Red Lobster money. I ain't worth your St. John knit. Y'all can't afford it no how. I ain't worth y'all Louis Vuitton. I ain't worth your Prada. I'm not worth your Gucci. You can buy a Movado watch in Sam's. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And y'all know I asked for one last year. Here it is the whole way in August. I still ain't got it. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Let me kick down the door and talk to my cheap sons and daughters. I don't want to hear no more excuses about what y'all can't afford. You can't afford it because you don't see the value here. Y'all hear from y'all pastor and father, I'm over y'all. I'm over your cheap expressions.
I'm over your cheap expression. You know, when are black folks gonna get tired of the abuse, though? You know, that's one of the main questions too. When are we gonna get tired of the abuse? Let me just read a couple of comments in the chat. Go ahead. Is that the forecast?
Yeah, I forgot to say one thing, yo. I was gonna say, yo, if you are praying to the same God as the KKK, if you have like a God, your God welcome as everybody, then you got a problem because they answered their prayers way more than yours. You know what I'm saying? And that's no disrespect to nobody. So
yeah, it's no disrespect, for sure. But what's so crazy is religious folks will hear what you just said and still completely ignore it. Like you gotta look at so-called God answers prayers. Well, whose prayers are being answered right now? Or what is it that you're praying for? Because that's the other question we got to ask. What the hell are you guys really praying for? In the chat, Bobby Wright earlier said he ran across that book, The Delectable Negro. I think the author was Vincent Woodard. I think it was Woodard in truth. Tito District says, I saw the story today. It made me so frustrated. Why do our people put up with that abuse? See, great minds think alike. She goes on to say, I'm sure if the white media hadn't put him on blast, he wouldn't be so contrite and apologetic. Marcus Garvey is the way he says he not broke for not being able to afford his own watch, but people broke for not buying him one. She says religion stupefies, right? That's Webb dropping the link that we just watched. Tito District goes on to say these pastors have no economic upliftment programs for their black congregations who are predominantly poor and working class, but then complain about their inability to pay. It's disgusting. Tanzana's in the chat out there talking. She says he has direct access to God. Maybe he just asks him up there. I mean, you would think. KW Don 7 is with us again this week. Peace to KW Don 7. He says anybody who doesn't realize that modern day preachers are pimps deserves to get exploited. Tanzan out there says, I agree with the pastor. Don't give Louis Vuitton your money. Give Pastor Louis Vernon. Tito District agreed with Mr. Untouchable. Marcus Garvey is the way he says he lucky McDonald's didn't have watches in their kids' meal. I would hand that to him and say, that is my McDonald's money. That is what my McDonald's money can buy. Right? Tanzan laughs at that. Sister Raw is with us, sends greetings to me and the yard. Peace to Sister Raw. Thanks for coming through again. I always appreciate Sister Raw and any of the folks who come from Brother Bakari's or the Forecast show. We had MG2 last week on the panel. So peace to y'all. The matron says this young pastor make a rookie mistake. He acts for it the wrong way. Absolutely. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Most black folks really wouldn't even say nothing if you do it the quote unquote right way. But you can't be coming out here lambasting people. Come on, man. Marcus Garvey's the way he says poor rap aids his people thought. I don't know what that means. The forecast says, remember when the flood in the area, he damn sure do the same. I Am African is here. I Am African says, us black people are just as sick as the pastors, politicians, and celebrities we follow. But Marcus Garvey is the way, says it again, Pope, his folks, though. Oh, I guess that's rapes his folks, though, the kids especially, and still filthy rich. The matron says sophisticated ministries take the money, and most of them were established in blood. All right. With that said, let's go to Tanzan, who's all out there in the chat, all up in the video dancing. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, I've seen so many of them that this one is tame by comparison. You know, I put in the chat Pastor Nganga. He's also one of a similar cut from the similar cloth, where all he does is just berate, you know, his congregants and the bishops and the ministers, and he tells them how he took them from carrying paper bags to now they can walk around in some sort of dignity. It's hilarious sometimes, but and people love him. The more he berates people, the more he fills up his church. So I guess some of our people do have a taste for this kind of thing, because unlike work, you don't have to show up for church. You know, if you have one bad experience and there's so many others, you can just leave and go. But the fact that people still voluntarily, that's the whole thing, they voluntarily dress up and go and get abused on a Sunday morning, like that just baffles my mind. But, you know, I'm sure they're getting something from it, or they wouldn't be there. And I do agree with him, especially the examples that he puts. I don't agree that he should be asking for money, and definitely not in that way. But he's right. Why are you spending your money with those who, you know, with those other people, with those white people, you know, giving Red Lobster and Louis Vuitton? You know, here I am, you know, you're a black man, so trying to hustle and do something for you. Yeah, don't be giving those people their money. Bring it over here. So if the black first people, not the black only, this is a black first problem. If we're black first, then yeah. Let's support this guy and get him the watch he so deserves.
It's funny. He went and I think he tapped a white boy on the shoulder early on in the spiel too. It's just crazy. Sister Raw also said he should ask God for the watch. right? You guys in the chat, keep your comments flowing. I'll read your comments live on the air. Real Black Gentleman, what do you see going on here? You're muted.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yeah, yeah. Man, I really don't have no comment. It's pretty. It speaks for itself. Like, I'm not gonna give him my money. That's basically how I feel about it. It's a nice place. He might say something that might make you get a buzz. But like, I'm not going to suspend my belief. I'm not going to, what I'm saying, be all suspended in what I know. I'm not even going to set foot in the building. Because no. I know I'm worth, what I'm saying, my bill money. I'm worth my good stuff. You know what I'm saying? What it is about, like, again, it's like, being a reflection of God and what's infallible. If I look good, it means that God is blessing the situation that you're in. When you don't give me stuff, it's like God is not, it's spookism. It's nonsense. Like, it's really just a complete, abdication of good sense. That's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Yeah, I agree with Tan and them. I prefer this black man to get the money, but you can't go lambasting people.
Coco. How you? First of all, let me contend with this idea that he ain't asking for it the right way. How does a pimp ask his hoes for his money? They say, "Bitch, I need you for you to give me my mother effing money." What is the difference between this guy? He's pimping. I'm saying though. I'm saying.
Okay, that's a good point.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Pimps threaten hoes to get their money, man. That's a good point. So yeah, so I guess he's doing it the right way. Bobby Wright in the chat says Tariq Nasheed, Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, black people support pimps. What say you, Jay, to all of this?
Deep sigh and a laugh to Mr. Untouchable. But I'm going to mix Tanzan and I am African. I believe the brother was not berating. He was chastising his people. I think his comment, or he was criticizing people to spend money at Red Lobster and Louis Vuitton and the unhealthy McDonald's instead of his church or spiritual wealth, quote unquote, or whatever good that these people find in the church, right? So if you go to his church, and you believe God is in the first place, why are you spending your money at Louis Vuitton, Red Lobster, and McDonald's, right? That's how I interpret it, and to explain why I put I am African his comment in the mix. It's the people in the church, It's I believe we like to bullshit. We like to spend to waste our time, to waste our money, and when somebody speaks of it, suddenly we're hurt. Oh, this, look what he did, and he apologizes. I don't think he I don't think it's right that he apologized. People should not. People should not spend their money at Red Lobster and Louis Vuitton. And I don't care from what corner it comes. He did not ask for a Rolex. So there it's not like he wants to live large. I don't know if it was in I don't know where it comes from, but somebody mentioned that it's that those watches are somewhere between $300 and $3,000. That's
No,
not
the
my
article said it.
the article, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a Rolex. That's not $30,000. You know, it's so if the top of those watches is $3,000, he was not in he's not pimping. He's chastising his congregation. He's chastising his people for their bad choices. That's what I believe. You know, and I want to mention something else. We love to, and I noticed that also here in the Netherlands. You know, we love to how shall I word it? We love to piss on religion, right? But churches used to be the center of the community, and yeah, they used to be good for the community. I look at communities here in the Netherlands where the religious house, be it a church or a mosque, and always I always use Turks as the best example. When somebody, you know, you know, the son of Ahmed opened a butcher, you know, it's announced in the mosque, and everybody from that day on, people go and get their meat at the son of Ahmed, you know. And sometimes I pick up you know, sometimes I pick up a couple of bucks taking pictures at weddings or those type of events. And I once was at a Ghanaian church, and it felt kind of positive, right? It had the same central, you know, the same community service, like hey, you know, from today on, you know, this is the daughter of couple XYZ, and when you see her when you see their child walking in the street, look over her, you know, protect her, etc., etc. And that's yeah, that's kind of positive, you know. The spiritual house used to be the center of the community. So yeah, where is the wrong? You know, where is the wrong? Is it in the congregation, or is it the pimp? I don't know. It's I believe it's both. We are we worldwide. You know, often African Americans think that the problems are only in the United States, but in the Netherlands, everywhere that I know, it's kind of the same. You know, us black people are slipping in general, and we always find someone to point at, but while we point with our index, three fingers are pointing back.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jay. You know, when I was, again, I mentioned it earlier. I grew up in this church called Saint B for short. And back when I was a teenager, which is a long time ago now, I remember a lot of youth were leaving that church, that the whole Anglican church, because they couldn't find anything in it that resonated with them and their generation. And I understood it. A lot of people exited the Anglican church in the mid-90s because they just didn't see anything that was appealing to them. They saw more appeal in, say, like the Baptist church or something like that, or, you know, what we would call the jumper church or something. The thing with the church is that the church has lost that appeal now. The church isn't that center of the community for the most part. You might find here and there. I know Bakari mentioned, I think, someone in his neck of the woods who has a church that flies the RBG flag and stuff like that. That's like that's one of a handful. nowadays, right? These guys are not organizing the community like that. And even when they do, there's these staunch religious stipulations, you know. You have to be a follower of Christ and all this kind of stuff. So that's the problem with the church. The thing I will say though, while it is cool that he's saying don't spend your money with these white folks, he's also saying spend your money with these white folks when he says buy him a Movado watch. He's not saying pool your resources, pool your monies, and let's come up with some type of economic initiative in this neck of the woods where there's churches that helps these poor people, these poor broke people that he's chastising. He's not doing that either. You understand? He's still asking you to go to I think it was Costco. He's still asking you to go somewhere and drop between $300 and $3,000 in a white institution for a white watchmaker. Last I checked, Movado is a white brand. You know, and he's still not saying something like, hey, let's put that $3,000 to $3,000 into a pool. Let's start to pool our monies and let's start to do X, Y, and Z in the community to uplift poor people. He's still not doing any of those things. So that's the issue I have with this guy here. I think I just have Kevin Carre next to hear from. Kevin Carre, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, play stupid game, win stupid prizes. You know, what can I say? You choose to follow that guy, he's gonna exploit you. But you know what? The people you hear that was cheering on, those are nothing more than shills. Coco, you live here in New York City. You've seen this in your lifetime of living here. Remember on the train, the 3-card Monte games?
Yeah.
Just like that. You have the guys, you think that person that's betting money is, you know, he's just like a regular mark, but that's really a shill to try and get you in. That's the way I look at the church. It's nothing more than a scam. If you choose to play that shell game, you're going to come up losing all the time. But I digress.
In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way he says, I give you a joke. The Hindus have a god that is in debt. It can never be repaid. Right? Has a god that is so in debt, it can never be repaid. So the worshipers spend their lives constantly trying to pay off this god's debt. All religions have hustles. Yeah, that's wild. Does anyone have a last word they want to chime in here before we move on to the next topic?
Hey, can I say real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say, speaking of spooked out, you know what I'm saying? If I could convince the lowest Negro anywhere in the world that they're higher than anybody else, you know what I'm saying, then I'll have these Negroes voting for themselves for the next 200 years or fighting for themselves for the next 200 years.
Right.
That's all I was saying.
Right. Now, we just talk about this pastor who's a pimp or acting like a pimp. We're going to talk about pimping on another level. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Pimping on another level. This came with a link. Let's check it out. And on the other side, we'll have a discussion about it and the prompt.
Children of the house of... He is daddy to the children of the house of prayer. I speak of none other than our very own precious, sweet daddy Madison.
It's a beat bass blow. What if I told you that there was a religious group sprinkled throughout the hoods of Black America that wasn't your average church? What if I told you that their leaders were referred to as Sweet Daddy and their churches have small marching bands? What if I told you that church met all the modern day criteria for a cult and that they still thrive today? Would you believe me? Perhaps you live in Virginia, North Carolina, or South Carolina, 3 of their heaviest populated states. Then you might have seen their ominous, gaudy buildings with white lion statues at their entrance, waiting to come to life as soon as God's trumpet sounds. Maybe you or a friend of a friend buy soul food plates from their restaurants. Maybe you're familiar with the UHOP, but do you know the real United House of Prayer for All People? The United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, a Christian-based faction that was born 10 years before the Nation of Islam. Both traditions teaching the doctrines of sanctification, believing that conversion brings congregation members closer to their Savior and assures them of their salvation. According to the church's website, the UHOP was founded in 1919 by Marcelino Manuel de Grassa, better known to his parishioners as Sweet Daddy Grace in Wareham, Massachusetts. Grace, a cloud-chasing Cape Verdean immigrant who grew his church its first few decades by traveling the country, pimping, preaching, and pushing P, establishing the UHOP across the nation. As mentioned before, this Grace was a flamboyant cat. Not only did he have long hair, he rocked extremely long painted fingernails, bright colored suits, and icy jewels. He also traveled with bodyguards, lawyers, chauffeurs, and assistants. I'd said the tithes and offerings were going to more than just a building fund. Legend has it, good old Sweet Daddy Grace would baptize entire city blocks with fire hoses and charge $1 per head. Sweet Daddy Grace led the UHOP for more than 41 years until his death in 1960. The death of old Daddy Grace caused a power vacuum in the church, and after court fights and 2 internal votes, a new bishop emerged, Charles McCullough. And like his predecessor, he took on the moniker of Daddy, or Sweet Daddy, if you will. It was during his reign that the UHOP started to make power moves through a nationwide rebuilding program. He built low-income, affordable housing and utilized his own construction teams. Guess what? It was financed solely by the members. Under Daddy McCullough, they built daycare centers and senior centers and bought fleets of buses and property for future usage. The UHOP completely bossed up at their members' expense. For 31 years, Daddy McCullough ran the UHOP until his death in 1991. And guess what? There was another power struggle. But this time it was between Charles McCullough, a son of the late Bishop McCullough, and Samuel Christian Madison, the senior minister of God's White House, struggling for control of the church. But on May 24th, 1991, the Sweet Daddy Madison was born. Under his administration, over 123 houses of prayers received major renovations or were constructed. Added to their portfolio were numerous apartments, more senior citizen dwellings, parsonages, houses, and commercial properties. His reign lasted until his death in 2008. Since then, Bishop C.M., also Sweet Daddy Bailey, a native of Newport News, Virginia, and the former pastor of the UHOP in Augusta, Georgia, emerged after having won 91% of the electoral votes by the General Assembly. As a result of this appointment, he became the sole trustee of the United House of Prayer and the church's first CEO. Here's what's interesting. On the surface, the UHOP's creed establishes its basic principles as believing in Jesus Christ and his death on the cross so that humanity could have life, water baptism and the repentance of sin, that to be saved, one must be born again of the Holy Spirit, and that one leader is the divine ruler of the kingdom of God. But many people believe that this is only a farce, that they also think the members of the UHOP feel that the spirit of Jesus Christ, or maybe even God himself, lives on through their founders, proclaiming in 1949, salvation is grace and grace only. Grace is giving God a vacation. And since he's on vacation, you don't need to worry about him. If you sin against God, grace can save you. But if you sin against grace, God cannot save you. You see, they pray to grace instead of Jesus. In a 2007 WordPress article, the author states, the apostle opened the house up with a word of prayer. He began to pray like any regular Christian starts out their prayer. Then he flipped the script. He started talking about Daddy Grace and how Jesus prayed for another comforter, and that comforter was the leader, Daddy Grace, now the successor, Daddy Madison. We thank you, O Lord, for your servant, Daddy Madison. He is doing your work, Lord, and we love you for sending him to us. Thank you, Jesus, for Daddy. If it was not for Daddy, where would we be? The preacher ended the prayer, and I quote like this, all in the name of Jesus through Daddy Grace. Then the congregation gave praise to God, but the preacher told everyone to stand up and praise God for Daddy Madison. The band started playing as loud as they could, shaking the brand new stained glass windows. Everyone started to shout. I saw someone spitting up, speaking in tongues, running to the front, dancing before Daddy. Ushers were attempting to control the crowd, but everyone just kept on praising Daddy. Some people quickened, screamed out blessings to Daddy, and well, this went on until the band stopped. Another article goes on to state, after attending more meetings, I discovered at least one belief that prevented me from full conversion. I was taken aback when I discovered the sweet daddy of their songs actually referred to the church's leader, Bishop C.M. Bailey. The songs that I assumed were dedicated to God the Father, as many Roman Catholic masses had ingrained in me, were actually prayers to some man preaching in the South. Apparently, they changed all their songs to replace the word Jesus with daddy. And growing up in the church, this is a huge no-no. Praying or worshiping anything or any other being than Jesus or God himself, you might as well try on those gasoline drawers that you're sure to be wearing when you're on your way to hell. Nowadays, the church seems to be moving pretty low-key, other than the fact that the state of North Carolina put them on the super spreaders list after 200 people contracted COVID after refusing to cancel a mass. Honestly, I am confused about the group. I grew up in Charlotte as a kid, and there were quite a few there. One of them was directly across the street from my primary school. The way the building looked just gave me all the wrong vibes. I would see what seemed like normal people come in and out, and their marching bands would practice in the parking lot sometimes, but it all just seemed really flashy. All their members drove the latest Cadillacs and wore gold jewelry. I even had a childhood best friend that was a member. He would mention Daddy Grace every now and again, but their house decor was reminiscent of the House of Prayer. White furniture, golden accents with big glass cases, golden figurines and white figurines of lions and Jesus. But I'm curious to know your thoughts. Is the House of Prayer for all people a cult, or are they just misunderstood Christians? I want you to tell me your thoughts in the comment section. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, anyone calling themselves Sweet Daddy, you don't know. Well, you already know what's going on. When someone calls themselves Sweet Daddy, that's all you need to know. So that's Sweet Daddy Grace. Sweet Daddy Grace was a contemporary of guys like Father Divine, who we discussed here on the show before. Kevin Carre, what did you see in that video that shows you that it's pimping on another level?
Yeah, first things first. Yeah, you're right. I'm not calling another man Sweet Daddy. But, you know, I'm kind of looking at another angle here. I'm looking at things in history. Me and you, we've had these conversations before. You know, when I mean, this is kind of extreme and everything, but look how he's able to pull together a whole lot of people. You know, to be a leader, like charisma. Think about a lot of those ancient African civilization. You know, I mean, this is my opinion. Y'all can disagree with me, but sometimes you gotta. The majority of our people are misdirected. Sometimes, you know, you gotta give them your own programming to get things done. You know, and that's how I think a lot of civilizations, you know, not just in Africa, but all over the world, was built up. You got to turn people into zealots, but the problem is when you make them into zealots, you can't unprogram that. But I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yeah, Sister Tanzan was on earlier this week talking about cults, and you know, one of the biggest cults is the cult of personality, and I think, you know, Kyle, you mentioned Africa and stuff. You have to be really charismatic, I think, to rise up in old Africa and be the leader of tribes and all that kind of stuff. So that shows you how personality, because it just wasn't through violence. It was also through personality. Like you look at Shaka Zulu, there was violence there, but there was personality as well. And that's something that we don't study enough, I think, especially our men. I think when we use charisma, we use it for bullshit. These guys used it for religious organization, but the problem with these guys again is that they were enriching themselves, and that's true of the NOI as well. These guys, a lot of these guys were enriching themselves. You know what I mean? Forecast. What say you? Pimpin' on another level.
I would say this. Well, first I would say real quick, because Oni had mentioned earlier, how Marcus Garvey studied a preacher to realize how to talk to people and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I want to ask a question, really to you, Koku, and really to Tanzan. You know what I'm saying? Now, would you call him sweet daddy and follow white Jesus if he brought you to salvation and you built your own like hospitals and stuff like the stuff that he was doing? Would you call him sweet daddy then? And follow white Jesus?
No, I ain't calling no man sweet daddy to begin with, but I would give him some props. I wouldn't follow him per se, but I would give him his propers if he was using his abilities here in his organization to do the kind of work that you talked about. I wouldn't put him down for it. You know what I mean? Even if he was also enriching himself to a certain degree. Again, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But if you could show me tangibles in the community where he lives, that he was building this, that, and the other, he was educating in an African-centered way, the youth and stuff around him, and creating, young black men and women who were prosperous, who had knowledge of self and stuff like that, I would say nothing.
Yo, all right, so let me ask you this. Like, say he was doing all of that, right? And like he's uplifting the community, but you got to be call him sweet daddy and worship white Jesus. Would you do that?
I would.
I mean, you got to be a part of the community. You know what I'm saying? We got to force black people to do right. He's the answer. But the catch is you got to call him sweet daddy and praise white Jesus.
Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. Yo, what about you, Tanzan? And I got another question, Tanzan.
No, this just looks like a joke. Like, were people doing this? How do you say that unironically? Like calling a grown man sweet anything, like sweet, really, and that's the thing with these con men or these people, that you have to have something so bold and so ridiculous that you're forced to accept it. It can't be just a small lie. Or that's why they use the miracle, because a miracle is something that is big, is great, it bends the rules, and it just makes you seem like whatever you believe doesn't exist. So calling a grown man sweet anything, forget the other one, that's just too gross. It's so incestuous and dirty, and all these people are just there jumping and shouting and all that. Like, wow. Yeah, we really need to come up with a different way of channeling this social need, because they wouldn't be succeeding this well if they were not giving people something back, if people are not getting something from it. So whether it's that validation or being part of a group or something they're getting from it. But wow, all these people, they just lost their mind, and it's just crazy and crazier. Like people say doing the same thing is madness, doing the same thing and expecting results. But no, actual people who are mad or who know how to manipulate madness, they actually ratchet up the stakes. So you do something, and then you do something riskier and riskier, and or more ridiculous, and so on. So it just gets worse and worse until you don't even have a gauge for what is normal and what is not. So if you're actually doing the same thing, you'd finally just get tired of it and leave. But if everything just changes from this day to another, then you don't have a reference. You're just going with whatever they say today. So that's also how they get people. They make you believe something, and then once you think you believe it, there comes a New Testament. Like, oh, you thought that this was how it was. No, this is how it is now. And it's crazy. I never even knew about this crazy one before, but they have pulled all the strings. They have just gone full, clown mode at this rate, and it's working, I guess. So focused, watch out.
Hey, look, I'll say this and I'll pass the mic. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that, like, y'all telling me that, right? If a dude came up and changed our circumstances and helped us build our communities, right? Because this is manipulation. He manipulated the people into helping them build their own communities, right, Tanzan? You know what I'm saying? But the only catch is just that, you know what I'm saying, you got to call him sweet daddy and believe in white Jesus. But other than that, we build our own
them
community.
build their community, though? Is that
That's what it
said?
I don't know him, but that's what it said, though.
because I only see like a social gathering. I didn't really hear that he did anything. Most of these people are not interested in improving the lives of their community or their members. They just want to aggrandize themselves. So that's all they're looking. They're not looking to do anything. I almost respect the more political groups because they usually have at least an agenda or something that they have to give back to the community. These people, they expect the community to do something for them, not the other way around. They're not looking like, oh, what can I do for these people? It's like, how can I use these idiots who are simply, sheep for me? So yeah, if they did good, it's very doubtful that they did any good, but except making people feel good, maybe that part. I don't know.
Yeah. I know, Pastor Mike. Only thing I'm just saying, yo, there are slippery slopes that's gonna come eventually. You're gonna have to answer to some of the questions with all of these things that I've been talking about. But I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that forecast. That's some good questions you asked there. When I get this Pan African media thing going, I'm gonna expect everyone to call me Long Doggy Koku from now on. You understand? Long Dong Koku. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this? I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. What say you here?
Long doggy, man. That's funny. Well, let me start here. I would only invite Tanzan to do a little bit more research on this brother, because he did own many apartments, and he did a lot of so-called civic things for his community, and he was like a very wealthy landowner. I think when he died, I think he was worth like $34 million. That's a lot of money. I am curious. I have to say, I am curious about when these guys prop up themselves as leaders and are able to garner such a following. And not only that, creating zealotry within their congregation that if he points a finger, they're willing to move. And I'm very intrigued by that idea for some strange reason. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of the narcissism in me. But and if you look at their organization, people who would want to do a deeper research into what they do, their music is slamming. The music. So, but sometimes you have to get the people going really to especially with us to get that rhythmic resonation. People gathering together and being on so-called one accord. But he did a lot of good. I would consider to be good things in his community. I think that forecast, he's from Virginia or Newport News. I think that's in your side of the game. So maybe you could do a little bit more investigation in that organization. But I'm really just interested in how these guys are able to accomplish and achieve what they are able to achieve. Now, a question was put out there whether I would be willing to, well, not me, but whether one would be willing to call this man Sweet Daddy, whatever. And just how white folks call President Bush president, or just how some Africans call the king of let's say Ghana, Santihene. Sometimes we believe that the white person, the white male, has a monopoly on so-called social order, and in creating names or what the meanings of names are. He created his own social order. He say, well, the leadership in my organization is to be named Sweet Daddy. If he won't call himself Sweet Daddy, let him call himself Sweet Daddy. If that representation and meaning, has a certain attachment of leadership, then he should be permitted to do it. Just as George Washington say, well, hey, the leader of my empire is to be named as president. We're going to refer to him as president. And just as Marcus Garvey said, that call me the provisional president of Africa. I ain't going to get caught up in the names. I'm going to get caught up in the action. What is this organization doing? Where are we headed? Is it progressive? Is it going to cause my community to be developed in some way? Or are we going to regress? I'm not going to get caught up in the names. And sometimes I had an argument with a brother before on this idea of religion. I personally think, and this is my standpoint, I think that since our people are where they are, which means that 90% of them have this idea of religion and Christianity, in particular in the Western world, I would use that as a tool And many of my brothers and sisters would disagree with me on that front, but I would use that as a tool to better inform my people, to better instruct my people. People like to call the name of Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Addison started his whole idea of powernomics in ever increasing faith in a church in Los Angeles. Why? Because that's really one of the few places where you could get a large gathering of people, in particular to influence them or really to steer them in a particular direction. Dr. Claude Anderson don't necessarily even have to believe in Jesus. You know what I mean? But I think that the religion itself, the institution itself, could be used for whatever purpose you will for it to be. The slaves used the institution or the ideology of Christianity to be revolutionary back in their time and day. You could interpret scripture, religion, however you wanted to, and you really could take it to wherever you wanted to. And I do have my issues with the theology of Christianity as it stands, but this is where our people are, and you have to, if you want to impress certain ideas and ideologies, or if you influence your people, you have to reach them where they are. You have to start where they are. Now, Jim Jones knew that. It's just that he started in the church, but he ended up in Marxist, socialist, Guyana, drink the Kool-Aid. But he started where the people were first. But he just steered the ship in a direction towards something that was completely outside of Christianity or even Jesus itself. So if he could have used it as a tool to get people to act in a way that was deleterious, they kill themselves. We could use that same strategy to steer our people or direct them in a way that's constructive. That's just me. That's just my opinions on the matter.
I respect that. I personally think that I do think we get too caught up on names. I think if this brother was doing the right thing, he wouldn't want to force me to have to call him no sweet nothing. His mama named him Marcelino. I will call him Marcelino. You understand? Or sir, or something of that nature to show some respect. But I ain't calling no big man sweet dad. You know what I mean? I forget who it was in baseball who said there was a player back in the day for the Braves named Chip Jones, and a man said, I ain't calling no big man Chip.
And Chipper Jones.
Yeah, is it Chip or Chipper? Chipper Jones?
Chipper, yeah.
Yeah, Chipper. I ain't calling no man. No,
that was
Mike man Chipper.
That was Mike Piazza that said that.
Yeah, Mike Piazza from the Mets, right? When he was with the Mets. Yeah, I ain't calling no good man Chipper. Yeah, his mama named him Marcelino. I don't call him Marcelino. But and he shouldn't want to put a restriction on me to have to call him Sweet Daddy. What are you getting at? I have to call you Sweet Daddy to be down with the positive movements that you're doing in the community? Me personally, not. But I agree. We get a little too caught up with the names and stuff sometimes. And if he's forcing people to call him Sweet Daddy, he's too caught up in the names as well. Real Black Gentleman, you've been here a while, quiet. What say you to this? You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I stepped away. My bad.
Okay. So you didn't see the prompt, right?
No.
Okay, it's cool. Jay, what say you?
Unmute. What say me? Is this maybe the pastor that Marcus Garvey was referring to? That's one. Two. Sweet Daddy in 1912. I'm 100% sure it meant something totally different. Plus, it was not him demanding that. It was his congregation. It was his people that replaced. If I heard it well, it was his people and not him. And speaking of hearing it well, Tanzan, it was in the video. He built affordable housing. And later on, the dude, the narrator, spoke of one of those churches being at across the street of his school, the members had big Cadillacs and were draped with golden jewelry. So his people were doing good. I believe Sweet Daddy is sweet in those days. Sweet meant that he was good for people, and call him. Pope means Papa means father. Yeah, I mean, isn't it? Uh, don't every church call their pastor father? And yeah, what if the cognitive or what if the association that we have today, Sweet Daddy, what if pimps, so not only Marcus Garvey, excuse me, I'm a free thinker, but what if not only Marcus Garvey looked at this dude, but what if pimps also looked at this dude? So nowadays we think, okay, Sweet Daddy and how he looks. Oh, he looks like a pimp, and he was pimping his people. But what if he was good for his people, and that afterwards pimps copied from him? Pimps jacked his style. What if? But I'm 100% sure that in 1912, Sweet Daddy meant something else than what we nowadays think Sweet Daddy means. And we pay attention. I wrote down some notes, and one of them is pay attention. So it was said in this video, in the first topic, it was also practically everybody thought that the couple was repatriating from the United States. No, they came from the Netherlands. They were repatriating from Netherlands, and that was clear. It was mentioned a few times in the article, but still we thought that they were repatriating from the United States. So I'm going to have to ask you all to pay a little more attention.
I appreciate that. No, I think I couldn't remember if it was the Netherlands or did I say?
Yeah, it was mentioned two times that they at least two times that they were from North Amsterdam. It's particularly North Amsterdam. It was mentioned at least two times.
Yeah, I knew it was from Europe. I just couldn't on the fly remember. Short-term memory loss. I couldn't remember if it was Amsterdam.
No, you were reading it. You were reading it.
Or whatever. But yeah, thanks for that, Jay. Did I get everyone for that prompt just now? I think I did, right? In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way he says the only benefit is that he was not a Jim Jones. Marcus Garvey is the way he goes on to say, centuries we responded to the call of a chief. Pastors have replaced chiefs, but without the interest in the greater good for the masses. Pastors are often selfish and manipulative. She goes on to laugh when I was talking about call me long doggy Coco or something like that. The forecast says that might be his nickname. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says Bahamians called Prime Minister Hubert Ingram Daddy. I think a lot of them used to call Pinland Daddy too back in the day. She says, I had one daddy. I won't call another man that ever, no matter who it is, right? Then she says, many call him Papa. Yeah, people do call Hugh Biggity Papa. Sister Ross says, Marcus Garvey is the way. She says, to Marcus Garvey is the way. Free your mind. We had one here on the inland, Kevin O. Smith, killed many of his followers, right? Marcus Garvey is the way asked, which island? Sister Ross says, Jamrock, Jamaica. Marcus Garvey is the way also said religion was a distraction in those days. It was Jim Crow. I am sure instead of fight, we fall to our knees. Does anyone here have any last words for this prompt?
Yeah. John Brown killed a lot of his followers too. That's it.
The white boy John Brown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to say something. Yeah, you know, this is early 20th century, but Cape Verdeans are very long in the United States. I believe Cape Verdeans even fought in this North-South war, but we came there by whale hunting. That's what I wanted to. The Cape Verdeans have a long history in the United States, especially Boston, where whale hunting was big.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. See, that's why I like Shoot the Breeze. I get to learn something from you guys all the time. That's a very interesting. If there's no other last words here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, and by the way, if you're out there and you want to join, just click the link. I posted it several times in the chat. Click the link. You could join the panel too. We could hear your thoughts. If you don't want to join the panel, just comment in the chat, and I will read off your comments, like I've been doing all along. Should the Breeze topic number 4 is 15 abortions, and we blaming the black man, or is this a hit piece on a black man, on marriage, on the church? This came with a link just so we could understand what the hell this prompt is talking about. Let's check out the video, and on the other side, we shall discuss it.
From the way that a typical Nigerian would ask the question, before I go into the questions I want to ask.
Okay.
14 abortions.
It's 15.
15. How did that even happen?
Well, firstly, my mom called me when she heard about it for the first time, like some years ago. Like,
right.
It's a lie.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. You are just saying it so that so that people will come.
Yes.
I said, Mommy, it's true. She that's my own mom.
Yes.
Like how?
How?
So but if you read the book, you'd understand how it happened, it was just because I was naive, 1, 2, I had a goal to get married. So whilst getting married, every other thing, didn't matter.
Yes.
So even if I got pregnant 3 times for a guy, and he keeps saying I don't want to use protection, I will still do it.
Because you want to get married to the guy.
Yes. If you remember, there's a chapter in that book that said I married to prove daddy wrong.
That's just the chapter I opened because I wanted to talk about it. Yes.
Yes. So that was it. So it was I launched Operation Get Married. You get. So that was how the abortions happened. And I don't know, I always say that God is just graceful and merciful to me.
Yeah.
Because after 15 abortions, I still
conceived, you still had your baby,
had my son and all of that, So, but the 15 at the time, it is now, when I realize it that I'm beginning.
How did I? Yes.
But at the time,
but in the moment, you think you're doing it for love. You think this is the last one.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yes. I always thought this is going to be the last one. Yes. And then because I had a child before, so I didn't actually think of the consequences.
Yes.
Because I'm like, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to have any other child outside wedlock. Like they would just kill me. So that actually necessitated, I don't think about it twice.
So there's the thing that led you to it, and there's the shame.
Yes.
So it's like, I don't want to have another child out of wedlock.
Yes.
Because wedlock is the goal.
Yes. That was the goal. Actually, I was going to marry the guy. We met in church. We were together. We had fixed the wedding date. Yes. So I got pregnant. Yeah. And I thought, I'd done 14. Yes. So remorse started setting in.
Right.
So what if I don't have another child? Then besides, I have rededicated my life to God. I said I wouldn't do this thing again. But I was in the choir. He was preparing to be a pastor. So he said, never, that's not going to happen. Like people, this is somebody who prays for people, they get healed, he agrees with people. What will people say? He's never going to have a pregnant bride, never.
He's never going to have a pregnant
bride. He's going to have a bride, but not a pregnant one.
Even though he had already impregnated.
So that was it. So, and at first I was like, no, I'm never going to, we just went back and forth until one day he just came and said, you know what? Since you have decided not to abort this baby, I'm done with this relationship, so thankfully you already have one, so it's just going to be 2. So I think that was when it sank in, the cold water like poured on me. I'm like, slow down. Okay, slow down. So all my own sense of reasoning just traveled.
Yeah.
So I was like, so what do you want?
Yes.
And it was like, just go ahead with the abortions and then we'll still proceed with the wedding plan and all of that. I'm like, what if I don't have another child? He said, I remember he said, he should be the one worried about that since I already have one, you know, so, but that he doesn't worry, like,
So anything just to get you to take that baby out.
that baby out. Then the woman, who is unprofessional, by the way, you know, brought it out and showed me. Yeah, that image is there forever.
Showed you the fetus.
Yes, and said, that means he was already growing. Yes, I'm sure she doesn't know what she did. I don't know why she did that, but that just killed me. At that point in time, you get, so there was pain. He didn't come. You know, he was supposed to be there. I'm telling you, the person who was there, I didn't know her until that day. The person who took me there, so it was somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody. So it was like this person was supposed to be there holding my hand, but it was somebody that I didn't know.
No,
I was just like, it's going to be okay. I was screaming. You would think, you know. So that was it, and that just began a depressive slope.
So that's when you entered into depression.
Yes. 1 week, exactly 7 days after the abortion, the guy came and said he was done with the relationship.
Yes.
I begged him, I cried, I knelt down, I would call him, I would text him.
Yes, it was all
yeah, you know, and instead of me, because that's what people do when something happened, when in emotional intelligence, we call it a trigger, that you have no control over. When it happens, you know, the way people respond is different. People's reactions are different. So when that happened for me, some people will go and cry and then start crying, but I just swung into denial. And, you know, because I was a Christian, so I'm like, the devil wants to rob me of my marital destiny.
So it's like you want to fight for the
I was going to fight for this thing.
That's very important. So your reaction was, because of the way we are in Nigeria, that the devil wants to rob me.
Yes.
So using God became a form of denial.
Yes.
Using God and the devil.
I didn't think that was a terrible attitude from a man. How would what kind of husband would that make?
I love that. So you didn't even blame the man.
I didn't.
It's the devil.
The devil. And you know, that's what we do in Nigeria.
That's what we do.
Anything that happens is the devil.
Yes.
You know, but it's a nation of good or bad.
Yes.
So whatever good is from God, whatever bad is from the devil. We don't hold people accountable.
So you couldn't hold the man responsible for his actions because you're like, the devil is fighting us.
So I felt the devil was controlling him. You know, so and I was I went to his house every day for 3 months.
Oh, Jehovah Shammah.
You know, and I fasted for 40 days.
You fasted for 40 days to get that man back.
Yes. So because I just
the man who promised to marry you, made you have an abortion, said he was going to show up, didn't show up, and then broke up with you 7 days after.
Yes.
After saying that after the abortion we'll get married.
Yes.
You were fasting for 40 days to get him back.
Man. Yes. And I'll go to his house, he would be like, what do you want? Or, you know, behave, treat me. And I'll be telling myself, I'm fighting the good fight of faith. And I had scriptures to back it.
You had scripture to back it?
Yes, and I went to church, danced for miracle marriage, gave sacrificial offering. And I had people praying with me, telling me, that's your husband, he's not going anywhere. Yes. So it was a community.
It was a community.
Yeah. So somebody would call me and say, I had a dream. You know, I saw you in a wedding dress.
Yes.
He was here. He's not going anywhere, Lara. We have to conquer this together. Marriage. Yes. Yes. You know, so, and the guy got tired, you know, because one day he had to ask me, like, what do you want from me? What does it take to stop you from, I'm done. Like, what do you,
was it the story? I forget, because, you know, I read it.
Yeah.
And then you came and met another woman or something.
Yes. You know. So, and he was like, he asked me what I wanted. In my mind, I'm like, yes.
Yes, that the prayers are now working.
Prayers are working. You know, and I said, first of all, you know, we weren't dating, we were courting because we had a wedding date. You had met my parents, I had met your parents.
This was not boyfriend, girlfriend.
So this wasn't boyfriend. I said, firstly, if you want to say you are not marrying me again, you have to take me, all those people introduced me to one after the other. Go and tell them you're no longer doing it. He's like, are you crazy? I say, yes.
Are you crazy? You say
yes, because I knew. Trudy, you have to be crazy to do all of those things.
You have to be
crazy. Not normal.
Oh my God.
So I knew I was. And then we had, you know, I had formed my company. I registered my company. I gave him shares.
Yes.
You know, so I'm like, how do we do? So I think the guy just got tired and then went to our pastor.
Yes, to report you.
To report that, Pastor, I know I was the one that brought her here. I said I wanted to marry her, but I'm still the same person. I said, I'm not doing it again. Please help me. And the pastor had to call both of us, fix the date, and said, I break this relationship in the name of the Father, the Son, and and the Holy Spirit. So that was when
it dawned on you.
Dawned on me. So that was when my mourning, grieving process started. This was like 4 or 5 months after the relationship. So meanwhile, if I had, from when he had said it, started the grieving process, my healing would have been faster, you know. So, but that was when the grieving process started for me. And, you know, I just felt my life was finished. That was the end of me. So I felt that for me to, you know, start my healing process, then even help people to heal, I needed to own my mess because I was a deep mess. So I needed to own it, that yes, my life was going to be, because I tried to kill myself. So I would have died. What would people have said?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some abortion jokes, but they can't be delivered at this time. This is a travesty. They found a way to blame a black man. Now look, it takes two to tango. I'll give you that. It takes two to tango. But 15 times? Come on, man. You guys in the chat, I see you guys are posting up your comments. I'm gonna get to those in a second. But on a serious note, and this might rub some people wrong. This is why I don't deal too much in the black woman is God thing. I'm not saying black women cannot be gods. Like black men can be gods as well. But you have to have, your behaviors have to match. And this is not good behavior right here. You know what I mean? This is just not good behaviors right here. Kevin Carey, what say you to this?
I mean, where should I start, man? She 15, man, 15. You know, you're like, oh, you didn't want to use a condom. Well, you're the gatekeeper. You have that choice of denying. You know, at the end of the day, it's your decision. You got to take responsibility, and there's got to be accountability. But I'll pass it on.
Yeah, it's wild. Real black gentleman, what say you? Real black gentleman, you're muted again. All right, maybe he's not dead. Jay, what say you?
My reflex is to turn away. So I was just speaking about let's pay attention, etc., etc. But this woman started to speak, and I was like, oh no, and I you know, I had difficulties paying attention. I literally physically turned away from the laptop. It's I don't know, man. I have no words. I have no words. And she's sitting there. You know, she's not unattractive, but I guess this is how Christian. Excuse me for the word. This. I guess this is how Christian hoes work. You know, they love the tingling. You know, they love to have sex, but no contraceptives, no nothing, and then you always have some guy or guys to blame or whatever. You know, I guess that's how it works. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, it's wild. Let's welcome in observing immigrants. Observing immigrants. I know you were out of town last week. How are you this week?
Recovering from flu. That's what I caught.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad you're with us this week. You just saw this 15 abortions, and I'm blaming the black man. Go ahead.
Yeah, she kept talking, but all I kept hearing was the 15 abortions. And, you know, as she tried to rationalize every single one, you know, and then speak about God, you know, pop God in there every now and then, it only made her story worse because, you know, I sure one of the commandments is thou shalt not kill. And I don't care how they want to define the baby when they don't want it. When you want a baby, it's a baby. Like, as soon as you conceive it. But when you don't want it, you'll make excuses. Or it's a clump of cells. It's all of this stuff. But as soon as you want it, because I had a friend, she had, from all the stuff she told me, I can calculate she had at least 10 abortions. But when she got married to a guy from Barbados, she's American, and she had her first miscarriage, she really wanted that baby from the get-go. But I could not feel pity for her when she had that miscarriage in her marriage, because I'm like, well, you kill all those other babies before. Why this one any different? You know what I'm saying? Like, but when they want it, it's a baby. So I feel nothing. I mean, but this lady, as I said, is taught explanation and horde antics, horde tactics, because it makes no sense to me.
I appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way. In the chat, we got Chaka is here with us. Peace to Chaka. Good to see you. He says lack of accountability is real with this one. The Hash Rally podcast says there needs to be a cap at some point. Even if you are pro-choice or whatever, you got to admit there's no accountability. 12 to 13% of population in the U.S. and 55% of the abortions are our own worst enemy. Ahmed is here. I'm not familiar with Ahmed. At least I don't remember. Forgive me if you've been here before. He or she says not only men become bloodthirsty for power. Marcus Garvey is the way he said, all I heard was thought explanations. Daily Affirmations by Pauline said, that's what I said. Not one, not two, but three. Not three, 15. It's kind of like when LeBron was talking about how much championships Miami was going to win once he got there, right? Earlier, Mchaka said womb wrecker. The forecast said earlier, down for some loving people, y'all are cold-blooded, LOL. Forecast, what say you to this?
All right, I'm gonna say this first, and nobody get offended. I'm saying it unapologetically, even though Tanzania and learning curve may give me a hard time for being unapologetic. But God killed children, what I'm saying, even in the womb. But I would say this, to answer your question, I don't think this was a hit piece on black men. If anything, it was on black people, because she just like kind of displayed the stereotype of like black women. And to me, I don't like that, because it's like so many different kind of black women. And the jobs that I have, I meet, so many different people kind of all day. So it's like nerds and, good girls and people like she's like her, what I'm saying? It's all different kinds, And as far as like the marriage, I believe in like, marrying for love and all that kind of stuff. But there was a time where people use marriage as a tool, what I'm saying, to for power or for whatever benefit that it could be, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
business.
but for business, what I'm saying? And it's a touchy debate, because I agree with like, because it's important when raising your children. I think you should be in a healthy relationship so your children can learn, because that's how children learn better, from like just watching instead of you just telling them and then doing something different. So it's a touchy subject. And speaking of the devil, what I'm saying, y'all go with this whole spooked out theme, what I'm saying? And the theme is, the power is always outside of ourselves, what I'm saying? There's always somebody else or something else or some kind of other deity that has to come in and rescue us, or that is at fault, what I'm saying? So every time that we believe that the power is outside of ourselves, and let me say this, like somebody said, that it's not just on the women too. We are all equally responsible for what we do, what I'm saying? Because if I have a child with a person like that, then I have to pay the price for that, what I'm saying? Like, so you have to be equally responsible for our own lives, what I'm saying? So I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah. Guy, it's a man who knocked her up. I don't know if it was multiple men who knocked her up. It sounds like it was. But at the same time, like Kevin Carey, I think it was said, you are the gatekeeper here, man. You got to have some responsibility, ultimate responsibility here. And you got to kind of shut that shit down. Don't talk about the devil. I don't want to hear nothing about no devil. I don't want to hear nothing about no God. This is your choice here. You got to stop letting men into your womb like that, to the point of creating life and then just erasing, just rubbing out that life like nothing. But like Mchaka said in the chat, her body, her choice, right? Let's go to Tanzan. Tan, what say you?
Okay, I was going to say something, but I just thought about this statistic with, 13% of the population and 55% of the abortions. It reminded me of the crime rate for Black men with, 12%, same statistics, 12% of the population and half the percent of crimes. So, I don't know how accurate the numbers are or what is the cause for it. Like even with crime, if it's just Black men just performing all these crimes, but there has to be a reason for it. So for
It's
me,
been debunked.
Sorry,
That's been debunked.
which one?
The 13% of the population. No, that the math doesn't add up. That's been debunked a long time ago.
Oh, okay, what is the correct what's the number?
They won't give that number, but they've been saying 13% since the Civil War. We're more than 20% of the population of the United States.
Oh, yeah, I was always wondered about that. Like, how can you just keep a population at the same, percentages? You have to be very fine-tuning things for you to do that, because most of the time population either goes up or down and then it disappears, or it's very rare to have, something just at the, like the death rate exactly meeting the birth rate, and the accidents, all of that, it was always very strange to me. But in any case, the same narrative with small population being responsible for a greater number of the crime, which abortion obviously is. So for me, I wonder about that. That's the first thing. And then the second thing that that struck me when I was watching the video is firstly, the lady, the way she just talks about things so casually, you'd think she's just talking about the recipe for, food or something like that. She doesn't seem like she's talking about going through a very, difficult or, traumatic surgical experience.
That's true. You're right. She said it too casually. You're correct.
Yeah, just like, oh well, it's like just going in and getting some medicine for your cold, and then going back home, and then the next day you're back to work, like something. And then the guy is also just talking to her like, okay, you're supposed to have some sort of unbiased thing, but even ask the questions. Didn't you even feel bad about it? Did you feel? And for her, she just puts all.
And he's gay, so he doesn't care. Think about it. He's gay. You can see he's gay, so he doesn't care. He's not invested in that.
Oh, he is? Oh, I didn't get that, but okay. Wow. Yeah, so he's just casual with it, like, yes. And then, yeah, I just happened, and that was my third, fourth one. Like, after some time, you have to be, it's like people who interview, those serial killers, and then they just describe, hacking people into pieces in this very detached manner, and you just look at them without shock. You're supposed to be shocked and horrified, and, look at them like inhuman people, At one point, you can say, oh, it's an accident, or I made a mistake, or something like that, or whatever. But after a while, come on, you are a serial child murderer. That's all you are. It's just that she has to be taking some sort of pleasure from it, or some sort of perverse, it's not normal. It's like somebody who takes pride in being let's say a sex worker. Yeah, there is a service for that, but nobody sets out wanting to be that. But for her, she almost seems as if she's proud of it. And then if it comes to accountability or anything, it's always just the devil made me do it, but God is going to forgive me. Man. Anyway.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Jose agrees with you. Okay. See, I don't even think about things like that, so it doesn't occur to me. But I get it. He does give off a weird vibe. But yeah.
Yeah, that's that religious loophole. I think a lot of us in our community, in the Black community, kind of adhere to, which is why we don't get anywhere. This is one of my problems. Like, I remember having an argument with a guy who was telling me that Hitler, for example, could make it to heaven once he once he once he admitted to his wrong in his dying hour, right? You or I, who live good lives, we didn't kill nobody, we didn't rob nobody, we didn't cheat, we followed these so-called commandments, whatever. We could show up and be talking to Adolf. And I find that fucking ridiculous. And in fact, that's a Pauline, and by Pauline I mean the Apostle Paul. That's a Pauline thing, where you could live your life as an asshole and in your dying moment repent and end up in the same place were people who live God-fearing, quote unquote, God-fearing lives, or the whole time that they were here, and it's just ridiculous. But black folks do that stuff.
Yeah,
Black folks
imagine
feel
meeting
that
this woman in heaven. Imagine meeting her in heaven, with her palms clasped together and saying, "Oh, I'm a good person. I'm a good person now." No, this woman is a psychopath. She is a psychopath or a sociopath. Which one is the one? I think psychopath. Yeah. This is not normal for any human being. You cannot tell me that, no matter how you define things or say, oh, she went through a hard time. Come on, you cannot tell me 15. Are you kidding me right now? Does she do this for fun? Does she just, sit around planning her next abortion?
But those 15 babies supposedly in heaven too, right? So when she show up there and see all of them, what's she gonna tell them?
Oh, hey, when the Tess is in the house.
it's crazy. It's crazy. There used to be a time I used to be home, and I used to catch this is many this is like 20 years ago. I used to catch Maury Povich on, and you'll have a woman up there. She's been up there before. She brought 15 dudes before, and none of them was the father. And now she's back again with another 10 dudes. And it's like, God damn, like, what are we doing out here? And dudes just happy that they're not the father. Dude, you better be happy when you go take those STI exams, because you know what it is to have 20-something dudes at one time and you don't know who the father of your child is. We got to start taking accountability now. Like Bobby right in the chat says, we have to take responsibility for our own actions. Someone is saying something. Who's speaking?
Yeah, I personally think that religious societies, Christian, Muslim, or even all the Abrahamic faiths, the consequence of these societies is they produce psychopaths and sociopaths. And why I say that? First of all, the Bible itself, the God in the Bible, the King James Bible, the God in the Bible is a sociopathic, genocidal maniac. That is, who killed hundreds of thousands of people for very flippant reasons. Flippant reasons. I remember they talk about a story of a Noah's Ark where God killed like 50,000 people for looking in the ark itself. Outrageous things. Outrageous things.
He sent a bear to kill a family.
Oh man! So to act just like your so-called head figure, God figure, you are just really walking in line with that philosophy, that religious philosophy, calls for. But let me also say this too. When you create a standard in these religious communities that sex itself is evil unless it's within the institution of marriage, which is a social institution created by human beings, because sex been around long before the institution of marriage. Long before, sex is a biological function of human beings. It's a biological function. But when you assign that and attach that to a social man-made institution and say, well, if you engage in this practice outside of that, the consequences of these things are death. People gonna do whatever to fit within that institution. So we want to have this ideal of the perfect so-called family structure, even though we're gonna commit acts, which is sex, outside of that structure, because we are human beings essentially. Yeah. So this lady, to create this image of man, wife, and children, and not outside children, she slaughtered 15 children before. Well, she slaughtered 15 kids before the fact. Who does that sound like? Who commit these kind of genocidal acts? It sounds like a God in the Bible. She's acting just like him. You know what I mean? So by the way, Barbados and Tanzania, the comments you all made was hilarious, man. Vacuum back to heaven. That's hilarious. But I just personally think that she is acting within her faith and religion, and that's unfortunate. But she, like you say, she's cool as a cucumber, talking about the fact that she took care of 15 of her kids. You know what I mean? Because she wanted to fit into this so-called religious paradigm that in her mind, she believes is to be a righteous thing. And I think that if you go throughout if you go through all these religious communities, whether it's in the Caribbean islands or Americas or anywhere else, even in Africa, because they are very religious as well, to
Yeah.
fit into that so-called paradigm, what's been created before us, you would get to see a whole lot of, what do you call it? Divergence from normative behaviors. Let me put it like
Fuckery.
that.
Fuckery. Yes.
Yeah, because people will commit the worst kinds of acts, and justify their actions by I'm saved by grace. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man, Koku. I'm
I
telling you.
know. That's why I
But
say, I know.
it is, but look at this lady. I mean, she is so far from herself. She's in Africa. Look at her hair. Look at her beads. I won't be judgmental of what the sister is wearing, but
Please be judgmental, because it's about time people would be judgmental. Please.
Okay. Well, she
Because
looks
that
like
wig looks dumb on her head. Sorry.
she's trying to look like act like a westernized person, and with that westernized ideal comes the practices of westernization. You know what I mean? Especially Christian westernization. And that's why she's committing these kinds of acts. And she is just as sociopathic as she wants to be. She is just as psychopathic as she wants to be. Cool as a cucumber, talking about murdering 15 children. Consider an African person, a native-born African person who is close to her culture and ideas and certain things like that. She would be a person like that would be aghast at the fact of murdering and slaughtering 15 of her children. But because she has been westernized, it's no problem any longer. You know what I mean? But I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Let me just hit before I get the other panelists. Let me just hit the comments real quick. Let me go back. So the matron said, "Is no one going to talk about this promiscuous woman that was doing a hypocrite minister?" House Rally Podcast pointed out something that I think is important to say too. The other populations in America are growing faster, Hispanic specifically, and I'll add a lot of that. It's said, I don't know, I haven't done the data myself. A lot of it is said is because the abortion rates are so high and have been so high because of Planned Parenthood and its position in the Black community, that our population numbers don't improve. Whereas these other folks, these Hispanics, they be having gangs of children. These Jews have gangs of children. We tend to, we deal in the Plan Bs and the abortion clinics heavy, and that's some of the things that's keeping us back. The forecast asked the matron the question is she talking about the girl in the this woman in the video? Is she the one who was with the pastor? Mchaka says whole classroom of students deleted. Yikes. House Reality Podcast says there are whole states you will not see Black people for days. At best, 20% of the population, but no more than that. Take a drive through the Midwest and get back to me. Yeah, I've been in the Midwest, and D-Web is correct. By the way, you guys check out the House Rally Podcast latest episode. Him and D-Web and Lero held it down. It was a good episode last week, Sunday, so you guys check it out. But yeah, you go to some of these middle states, you will rarely see a Black person. I think because we live in places like New York and parts of Florida and Chicago and stuff like that, and we see and we live in Black neighborhoods, we think it's higher. But you go to Vermont and Wyoming, and you'll understand quickly. Now, granted, those states have lower populations in general, but they're almost a homogenous group of white folks out there. Jay is in the chat. Jay says body language definitely gay. So I guess everyone or most people are saying this dude is a hen. The matron says yes, the man was training to be a pastor and she was in the choir. Oh, okay. Ahmed says, yep, she's a cuckoo. Enjoyed it low key. Tezzy is here. Tezzy in the chat says she's trying to cope or maybe has healed from the trauma hasn't she written a book? Tezzy goes on to say this actually is quite normal for repeat abortions. With that said, let's welcome in Tezzy to the panel. Tezzy, how are you?
Hello guys.
Hey, Mada Tezi, habari?
Nzuri sana.
Sawa.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I don't think she's crazy. I don't think she's a psychopath. I don't know. I just saw the video for a short a few minutes, but I don't know. I think she was referring to maybe a book or something that she has written or something. So maybe she's just talking about her own story. But what she's gone through, I think she said that she was like forced to have abortions by her boyfriend or something like that. That's actually quite that's common actually with women, that when they're pressured and when they're in love and when they're vulnerable, like especially when maybe when she fits the character type. Yeah, that when you're vulnerable or in love and and she still believes in God, that she's gonna get, when she gets an abortion, she's going to have repeat abortions, because she's going to have a conflict of like I don't know, is it internal, just an internal conflict, and just to prove that she is not evil, she's just gonna double back on the same act. So she's just going, it's just like a vicious circle, just trying to prove that she's not a bad person and what she's doing is normal. So women, they tend to do that. They tend to just have repeat abortions, just to prove to themselves that what they're doing is normal, and it's, I don't know, until I think she's, I don't know what state she is in right now. Maybe she's still in that state, or she's confronted herself, because when you have a kid, when you have already a kid, you have to confront the fact that you killed the other kids. It's just something that you have to confront, because this one's alive, so it means that the other ones could have been alive. So probably maybe she's going through all the stages, and now she's just talking about her story, maybe to enlighten other women. I don't know. But I don't think it's fair to call her evil or a psychopath, because her story is not as rare as you think. Like, a lot of women are going through this shit, going through repeat abortions, and it's just situations where they are trying to please their men or trying to please society. It's just a lot of crazy situations where women are forced into abortion to the act.
Yeah,
So
but Tezzy,
I feel like
Tezzy, thank you for joining us. First of all, I've seen you around on Swahili Nation with Tanzan, so I appreciate you coming through. But Tezzy, based on what you're saying, are you telling me 15 is an acceptable number? 15. I could see if you said 1 or 2, maybe 3, but 15. You're saying that's an acceptable number? And
ask him how much is too much.
Yeah. How much is too much? When is it too much?
It's not me to say, it's her to say. It's her mind. It's what's going on in her mind. So some people, maybe when they go to 3 or 4, they start to maybe break down or start to confront their feelings. Or some, they live in denial for till 15. It just depends on what your mindset or what type of mind you have. But my point is that she's not, I don't think she's evil. I think she's also, in her own way, she's also a victim of just circumstances, of like just a victim of a vicious circle. She's just a victim of, like, the first time it happened, and she just had to, nobody had to cancel. I think that's why it's important to have counseling and maybe therapy for women who have had abortions. It's a post-abortion therapy.
Excuse me, would you marry her after you heard she had 15 abortions?
No, obviously no, but no. But okay, it's not fair though. I don't think she doesn't deserve to get married though. I feel okay. I don't know, but depending on her state, she's obviously like having some issues. That takes a toll. There's no way that it hasn't taken a toll. So there's obviously some demons she's fighting
Let
with.
me just say
Like,
this: Mwendatezi is like forecast for Coons. He will defend. He will defend them for anything.
nah, the question is, so what
Don't
is
put
it?
me in
So
the
is
tent,
she
man.
like unforgivable now? Is she like unforgivable or
You're
something
there
like that?
already.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah.
because for you, she can do no wrong. She can have 45 more abortions, and you'll just be like, she's a victim of all these, men. What if, okay, let's put abortion. What if she had 15 kids by, let's say, 10 different men? Is she still a victim of all those men?
If she had 15 kids, I don't think
Yes.
she'll ever have it. Nobody has 15 kids. I think
Well,
if she
technically,
had,
she would have if she hadn't, they did what she did.
nah, no, oh
Hey,
yeah, yes, technically she would have, but if she had the first one or two, three, she probably would have stopped there.
Exactly,
But
same thing with the abortion. If she, after the first, second, third, after a while, she should figure it out. Like, look, these men are just using me to, to do this, and I'm the one who's going to have to pay for it. Go to the clinic and all that. Then after 3 or 4, hey, wise up, girl, and then try another way. But 7, 8, you're still like, oh well, I don't know. I'm just trusting this man. 10, 11, you're still there. 13, 14, man, Tezzy. At one point, you just have to say, come on, girl.
okay, it depends. It depends. Let me tell you something. I'm not saying that what she's done is great or I think no, she's definitely guilty of murder or all that. She's definitely. But what I'm saying is it's done. You can't. The milk has been spilled.
15 times, yes.
So what we have to. This is just like an autopsy. It's like I'm just talking about what made it happen to it for it to reach to this point. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that she should. I don't know. She did wrong. For me, she did wrong. I think the first one was where she did wrong, but the first one is where but that situation of the first one is quite common with women who do. In fact, most women who have abortions are under that type of pressure where they are trying to please their men and they're under the pressure of also the parents. They're under the pressure of a very
Don't let
conservative
Tanzania break
society. So that first one, I'm talking about the first one is that's common. Now after that, because especially for women who are originally religious, when it damages them. There's a damage. Actually, there's actually a study I had for you've talked about Solination. We talked about this study in Solination. I don't know. I think it's still up in abortion. I think maybe when you guys on your free time, you can just go check it out. It's like a 7-hour stream, but we really showed
that
this
was
study
an
that
interesting one. That was a good one.
we talked about. I told you about the women who have, especially religious conservative women who have abortions.
I think I was there.
It does huge damage than the woman who is actually liberal and who doesn't really care about abortion. She's probably the woman who's liberal probably will only have maybe one abortion and stop. The woman who actually is pro-abortion and she's liberal and she doesn't care about abortion, she's pro-choice. A pro-choice woman will probably have less abortions than a woman who is pro-life but has an abortion. It's because that thing messes with your mind. So I understand where I'm just saying that I understand what's going on in her mind. I kind of understand. It's not like she's methodically. She's not killing people. She's not killing by choice.
I have another
She's killing
question
because
for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Marcus
I have
Garvey is
another
away,
question.
and then I want to introduce Brother Curry.
Yeah, quick question. You don't think after she had like the first abortion, you thought that did she give you the impression that when she had sex, the couple of times she thought she was gonna get flat screen TV? Because I think after the first pregnancy, I think she would know that sex creates babies. But you're saying, okay, these 15 abortions happened, and I think she's old enough to have known that sex creates babies. She's acting like she kept going and she was expecting a flat screen TV at some point because, did she not expect to not close her legs? I mean, the solution was simple. If she wanted marriage before the baby, You would think she would have closed them legs at some point and got the marriage before the babies and not wait till the babies come and say, oops, oh, he doesn't want to get married. Something isn't adding up. Like, she's making a lot of excuses for her actions. And my last thing is that she's blaming the devil, and I'm still sorry for the devil getting blamed for a lot of things that he had nothing to do with. White Jesus ain't real and the devil ain't, but he's out here getting blamed for a lot of things that, I'm just saying.
The devil somewhere eating Kong salad and wondering why y'all bringing he name up in this fuckery. But
hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
Yo,
forecast. Go ahead.
Yo, Tezzy, hey, I got your back, but I will say though, I would draw the line at 15 abortions. Though I would draw the line there.
Wait, just at 15?
No, I'm probably before 15, but
Okay.
I mean probably before 8 or like 5 or
Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
I am absolutely magnificent, man. I'm great. Still black, still living, still beautiful. How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Look, Tanzan, I'm glad you called forecast out, man, because Tezzy Woods kind of sounded like forecast for the women.
That's
Hey,
right.
but you know what though? I didn't even see this. I just heard the other lady just now. What's his name? Marcus Garvey is the way. Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, the devil did cause her to do it. She the devil. She's the devil that's constantly aborting all them damn babies. So the devil caused her to do it. When she look in the mirror and see she the damn devil. Now, one thing Tezzy said that I will agree with, not no 15. Maybe 2 at the most. I would say 2. Maybe a man told her you got to get an abortion. Paid her to get an abortion. I actually saw somebody do that in the army with 1, so that's why I'm giving her 2. Maybe. Come on, but still, after that, you just keep on. It just became a form of birth control for the devil. The devil began to use abortions for birth control. That's all it was. That's crazy. And she got to be held accountable for. She got to be held accountable for that. And oh, what she say? White Jesus don't exist, and the devil. But you know what though? And you're right. Don't nobody get lied on more than God and the devil. God did this for me. God paid my bills, but you went to work all week to pay your bills. Oh, the devil made me have 15 abortions. No, he didn't. You ain't have sex with the devil. You ain't do none of that. You the damn devil. She's the devil. And these type of women, and y'all know me. I take up for black women. I ride with black women. You understand? But I can't ride with this foolishness right here. I don't even know what the thing said. I just heard y'all talking, right? Cause I've been out. So when I heard y'all talk, I just heard y'all. I don't even know what the video said, but I just know this is just foolishness, and it's sad. And just think about how many of our women have gone down this road here in the U.S. I don't know where she is. And look what it has done to our population. Just think about if we had cut abortions in half, right? If we cut abortions in half, our population would be about 65 million. You understand? Because I went back to see and did the study how many abortions, per year, and it went from the 70s to now, and like how many of those people would have kids. You understand what I'm saying? So if no abortions, we'll have damn near 100 million people, right? If we cut the abortions in half, we'll have about 65. We'll probably have about 65 million in our population, right? So we have to stop this. And these women like this shouldn't be allowed to speak, talking about no damn devil made her do something. You did that. It was, like I said earlier, is a form of birth control for her. And whatever men, I don't even want to know how many different baby daddies was going to be involved in these 15 different portions. I
Now
don't
we
even
talking.
I don't even want to talk about that. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even want to talk about that. And how many she told she had the abortions. Well, little Leon, Brandon told me to get rid of the first one. Somebody paid me to get rid of the second one. But after that, I just realized if I just wanted to be free, I can just have sex, get pregnant, get an abortion, and I can just live my life. Shit. But now that I'm a Christian and I'm saved, praise, thank you, Jesus, and I'm praying in the blood of Jesus, I'll just say the devil made me do it. She gonna talk about everybody except her damn self, and it's gonna be a lot of women out here like that. Like I said, I love the sisters. I'm gonna ride for the sisters to the end. But this nonsense right here, it has to stop. It got to stop. I always say men got to be held accountable. We play our role. If we play our role, our women will play their role. This is not the woman's role right here. If any women listening, this what she is doing in this line. She said, I don't even know what she said, but she probably lying right now. That's not the woman role. We would not be able to build ourselves up as a people without the family structure. And you can't build a family structure with somebody who want to lay and have sex and go pay their couple $100 to have an abortion. And on that, I hear Mike.
No, I appreciate that, Bakari. And that's exactly how I feel about it. We cannot let these behaviors run amok. 15 is way past the number. I was actually going to spot her a little 2-3, because depending on how young you are, this, that, and the other. But when you start to see yourself reach goddamn 10 and 12, and I mean, come on, man. The problem is you. It's really not these men. The problem is you. You allow these men to impregnate you and all this kind of stuff, and this is what you do. And we got to be real about this stuff. I think I called on Real Black Gentleman earlier, and he didn't respond. Are you there now?
Oh yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah. What say you?
Man, come on, man. It's disgusting. I mean, man, she's definitely in a very, very wrong ethereal place. Like that energy is not like it's contradictive to like life itself. You cannot. I mean, I'm a man, and I can't speak for women. I speak for myself, but as a man, like, yeah, this. You had a lot of topics here about religion. I mean, this is again, religion is just lack of critical thinking, a lack of understanding of processes in biology and letting we find ourselves developing biologically through life, and our instincts and our autopilot chemistry goes on, but we're not really thinking about like, again, like, okay, she's going to get pregnant. She's going to have sex. She's going to get pregnant. And for months, it's like there's no sense of like the signs. And then again, 15. I mean, what is it? It's just a preference where she just wants to feel the baby growing inside of her, and then like snuff that feeling out. Cause like to do that, there has to be just a whole, and that's just, I mean, I don't even like thinking about how that would even go about. She just looks like a senseless goofy right now. She just looks like she's out of her place. Like this is bad energy. Like there's nothing good that can come from her. She cannot add on to life and life experiences. I mean, really? I mean, 15. And these aren't just like medical conditions where it's like, the baby was in the fallopian tube, or like, we did some prenatal testing and like the genome is really off. And like, this baby is unlikely, or even the baby is just unviable type stuff. Or like a genuine rape, or like she was genuinely like assaulted, and like, you know what I'm saying? And even if that was the case, like, these are things where it's like, there's no, how do you just contraceptive, plan B, just the chemical breakdown that prevents implantation on the womb. You know what I'm saying? That's what all that plan B does. So that even if the sperm and egg conceive, it can't implant onto the uterus. You see what I'm saying? Like there's all kinds of ways. I mean, there's not enough. I mean, she wanted that, and she wanted to tell about the experience for attention. That's wicked. I'm just saying that's wicked. I mean, I got nothing else for her, I'm done.
Yeah, she looking like the Steph Curry of abortions, man. I mean, that's not good. Did I get to everyone?
Can I say something?
1 second, Tez. Let me make sure I got everyone. Did I get everyone on the panel already? Okay, I guess so. Tezzy, you can go ahead.
I think guys, and getting what I'm trying to say, that my point is, she is not mentally well. She is mentally ill. That's what my point is. And it's been proven that abortion contributes hugely to mental illness. In fact, women who have multiple abortions tend to become drug addicts or alcoholics, or already it's just a high chance. I think it's almost by, they had percentage, I think it's almost by 30%. It increases your it increases your likelihood of mental illness by 30%. So each time she has an abortion, she gets more and more mentally ill. That's what I'm trying to say. That it's not, sometimes you can call her evil, but I see just somebody who is mentally ill, like somebody that trauma from abortion.
But
you see, it's not really, that's what's happening. That's what I'm saying. That it's been scientifically proven.
Shouldn't she protect her mental health from putting herself in these positions to have abortion after abortion?
No, but you see, the first abortion probably dealt the biggest blow to her mental health. So already she got broken there. Her mind just got broken then. So she's been mentally ill from the first abortion. So all of this just piling up on the crazy. So until it reached 15. So I don't know what state she is right now. Is she? And she probably can do more good in the world, probably by raising awareness. And what I think she is doing, I don't know what she's doing. Maybe she's raising awareness of what happens or all that. Maybe even I think she wrote I don't know if she wrote the book, but I heard something about a book in this video. So probably that's what she's doing. Maybe that's how the good contribution she's doing to the world. That this thing can happen like this, because it's never talked about. But yeah, abortions, especially for people who are conservative and are against abortion, or in a society that is against abortion, if you have an abortion, for a woman, it almost guarantees you some sort of mental illness. So that's what I'm trying about. It's not about her being evil. It's not about her trying to enjoying killing. It's a mental illness.
Okay. I got your back on that one, Tezzy.
Yeah.
Says psychopathy and sociopathy are mental illnesses. But let me also say this. When she kills 15 people, she may kill people who may be able to resolve or be problem solvers for Africa or even in her country. She could be killing the people who may be able to resolve cancer or illnesses that currently exist in Africa. She may be killing the next president. She may even be killing the next Marcus Garvey.
But what if she killing the next Tariq Nasheed?
Maybe, but we will never know because they are dead. You know what I mean? So I would just suggest that when we do this in mass scale, because I think that it's not only done on the continent of Africa, it's done in the Americas as well. Yep. You know what I mean? And I think that on a metaphysical level, and people like to talk about metaphysics, but on a metaphysical level, who are you actually killing? You could be killing problem solvers, or you could be like Forecast was saying, you could be killing the people who are gonna destroy your countries. Who knows? No one is gonna know, because these children are never came to bear, and that's an unfortunate situation, I believe.
Hey, can I say something real quick? And I don't even believe it, but I do have to say it just to be fair, though. You know what I'm saying? Now, how many Marcus Garveys is it? One, right? Or you can name how many people. How many revolutionary people are there? Not many, right?
Not many.
Now, how many people that will rob, steal, kill, and all of this other stuff?
Many.
How many coons are there?
Many.
So, what is the odds that you are killing somebody that is a coon?
That's exactly. Don't let him take you down that highway. No.
You're right, Tanzan. I'm sorry, y'all.
But Forecast, that's exactly the point, because she may be the one. You know what I mean? Yeah, a homegirl, a sister from the south side of Chicago who having 15 abortions, or even in the Bahamas who having 4 or 5 or 100 abortions. They may be that particular person who may be able to resolve the problems that exist not only in countrywide but nationwide and even continent-wide. No one is gonna really know.
So
You
you
know what I
think
mean?
she's
But
gonna give birth to Neil?
the possibility exists. But when you killing the possibility, we can't even ask the question no more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You killing the possibility completely. That's 15 people. Out of those 15 people, I don't know. I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
Because
I
those
would,
15 people could have had whatever number of children that could have been a number of Marcus Garveys or Niere or whoever. You know what I mean? So it's not just the 15, by the way. It's also their descendants as well. This reminds me of something too. I didn't mean to cut Mr. Untouchable off at all, but this reminds me of something too. I grew up in an area back in Nassau called the Grove, right? And there's one particular family I could think about. Daily Affirmations by Pauline's familiar. There's one particular family, but there's numerous of these types of families. And I had a problem with it since I was like a teenager. There's these folks who would be poor, can barely figure out what they're going to eat tomorrow, but yet they have 6, 7 children. You constantly getting pregnant, bringing in these children into the world. And you know you don't have pot to piss in, no window to throw it out, right? But you keep doing it. I have a problem with those people just as much as I have a problem with this woman here. You know, it's all problematic. Someone might turn on. Is that Bakari?
Yeah, can I say something in response to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing, what I would say to that is, coming from a big family myself, I had had 8 siblings. My mom and dad had 9 together. Then my dad had one before my mom, right? But when I hear people, and I think this is something that's been passed down, right? So when I hear people talk about all the children that they had, so on and so forth, right? It was they needed hands. It sounds crazy, but they needed hands to work on the field. Now I do understand exactly what you're saying, so don't get it twisted. I'm not going against what you're saying, especially today, but I just think that is something that been passed down by poor folks by our people, because
Yeah.
back in the day they needed field hands. That's just my
Right.
take.
No, you're absolutely correct, Bakari. But these people I'm talking about, these people didn't need hands for nothing. But they wasn't doing no farming. Again, they could barely figure out. I guess Daily Affirmation by Paulie may have left because she knows who I'm talking about. Oh, some people I'm talking about like that because she's from my area. These people wasn't working no farms or nothing like that. These are just folks who just literally sitting down all day, looking up and down the road, you know what I mean, and making children and bringing children into this world who going to suffer, who's struggling. You know what I mean? That's what I saw when I was coming up.
Quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
Did those kids grow up that did not make any changes in their families' lives?
Those kids who grew up?
Yeah, the ones that you said that the family that had all those kids. Did none of them grow up and like do better?
Slightly, nominally better. You know, because again, the effects of that type of thing is how does that affect their education? You know, malnutrition. You know, how does that affect their nutrition? So it creates these roadblocks for them in terms of success. You know what I mean? Because again, if your parents couldn't figure out how to feed the other 4 they had, and now they just made 2 more, you know, what are your chances really?
Yeah, you
How
gotta be
far
careful
you
that you're
going to
not
really go?
telling only. You gotta be careful that you're not gonna tell the rich that they can only have kids and the poor can't have kids. Because my grandma was poor, living on a small house in the mountain in St. Vincent, and she had like 12 kids that survived, and I don't think anybody really got out of poverty until like this generation. And then now some of her kids are now seeing it. But my mom would be like, yeah, Granny had too many kids. My mom didn't like the fact that my grandma keep having kids. And she was one of the she was the first girl and the third child, and she felt that our grandma had way too many kids. So it's kind of slippery slope, because then you're kind of saying, oh, poor people shouldn't be having a bunch of kids while rich people should. You know, it's kind of weird because when I was pregnant with my third child, I met a lady who was pregnant with her 13th child, a white woman. And, you know, I was like, I wouldn't be going to 13, but it was kind of different. You know, it's odd. Children are a blessing. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, but you got to feed and clothe them. You have to raise them. You have to educate them. And if you don't have the resources to begin with, you do need to kind of limit that output. My grandmother who raised me, my grandparents raised me in Nassau. My grandmother they had 10 children. You know what I mean? My other grandmother, my mother's, she had something like 17 children. You know what I mean? And they did nominally better, but what held them back in a lot of cases was there's all these goddamn kids.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does anyone want the last word on this problem before we move into problem number 5? Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the lady that there is this idea that I don't know that the poor people shouldn't have kids and the rich should not should have more kids. I think it comes from eugenics. In fact, the whole concept of family planning comes from eugenics. I don't know if it's during the Nazi era or something. People, if you really investigate the origins of family planning, you realize that it comes from the founders of eugenics, meaning Absolutely. That there's a specific master race that are supposed to have kids and everybody else shouldn't have kids, or the perfect child. That's really the origins of family planning. But in the end of the day, this thing, it's the dynamics that were 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago are still the same right now. In the end of if you look at the biggest economies in the world, what do they have in common? Like, what do they have? The biggest economies of the world, what do they have in common? They have plenty of people. They have huge populations. So in the end of the day, people, all this capitalism, all these factories, all this, they're not making products for bird or for robots. They're making products for people. So in the end of the day, the whole economy is based on people everywhere. You can't take people out of the equation. If there's less people, then your economy is weaker. So I feel like this is a myth that is pushed, especially towards minorities, that no, you shouldn't have kids. You shouldn't have kids. You can't take care of your kids. You can't. No, there is enough resources in the world for everybody to eat well. There's enough resources in the world for people to, for all the children to be taken care of. But those who probably are favored by the imbalance of society, those who benefit from the imbalance, will probably tell you, no, there isn't enough resources for all these kids. But no, they should be. So yeah, and second of all, we are all animals here. I don't know why you think poor people don't have urges, just like rich people or everybody else, to reproduce. That's like your primary.
No, but poor people
that's
have
your primary
brains.
role in this world. That's like your primary role.
No. Poor people have brains too. Yeah, we are animals.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have brains. It's instinct. It's pure instinct to reproduce. That's just pure instinct.
But Tezzy, it doesn't matter. Yeah? Tezzy, it has to matter. See, this is the problem that we have. We have a problem of, we just say, I was just thinking about the term today, it is what it is. No, it can't just be it is what it is, because we are creating a problem. You understand? I wish Daily Affirmation by Pauline was still in the chat.
But it's a problem for who? A problem for who?
Hold on. I know a kid who's come from one of these families where the parents were having too many kids. They didn't have the resources to really keep up with her. And I know a kid who had to go out there. This is back home in my hometown. Had to go out there. He felt his last resort was to go and get sodomized by an older gentleman to be able to eat. Daily Affirmation by Pauline brought it up in the chat a couple of months back. This is real life. What I'm saying is, if you brought in 2 kids and you had a hard time feeding and raising these 2 kids, why would you continue bringing more kids back to back to back? It doesn't make sense. We have to make sense of this thing too. We can't just be on urges and vibes. We got to make sense of this stuff.
But there are families with only 2 kids and suffer too in poverty. I've seen people that only had 1 child and 2 child and can't make ends meet either.
Then they should have looked at they should have assessed their situation, and they should have moved accordingly. I'm not a eugenicist, obviously, but at the same time, we can't be fools about this thing. You know what I mean? We can't just be out here, one time ago, I used to want to be like my grandpa. He had 10 children. But I'm in the real world now. I live in New York. I'm in the real world. I can't afford to have 10 children. Why would I go and still have 10 children just because I admired my grandpa who had 10 children? It doesn't make sense. We can't just do stuff just because it's a urge.
Yeah, I agree. You can't do it just because it's an urge. You know what? I understand both sides. I understand what Koku is saying, and I understand like, well, if they want to procreate, but I don't want us. I do think that our should be our birth rate. We should have more children than what we have now. I think what Koku is saying might be can be confusing it to what white folks say about they having too many kids. They said that because they didn't want us. No, I know that's not what you're saying. They said it because they didn't want us to catch up in population, right? They didn't want our population, even if we didn't catch up, they didn't want our population to be too strong. Koku is saying, you have to put like maybe a limit, or they should know a limit because they know they're struggling. But as long as they get that Eat Better Today card, and they can get their Eat Better Today, and they can get Section 8. Because I'm gonna tell you now, man, I can't speak for New York. I'm gonna say Georgia. See, we talking about gentrification, but those are the ones who getting these brand new 5-6 bedroom houses on down Section 8, paying $150, $200 a month for rent, bruh.
New York too.
So there is things you can do so you don't have to just struggle. But like I said, I do understand both sides. But if they do that, so you're not struggling, they need to be on they hate to say it, but they got to be on public assistance. And if you can be on public assistance and get you a nice house for you and your kids, and you getting food stamps so you can feed your kids. Shit, I knew a lady had 5 kids. She got like $800 a month food stamp. So it is what it is. And I know Koku just said he didn't like that saying, but the reason I said it because this is gonna be a hard struggle. So that means whichever way we feel, we need to start teaching our youth so they don't come up and go there. If they come up and go that way, make sure because I tell my kids, and especially my son friends, you make sure you're in a position y'all have finished college and y'all started your career and you married before you have kids. But I also tell my kids I want y'all to have, because I want a lot of kids. I want to live forever, man. Even when I'm not here, I'm still living through I tell my kids, man, shit, make by 6, 7, 8 kids. I want a lot of grandkids, but I want them to be in a position where they can take care of them. So I understand both sides of it. That's all I want to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to say, I'll say something real quick, and I don't really even want to say this, but I'll say it anyway. I'm like, I don't understand how we can have this smoke for the people who are here instead of trying to help them while ensuring the survival of the next generation of the people who will probably, because we not gonna act like environments don't play a part, and people born in certain environments, what I'm saying, if you are born in a because that's what we're talking about here, a lot of the problems in our communities now, I'm gonna be what y'all saying is 100% correct. So this is coming from a person who doesn't have no kids, what I'm saying, I try to be careful in every way that I have, but I'm not gonna act like I'm not a man and I haven't done things, what I'm saying, are you telling me now we know who this sister is? Yeah, okay, whatever. But you've met a sister like that you probably will get it in with, and then whatever it happens. You telling me that you wouldn't get you would just be like, yo, it is what it is. She'll just be my baby mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not condoning none of that. And that's why I'm, thank God, you know what I'm saying? I just got blessed, you know, because I reached an age where I'm mature enough to be able to distinguish somebody who is what they are now, you know what I'm saying, at this age. But like, you know, like I'm not gonna act like, yo, like the environment don't play a part, and like, because sociopaths are created, psychopaths are born. From what I understand, I may be wrong, y'all could correct me, you know what I'm saying? And these are things created by your environment. Would be the difference. Like, no matter what environment you come from, your parents could be rich and give you everything, but you torture pets or whatever. And a sociopath, somebody who may have had to put in enough work, you know what I'm saying, and did a lot of grimy things to where they lost feeling, you know what I'm saying? And psychopaths and sociopaths lose their feeling, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I think there's a complete difference between, and not that anyone, like, no, both aren't a threat, but yo, sociopaths are created. So if you destroy the society that creates the sociopath, you may have your own problems, but it'll be your own problems. But you know, like, that's just for me. You know, if you're gonna be willing to do away with what everybody else, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it is what it is, you know.
I appreciate that forecast. Does anyone who hasn't spoken much want to have the last word here before we go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight? The poster of this didn't show up on the panel tonight, by the way. I think who was that who was trying to speak this time?
There was
Yeah,
me, kind of off topic, so no priority.
Okay. That was a good discussion. Tezzy, make it quick, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. Also, I would like also to add that I believe in the opposite. I believe if you're poor, you should definitely procreate as much as you can. I think that is the best way. It's not about just you as an individual. It's about your people and your community. You need to apply population pressure. That's the only way you're going to. Poor people tend to become like huge populations until they become a threat, until their issues are usually solved like that. You know, I'm not in America. I'm in Africa, and like Africa right now, we have like the youngest population in the world. I think we're the youngest continent, and we are primed to be like, I think we are 1.2 billion. They're saying that we'll become 3 billion in a few years or something. But the politicians in Africa, they're not about family planning. They're all about procreation. Even though you find that the message on paper it's family planning, but the politicians, when they talk to Africans, they're like, "Hey, procreate." That's they like, even you can even see it in India. They have a huge population. I think they are a billion, 1.2 billion, and you can see the benefits of having a huge population. Even China, you can see the benefits of having a huge population. So my point is, if you're poor,
China has the most population.
Yeah, so that's my point. If you're poor, you should procreate and apply population pressure. Population pressure is what changes civilization. There's no other way you're going to change anything without population pressure. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good point. It's not an opinion. Population is economy. It's true. I finally found something on topic to say. But that's true. A few weeks back I read something like that, and so the African continent is underpopulated. And that's why it's a bit difficult to have an economy run fluently. So yeah, procreate, man, procreate.
Wow.
I'm trying to get hold on a second. Kevin Curry, I'm gonna drop you from the panel for a second. I'm trying because the studio is full. I'm trying to get Razuli on. He's the one who posted the prompt to begin with. Razuli, don't be late in the future, please. Try it again now, Razuli. Jump on. Tanzan, you go ahead and say what you have to say.
No, I was just saying that's an interesting point. I hadn't, thought of that. But yeah, that's all.
All right, let's welcome Razuli in. Razuli, you're late, but what say you to all of this?
I just think that, I mean, I don't know if this was a hit piece. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if this was just weird to me. I was listening to it, and it's like this lady had 15 abortions. And to me, we need, I'm gonna say I'm pro-life. I'm a pro-lifer. And I just think that because somebody had mentioned the eugenics and all of that, and somebody was just talking about, like, I just saw a statistic that said only 8% of poor people have abortions. Abortions are really a middle class and rich people thing. Like, poor people don't really have abortions like that. And I think, to me, this is, I don't know if this is a hit piece on marriage or on the black man, because again, it seems that she's talking about the black man or whoever she was with made her have those abortions. So I don't know. It's just weird to me that I'm trying to understand, is this a hit piece on black unity and also on reproduction? So I don't know. I just felt that this was very weird, and it's just, and I think we need, even though I heard people say, oh, what if you poor? Why you should bring kids in a poor society? But it's either you're gonna practice abstinence, or if the baby is there, that could be a Desaline, that could be a Khalid you just murdered. So that's how I feel about it.
All right, I appreciate that, Erzuli. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 is with us. I think I saw a comment earlier, but I didn't have a chance to point it out. Trigger Happy 262 says, if we are being honest, I don't think you can be a nationalist and pro-choice or anti-natalist. Also, African cultures were not anti-natalist. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says they make abortions cheap in the hood. They subsidized by the government. Absolutely. Listen, I understand the whole eugenics thing of it. I'm talking about the personal responsibility of bringing children into the world. Personally, I have a big issue with folks who are flippant about how they bring children into the world and how you're going to raise them and guide them, and etc. Because I've seen kids who suffered. I've seen kids who suffered. The matron says her faith made her have those abortions. Trigger Happy 262 says, I think the best arguments for pro-choice is many arguments regarding children that are born in bad situations. But then I argue that you have to change society. And I would actually join you in that argument. If you're going to be doing all that, then you have to be leading the charge to change the reality. But with that said, let's go.
So if that's the case, why don't we if people feel that kids shouldn't be born in poverty-stricken area, which I understand, but at the end of the day, what if you're not practicing abstinence or you're practicing safe sex where you don't have it? Why should it be okay to carry on with the procedure when you should have been having a discipline not to do if you know you can't afford it?
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
But I think a lot of us are saying that if they get pregnant and they are poor, then the best thing is an abortion.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying before you get to that point, you should have practiced whatever you had to practice, safe sex, abstinence, whatever it was you had to practice. But don't go and get pregnant 15 times and get 15 abortions. I think someone was trying to say something. Who's trying to speak? I can't see. Was it Tanzan or was it Marcus Garvey's delay?
No, it wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah, that's my thing. My thing is about, to go back to what Bobby Wright said when we started this conversation. We got to have some personal responsibility. If you know you drown and if you know you have a boat with a big hole in it, you don't go out to sea and bring more people on the goddamn boat. this shit's gonna sink. You're gonna kill a bunch of people. Why would you do that? We have to practice some personal responsibility. If you know you ain't about that, don't go out and get pregnant 15 goddamn times and have 15 abortions. What's wrong with you? And I understand there's traumas and stuff like that. I give respect to that kind of stuff, but go and seek help. Don't just throw away 15 potential lives out there. And it's even more than that when you start thinking about those 15 could have had X amount of children themselves had they survived. You know, if you poor and destitute and struggling, why would you bring 5 mouths back to back into the world that you can't feed? And I understand there's social safety nets and this, that, and the other, but you still have to practice some self-awareness, some personal responsibility. I get the understanding that we have nations of people who want to see African people not have sufficient numbers. I get all of that. Yes, we need to have children. I'm not saying don't have children, but I'm also saying be responsible in how you go about doing it. For those of you who were on the panel before, you guys can click the link and come back on. I think we have enough room for like 2 more people or something like that. That was a good discussion. I thank everyone who's here having that discussion. If you guys in the chat appreciated that discussion, drop a 1 for me. Let everyone on the panel know that you appreciated that discussion. And if it's something that you want to talk about in the future, you could say so as well in the chat. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 15. I put a poll up earlier, by the way, and I can't see it now for some reason. I don't know if you guys in the chat can see it. Let me know if you can. But I put a poll up, and it seemed like at the time when I saw it a little while back, it seemed like a good number of people were in favor of the show going till 2 a.m. in consideration of folks on the West Coast, as D-Web put it last week. Trigger Happy 262 says we can't let maladaptive things be cultural norms. We have to eradicate them, which is stronger than a micro outlook. I agree with that. Right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Modern women are trying to force men to accept their immoral behaviors. Now, this is a kind of a multi-part thing. Let me see if I have the right links here. Yeah, this came with like 2 links, I think. So this is going to be a first. This is a Shoot the Breeze part A and part B type thing. So what we're going to do, let me share the screen with you guys. Yeah, let me share the screen. And then let me put the link in. We'll watch this clip, and then we'll discuss it.
My girl's not gonna take dick from anybody else but me.
Even if she's paid?
Yeah, money doesn't run my life. Money is not good enough to give up my morals of you having dick and cum in your face and getting busted on, and you're gonna come home and kiss me and build a life with me? Nah.
Well, I'm a porn star and I haven't sold my soul, so.
And that's not really information for my life. I told you my opinion. I don't care if you're a porn star. Ain't a bitch bad enough.
So would you fuck me?
Like I said earlier, I would smash, but I would not date.
I'm a great girlfriend though. You know, you're kind of passing it up. Do you, a little side question.
You're not going to be a great girlfriend while you're taking dick from those 5 guys.
So, you know, well, I don't do gangbangs, number 1. Number 2, so would you think that I wouldn't be able to come home and treat you right, cook you dinner? Those aren't qualities you would want in a girlfriend?
Well, I think I can find those qualities and for them to do something that I respect outside the home. Unfortunately, it's not about what you do in front of me, it's what you do behind me.
What you?
Because my girl's not going to take dick from me.
Let's watch that one more time. Make sure everyone caught what's being said here.
Because my girl's not going to take dick from anybody else but me.
Even if she's paid?
Yeah, money doesn't run my life. Money is not good enough to give up my morals of you having dick and cum in your face and getting busted on, and you're going to come home and kiss me and build a life with me? Nah.
Well, I'm a porn star and I haven't sold my soul, so.
And that's not really information for my life. I told you my opinion. I don't care if you're a porn star. Ain't a bitch bad enough.
So would you fuck me?
Like I said earlier, I would smash, but I would not date.
I'm a great girlfriend though. You know, you're kind of passing it up. Do you? A little side question.
You're not gonna be a great girlfriend while you're taking dick from those 5 guys.
So well, I don't do gangbangs. Number one, number two. So would you think that I wouldn't be able to come home and treat you right, cook you dinner? Those aren't qualities you would want in a girlfriend.
Well, I think I can find those qualities and for them to do something that I respect outside the home. Unfortunately, it's not about what you do in front of me, it's what you do behind me.
What you?
All right. So that was like part A of this prompt. Let me see if I could drop part B. Part B says, when the men are immoral, so goes the society. All right, this is part B. Let me drop the link and then we'll have a discussion of all of it afterwards.
Would you date a porn star?
If it's what's her damn name? Roxy Reynolds? Hell yeah.
If she got the bag.
Huh. Would you date a porn star?
If it's what's her damn name? Roxy Reynolds? Hell yeah.
If she got the bag.
Huh. Would you date a
Good Lord. Kevin Carre, let's deal with the actual prompt here. Modern women are trying to force men to accept their immoral behaviors. Following that agenda leads to community suicide. And then the part B was, basically, when the men are immoral, so goes the society. What say you to all of it?
It's true. I mean, well, let's make something clear. You know, it's not all modern women are like that, but a segment of society of them. But yeah, if you're dating that and procreating with that, you're not really teaching your kids anything. Your kids is watching, the mother come home. There's no shame, and part B, you said with the father, yeah. If he's part of the problem too, well, there's no society because it's all about selfishness. It's not about building; it's just about destruction. That's not going to last more than 2 generations.
Tezzy, what are your thoughts? Tezzy, your mic is muted if you speak.
Hello? Okay, yeah. The question is, will you date a porn star? Or what's the question?
The prompt is right on the screen. It says modern women, and Tezzy, you have a bad noise going on. I'm going to have to mute you and come back to you. It says modern women are trying to force men to accept their immoral behaviors. Following that agenda leads to community suicide. And then we saw in this video here where you have some men going along with the immoral behaviors. And of course, society, is destroyed. So Tezzy, I'll come back to you. Sort out your sound. You have a noise going on there. Let me go to Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you?
Well, personally, I think that we have to understand as a people we are in a colonized world and we're living the European dream. If you look at the world, to me, it's like a modern Rome where men are having sex with men. Europeans are still having sex with animals and children and the dead. So the morality thing falls under the rulership that we're under. As African people, if you look at Africa in its pure state, if you look at the tribes that are untouched, you'll see that there's morals. You'll see people have an understanding of how human relationships should be. But when you get to us in the West, we're accepting everything and anything. So the first moral we're given is that sex sells. When I came to America, I've never seen so many female crotch shots in my life. Even in the Caribbean, when we have carnival, yes, women are winding up and stuff, but you don't see ads with titties and ass, and that's not what we put as the selling point for products. But in America, movies, songs, everything is like crotch, titties, ass shots. So, we're living under the concept of sex sells. So the morality obviously is gonna go. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, we're not living in our own reality. And so when you're not living in a reality that you created, this is the kind of shit that happens. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat asks, is it modern culture or modern women? That's a kind of interesting distinction to kind of make. Or is it merely Western culture and Western women? So that's an interesting question. Let me go back to Marcus Garvey is the way. What would you say to Trigger Happy 262? Is it modern culture or modern women versus is it merely Western culture and Western women?
I think they're all one of the same. Modern culture creates modern women, and Western culture creates Western women. So it's all one of the same. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. Let me go to Jay. Jay, what say you?
Yes. Well, you know, the 262 question is important. Before I want everyone in the panel to react on Trigger Happy 262's question. I've always thought about this part, you know, you know, men die, you know, men go out and do dangerous things, and this is actually how I thought, how I think about it in general. The deadbeat or the father that's not in the house. Men go out, you know, we go whale hunting and we fall in the ice cold water and we freeze to death, you know, or we can't even swim and drown. A buffalo kills us when we go hunting. A bear, we die at war, and then we're not deadbeat, you know. So what happened? What has happened the past century or the past 60 to 70 years? It's the mother that is not in the house, in the home. She's in the house, but the house is not a home. So mother is not there. There's a female, you know, and she appears late at night after the two jobs to pay the rent and to feed the children, you know. So it's when women started missing in the house is when the society became quote unquote modern.
Absolutely.
Right. So I think the modern women came before the modern society. It's not the modern society that created the modern women. So yeah, that's my look at it. I'm disgusted. You know, it's for me. I get the same feeling watching at this fake lip female that we're watching now, acting as if she is entitled to have a man. No, sir. And it's sir. No, sir. You are entitled to do your work, and you know, if you get a partner that was born a man, he's not a man anymore if he's your partner. I'm sorry, you're a porn star. No.
Jay.
In my world, it does not exist.
Jay, is being a porn star immoral?
Yes.
Marcus Garvey is the way. Is being a porn star immoral? You're muted if you're speaking. Maybe Marcus Garvey is not there. Kevin Carey, is being a porn star, in your opinion, immoral?
I don't judge. That's up to the person. You know, adults make decisions for themselves, so I can't make judgment for that.
Okay. Do you cohabitate with immoral people?
It depends on the situation.
So you would cohabitate with a porn star?
I mean, if we're stuck, you know, let's say we're somehow I don't know this person. We're on a tour guide, you know, in some snowy place, and we get the cave in. I'm stuck with that person, you know. That's the situation.
I mean, would you date a porn star?
Oh no.
Okay, all right. Let me get to the brass tacks of it, right? Lero in the chat says being a porn star is indeed immoral. You know, she also says live and let live will literally breed anything. I agree with that. That live and let live, it is what it is. That's where all the bullshit comes from. Let me go to Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, I mean, how do I say it? I mean, yeah, it's kind of stated kind of broadly, and yeah, you know, I gotta say it's not all, but yeah, I mean, we in this time that we live in, there are indeed, I will say, some modern women who do indeed try to force some men to accept or to just like, how would I say it, not complain or not contest or not, you know what I'm saying, behaviors or actions. And yeah, and I think there's a lot of that going on in business and in politics that, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of things that a lot of people modern, you know what I'm saying, who, you know what I'm saying, all up in it, you know what I'm saying, doing what they do. And they, you know what I'm saying, they use subterfuge, try to do all kinds of stuff. I mean, we're talking about like, you know, women don't really do like a lot of like physical stuff, but there's a lot of psychological like withdrawal type stuff that they'll wield. You know, like withholding the baby from the father, you know, the whole idea that men can't stay in the home if you can't get welfare. And black women have not like marched on Washington to say, cancel this shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where's that million woman march? That's the million woman march that's needed. Like, let's do it. That's, hey, already. And so like, yeah. I mean, I got deep, complex feelings about this because I think it kind of goes all the way back to emancipation and even before slavery, where some black women do want to be close to white massa and they do want to have that power. They just want it. You understand what I'm saying? They just want to emulate it. The best that they can. And in their limited life and the limited abilities or whatever, you know, psychological hurt, at some point you got to have backbone and soul to do and say and to be the best that you can. You got to always have your best move, your next move, your best move. And I mean, yeah, and as a man, I see it. I see, you know, the aggression part of it. I can say it's the diet and it's the soy, but I mean, you know,
it's the soy milk, huh?
It's the soy and the estrogens and I mean, some backbone and, you know, some soul and do the right thing.
Real Black Gentleman, let me make sure I kind of recenter the conversation just to be clear.
Yeah.
I like what Trigger Happy 262 is saying. Instead of using immoral, let's talk about bad behaviors or detrimental behaviors. So I agree with that, what he's saying in the chat. But modern women.
Hey, can I say something? Yeah. Hey, Trigger Happy, if Trigger Happy wants to join the panel, Trigger Happy can join the panel.
Right. But Real Black Gentleman, my question to you is, do you see it as modern women are trying to force men today to accept these detrimental or bad behaviors?
Yeah, like I say, the psychological tricks, the withdrawals, and the subterfuges, the oblique and obtuse behavior and attitude. Yes, and they use this shit to, in a lot of ways, you know, the way that, you know, we can say the white man's culture, but then they don't inverse that stuff. They don't reflectively like oppose it. They kind of emulate it and kind of like meld and spoon themselves to it. Some, and when I say some, I hate to say it's a percentage between 30 and 60. I'm talking about adults.
Right. Did Tezzy get his sound together yet? Tezzy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. You sound much, well, for a minute there you sounded much better. Try speak your piece, but there's a noise coming from your device.
Okay, let me go back and let me get out and come back.
All right, I'll go to the next panelist. So mute your mic for the time being. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Oh, good. I personally think that when we use terms like women and men, I think that we using these terms very loosely because for me, a man is a person who thinks for himself. You know what I mean? He could critically analyze things for himself. So the idea of him being forced into a behavior that he considers to be immoral is, to me, that's really a ridiculous notion because no one could force you as an independent human being or what I consider to be a man to have someone else, goad you into an activity or behavior that you deem to be immoral. One of the first criteria in being a man is just to be having independence of thought. So I don't agree with just this whole premise of being forced into behavior that you would not necessarily be inclined to do. And this the first gentleman in the interview, he is, for me, he is a good example of that because irrespective of what he saw with this lady, because men are moved by what they see at times. She's a relatively nice looking lady, but he said, no way. I don't know what you're gonna do, but I'm gonna do this. So he wasn't swayed by all of her femalisms that she was trying to present to him. He had a particular standard, and he thought a particular way, and he wouldn't be moved. He wasn't moved by what she was trying to come to him with. That's, to me, that's what manhood is. And another example, which was an alternative example, was when she was interviewing them two guys, and I can remember I call them guys now. Because she presented them the same question. She said, well, if she has the bag, men don't answer questions like that. Yeah, if they was just like these, I feel like these guys are studs or bucks. You know what I mean? So they doing it for different reasons. They really don't have no independence. If she has the bag, it was really just a ridiculousness. But I think that with us, sometimes we need to be very clear in our distinctions because for me, what a man is something different from what a male is. And we have a lot of adult males out here with the genitalia and the age or whatever else have you, but they don't necessarily pass for the criteria of what I consider to be a man is supposed to be. All women, you have a lot of grown women out here, adult bodies, but they have childish minds. You know what I mean? We consider them to be modern, but these people are backwards. They throwbacks. You know what I mean? And they're not gonna last. Yeah, like how Tony Montana say, Scarface, they're not gonna last, man. These people are not gonna take you into maturity at any level. As soon as something happens, something real happens, as it happens to all human beings, they're gonna leave because their premise is glitz and glamour. Who could I get with to put me in a comfortable whatever? And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody want to feel comfortable. But these people are not gonna last, man. I don't. For me, I don't consider these people to be past the criteria of what I believe to be womanhood. But that's just me.
Mr. Untouchable, I'm gonna drop this gem an old math teacher back in C.I. Gibson gave me.
C.I. Gibson.
Yeah, and then I'm going to give a follow up to this prompt.
Sure.
My old math teacher Stanley Miller, he had a saying. When the kids, I think I've said this on Shoot the Breeze before, when the guys were acting up in class, he would say, sometime a kid might say, well, it was Roderick who caused me to be that way, to act that way. And Stanley Miller would say, are you a man or a mannequin?
That's old school.
Stanley Miller,
That's
by the way, shout out
I
to
remember that saying too.
Yeah, shout out to Stanley Miller. He was from Rock Sound, right? He was some kind of family to my grandparents who were from Top Bay, Lutra. Stanley Miller would say, "Are you a man or are you a mannequin?" Meaning,
yes, sir.
Are you a man who places yourself where you want to be, or are you a mannequin who allows other people to put you in situations?
Absolutely, right? And he was dead on.
Right, but I would would offer this because I think this is if I understand the poster, I think this is where the poster is going with this topic. When the norm becomes, well, all your women are basically, because again, we don't create, nor are we living in our natural realities, as some people in the chat are pointing out, like Bobby, you're right, right? We're not in the African incubator, right? We're in someone else's incubator. When most of your women, if not all of your women, become this thing that we see in this video right here, where you're basically out here, like this dude pointed out, getting skeeted in and skeeted on and all this kind of stuff, right? That in itself is a bit of a strong arm, right, for men to kind of accept the behavior, don't you think?
When the norm is pushing a particular agenda or ideology, I look for the anomaly. Because for me, I think a certain way, and I have to be extremely particular in the kind of character or individual that I would like to associate with or have my children with for a very long period of time. Because for me, if this is the norm, I remember watching a documentary by Nixon, and he said he was in a meeting with one of his presidential staff, and he said that in the next 500 years, these black people in this country won't be around. That's what he said in a private meeting with one of his undersecretaries. It was a private, I forget the name of the documentary itself. So if these people create a paradigm for us to be headed toward something that would be self-destructive, and this president said in the next 500 years, then for me, it's incumbent on me to look for the anomaly, because an anomaly will go against the fray. If 90 or 70 to 80% of our households is run by females, right? Then I know that my chances of a woman perceiving me as anything to be worthy to have around is very slim to none. But I'm gonna look for that 30%. And if I don't find that 30%, let me go be by myself then. Yeah. Or let me say this. Let me say this. I'll put this to you. My sister told me a long time ago that, and it ain't no slight on America at all, but she said America ain't the only place in the world.
No.
And I met people from all over the world. If some people in the Caribbean, you have people in black people in South America and in Africa and in other places of the world. I'll go fish somewhere else. You know what I mean? Who says I have to fish in one particular pond to look for a worthy mate? I don't have to fish in that pond. Just because I go fish in another pond. If that's what the general consensus is, that the society for women, the standards of what a woman is supposed to be is whore culture, then let me go find a culture that ain't whore culture. I fine with that, man. I good.
In the chat, Lero says we are in a hypersexual society. Sex is a priority and the main selling point of relationships between men and women. She goes on to say sex has also been commercialized, and that's not new. But what is new is to shame such commodification now makes you the outlier and the one on the wrong. She goes on to say, live and let live will literally breed anything, which I agreed with earlier. She said, being a porn star is indeed immoral. The forecast said that was a good dodge. I think that he was talking when I asked Kevin Carre that question. Trigger Happy 262 says, I know I'm being technical, but one would distinguish whether something is right or wrong intrinsically versus good or bad behavior. And I definitely consider it bad or detrimental behavior. Bobby Wright says, Dr. John H. Clark talked about Africans in the West being out of our cultural incubator. And now we adopt we adopt and embrace the Europeans' culture and morals. I cannot disagree with that. Trigger Happy 262 says, in my opinion, Black people, depending on the region, on the diaspora, have an imbalance of marriage and hookup or /sex work. There is more of an encouragement of hooking up and lack of marriage. He goes on to say, marriage is becoming an imbalance, or rather, a minority. Lero says, I don't think women are forcing men to accept immoral behaviors. They just do. Call me what you want, but men don't have to accept certain things, yet some do and even promote such. She says, how does someone force you against your own code? If that's the case, you never had one. Okay. Bobby Wright agrees with that. Trigger Happy says he agrees. It's not a matter of being forced, merely that men and women bounce off each other in terms of relationships or anything really. which becomes more of a cultural convo because our people are unilaterally taking in cultures and ideas about sex and relationships as opposed to one gender forcing on the other. Bobby E. Wright says African men need to stand up with their full manhood, quoting Dr. John Henry Clark. Lero says that she completely agrees, and she said that Bobby E. Wright made a great point about us lacking a cultural incubator, and more importantly, a lack of an economic base to support such. Real Black Gentleman is in the chat talking, saying y'all need to look into modern women in high places, and you'll see the soft forcing on compulsions. Okay, we're going to double back to that. Lero says, as a woman, though, a man can't force me to accept his immoral ways or ideals. I know who I am and the type of people I want in my life. I can't fold on that. So that's one lady speaking. I saved this next lady for later down in the conversation because I wanted another woman's opinion later in the conversation. I got Marcus Garvey's is the way earlier. Tanzan, what say you?
I think there's two standards going on, and two kinds of men's society or values, so to speak. The first man, he is more of, oh, I want a family, I want a relationship, I want something serious. And then the other two are sort of, well, I'm just looking for something casual and so on. So it depends on the what somebody wants in life, and that determines their code. So if somebody wants the seriousness and the commitment, then definitely they would be interested in the lady as a partner, as a permanent partner. But even he said that, yeah, I would go with you for a night, but I wouldn't stay for the day. But yeah, so even he would consider that, and I think that's what gives the women that power, because there are men who approve of it, who will feel themselves lucky just to be with the lady no matter what she does. So and that's also with the IG models, who not as extreme as that, but some of them are in relationships with men who know what they do. So for me, it's this idea of forcing. No, it's not forcing. It's only that it becomes normalized, and so men, if they maybe still have the old-fashioned standards, they might be looked down as being weird or different or strict. But that standard is also set by certain men, especially men who were these activities used to be, they're not necessarily moral, but they used to be kept outside of the society. So if you wanted them, you had to go outside or somewhere secretive to get them. But the difference is now that they have been so normalized that those people can now just come out proudly and declare themselves. So men like the previous, the two that were in it, they used to be just the night men, just like the night ladies. All this used to be at the cover of Dark. So adults can do what they want. There's this institution has been there for a long time, but it's just the fact that nowadays they're promoting it more and more to younger and younger women and people. So that's the first thing. But I wouldn't say forcing, because it's actually the men who are driving the taste. It's the men who normalized things like the magazines. They used to be put in brown paper, but now they're celebrated like, oh, I know this porn star. He actually seems to worship her. So no, it's not forced. It's simply two conflicting systems that are vying to be to be the norm. And this first guy, that used to be in the norm, and the other guys used to be in the shadows, but they are slowly coming out. Yes.
Thank you for that, Tan. Forecast, what say you?
All right. Yeah, I want to say this. And I'm glad Mr. Untouchable went first. Because I probably would have said it a way that would have made people mad, because I think it's important to watch how you ask questions, because certain questions shows like your weakness. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a man, how can somebody force you to go against your morals at that point? Are you a man if somebody's forcing you to go against your morals? And that's a whole rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? But I would say this, and this is me speaking as a man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that if I do me, then the right people will be around me, you know what I'm saying? This is for anybody, you know what I'm saying? If you be you to the fullest extent, you know what I'm saying, 100%, then you will get all the blessings that you are supposed to get. So don't try to be anything. And the second question you said, you know, is the society something about men or something like that? And I would say, like, if any major population of the society, even if it's men, women, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, is immoral, then your society is not going to look good for it. And I got one question for all the dudes on here who can answer that, because Tanzan kind of brought it up, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, yo, because even the dude said, you know, I would be with her for the night. For just for any of y'all who can answer this, would y'all be with her for the night? Well, maybe nobody can answer that.
In the words of Donald Trump, I plead the fifth. Mr.
Lies, all lies. I'm kidding.
They ain't gonna answer that one. I'm sorry. I'll take that back. I'll take that back for the black manhood.
You know, I think the guy here gave an honest response that unfortunately will be used against him. He said, listen, he has a certain thing he stands on, but if you open to giving him a night, he'll take the night. And I kind of see where he's coming from. But he won't take that to be his regular, his special.
No, I agree with that. And I, and I would answer it for y'all, and I would say I would like to say no, but I'm gonna be real, you know what I'm saying? I don't know right now. I would say no, but I would probably say yeah in the moment, you know what I'm saying? But right now in this moment, I'm gonna say no. So but anyway,
I see it like this. You know what I mean? What this woman could do, what my woman can't do. That's I mean, maybe because I'm an older guy. Yeah, when I was younger, maybe. But maybe because I'm an older guy. What she could do, what she could show me, my woman can't show me if I feel like it.
Hey, shout out to Lutra.
Yeah. So I look at it a little bit different. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just me. And I've been in sticky situations where I look back. You know, when any of the brothers ever get any kind of test, like AIDS test, to see if you straight or no, and you look back and say, "Oh God, I shouldn't have messed with that one."
I rolled the dice. Yeah.
I don't like them kind of situations, man. I've been there before, and thank God or whoever that it worked out good for me. And I've been there. I've been in the fray of being a very young man and acting wild and doing crazy shit. So I just saying I ain't there right now. I'm in a point in my life where I ain't there, and I don't want to take them kind of risks with myself because I don't want my dick to drop off in the toilet if I take a piss. You know what I mean? So that's just me. It's just me.
No, and then let me say this, because and knowing that she's a porn star is different from not knowing she's a porn star, you know what I'm saying? And I know that for y'all dudes, you know what I'm saying? But let me say this, and I only asked that question because it would have went back to the last question, because if you do be like, yo, for the night, and you pleaded the fifth, like 20 years ago now, y'all, 20 years ago now, would y'all would have been cool with that thing then, you know what I'm saying? But don't even answer that, so I'll pass the mic.
if 20 years ago, I probably been raw dogging. You know what I mean? If I raw dog, could you imagine such a thing? No, man. No.
I see you look back. I can hear you look back there.
Hey, Koku, when he gotta get smarter. When he gotta get smarter, man.
Yeah, serious talk. Let's see if Tezzy got his sound again. Tezzy, what say you? Unmute your mic, brother. Tezzy must be falling asleep. Let's go to Razuli, who's been waiting a while. He was the guy who posted this. So, Razuli, what say you to everything you heard? What are your
Well, me, I agree with the guy with the logs. I'm not dating a porn star. Unless you move out of the country, maybe we could date. I'm not dating a porn star.
What about the night, though?
The what?
What about that one night, though?
Oh, let's know how Razuli is
that
getting
one
down.
night.
So stop playing, brother. Stop playing.
I'm not dating a porn star to have a life with. I'm not doing that.
Sure.
So
we get that.
I'm just saying that.
Are you taking the one night, though?
Am I taking the one night?
Actually, we heard you parlaying $20 the other a couple months ago. So we don't know what you're doing anyhow. So but go ahead.
First of all, I was giving that lady was asking me for money. It wasn't for that. What are you talking about? Anyway.
Right.
Continue.
Okay. What I'm saying is I'm not dating a porn star. It doesn't matter. I don't know right now, at the age I am right now, I don't think I would even smash. But when I was younger, 20s, hey, probably for the day, for the night, but I can't turn that into a wife or even a serious, unless the person is saying they're not doing it anymore. Maybe if they're not doing it, if they're like 5 years, 10 years removed and we out of a different country,
I ain't even
maybe.
on that run. But go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying that, like, in a way, if that could be the case. But what I just said is how this girl was trying to say, if this girl was trying to say that, oh, I'm bringing the bag, I could cook food, and the guy said something that was very thing. I could get that from a girl that's not doing that. I could do that from a girl that's not doing that. So I just put this point because I feel like a lot of women now, it's like they forcing you to accept certain stuff, and then people in the chat say, well, if you're a man, nobody can force you, but you gotta go to them to reproduce. So a lot of us compromise to certain stuff we wouldn't compromise because it's a unity. You have to compromise to a certain degree. So people say, oh no, I'm not gonna do that. There's a bunch of stuff you compromise with that you wouldn't compromise with if you didn't want to reproduce, because we had to go through them to reproduce. So there's a lot of compromising that's done between men and women that maybe a man would not put up with it, but for the fact of reproduction, they might put up with it.
All right. Did Tezzy get his sound together? All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a station ID break, and if you guys haven't subscribed to KWAZ Radio YouTube channel, do that now during the break. Before we go to the break, though, I'm just gonna drop what and this is gonna be a kind of a long one, but I'm gonna drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 because this is going to require a bunch of unpacking. I'm sure Lero probably has an idea what's coming up here. Let me just grab it real quick. Should be topic number 6 tonight is going to be, does this improve the community at large? Are the lines blurred between academia and the stripper pole? This has to do with this sister. I think her name was unusually, what was it? It was Unusually B or something like that. Unusually Bree, who was a therapist who was given some unsolicited advice online, and there was some backlash. So we're going to go through all of that. Just stay tuned, guys. Sit tight. We're going to do the station ID just to remind you that there are other shows on this network you should be checking out.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Make sure you're also tuned in to Brother Bakari's podcast as well. Brother Bakari on YouTube, as well as the Forecast, who's with us. Bakari was here earlier on the panel, and Tanzan African Mind. I'm gonna try multitask and drop those links in a few. Lero says, you know me, Koku, LOL. And KW7 said, I could never get past the fact that my woman was ever on film having relations with other men for the world to see. Shout out to Lori Harvey, who may have a potential sex tape out there. Yeah, I heard about that Lori Harvey tape that's out there. Tanzan will be back in a few. Tezzy's still here. Tezzy, we didn't get you for that last one, but just be ready for this one, all right? I'll get to you first on this one. So the prompt says, for Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, does this improve the community at large? Are the lines blurred between academia and the stripper pole? So I'm going to play the video that was attached to this prompt first, and then I'll give you all some background stuff afterwards. Okay, so let's check this out first.
Okay, since some of y'all need the confirmation from mental health professionals, if you want to be a hoe, be a hoe. If you want to be a slut, be a slut. If you want to go thought it out in the streets, bye, bitch. Be in the fucking streets. But definitely be safe about it and try to find people that are reasonably sane. But other than that, YOLO, shake that shit open. Because you know why? Because you know why? You're going to die. And you want to be in your deathbed, be like, damn, I should have slobbed on this dog. Like, come on, you want to be there? No. You want to tell your grandkids, yes, I was thotting. I was popping. I was living my life. Because you know why, bitch? You're going to die. So if you're thinking, should I sit on this shit? Sit on it. Sit on it. Sit on it. I'm a strong advocate for being a slut. Make sure you get that clean bill of health and use that protection, because we ain't trying to get trapped out here. We ain't trying to get... But yeah, be a hoe. Your therapist co-sign it. Be a hoe.
Yeah, so this young black lady is a therapist, and that's her advice. But what she went viral for, let me start pulling up some receipts here. What she went viral for earlier in the week, she went viral on Twitter for this right here. Let's check it out.
Don't you want to be able to communicate with your... Say you need to expand your emotional vocabulary. It's so your life can be easier. Don't you want to be able to communicate with your bitch? I think yes, right? Long gone are the days where you can just shut down. Bitches is not tolerating that. Like, it used to be where men provided financially or with schmeat, and bitches can make their own self come and we can pay for our own shit. So I'm gonna need y'all to catch up on the emotional part. If a bitch is telling you, I need you to communicate more, open your fucking mouth. But you know what I realized? And let me back up. A common misconception about me as a clinician is that 90% of my clientele have been men. Black men specifically. And what we specifically work on is expanding their emotional vocabulary, because a lot of y'all motherfuckers don't even have the words to express how you're feeling. So when you expand your vocabulary and knowledge of what you are experiencing, because y'all are human beings who experience feelings and emotions and don't have to choke that shit down no more. Y'all ain't had to choke that shit down since 2016. Anyway, if y'all are not in therapy, expanding your emotional vocabulary, your life just off top is going to be more difficult. When you expand your emotional vocabulary, you expand your awareness of yourself. When you expand your emotional vocabulary, you understand how you can navigate in this bitch. This fucking weird ass world that is so hard on y'all. Like, let's acknowledge that the world is very difficult for y'all, but y'all are not making it any easier, bro. You're not. When bitches are telling y'all to go to therapy, it's not for us. It's for y'all sad motherfuckers. Go to therapy. Talk about that shit that's on your chest. You don't have to choke that shit down no more. Y'all are doing a disservice to yourself. And so let me sum this shit up. Y'all told bitches to elevate our standards. And at the cost of us elevating y'all standards, y'all got axed because y'all didn't elevate either. Bitches are not tolerating emotional abuse, emotional neglect. Step it up. Go talk to somebody. Go expand your emotional vocabulary so your life can be better, bitch. All right. Go in peace.
Yeah, okay. So you can see from the tweets here earlier in the week, this person, La Patrona, said TikTok can actually be a gem. I love this. Open your effing mouth, men, come listen. And, you know, some people didn't take it too well. Torian Walker, who's pretty popular in black Twitter circles, says this is ratchet gibberish. And I fear if any man or woman who takes advice from this clown. You know, a few other people kind of didn't like the misandrous type tone and, you know, thought it was kind of dusty and all this kind of stuff. So that's the background. So just to give you background on who she is, how she came about recently, that's the background. With that said, does this type of thing improve the community at large? Are the lines blurred between academia and the stripper pole? Now, someone's trying to get on. Let me get through the panel right now, and or at least a few people, and then I'll have whoever it is trying to get on. I'll have you back on in a few. That's probably Kevin Carre, I guess.
Yeah, I'll step off if need be.
No. First, speak your piece on this first.
Yeah, this doesn't help the community at all. This woman just remind me of the movie Misery. That guy that was stuck in the house with her. That Kathy Bates thing. I would never take advice from this woman.
James Caan.
I don't know. She just give me a bad vibe. But I'll pass the mic and I'll sign off.
All right. Don't go too far because I'll have you back on in a few. Yeah, just step, and whoever was trying to get on, try to get on again. Oh, that was Lero. Yeah, try to get on now, Lero. I'll have you up. I know Tanzan was taking a minute, so she might not have even saw the video. Marcus Garvey is the way. What are your thoughts on this black clinician and her advice and the way she carries herself while giving said advice? Marcus Garvey is the way. Are you there? If you are, you're muted. Guys, please, whenever you're called up, unmute your mic so we could get right into the comments. She's saying she lost the link. Okay, I'll post the link. In the meantime, though, I'll go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this? Jay, are you there? Unmute your mic if you are. Jay might be sleeping because it's late where he is. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
No. I mean, there's a lot of passive aggressiveness. There's a lot of. I mean, I'm not going to take advice from her. Men should take advice from men. Women should take advice from women in general. I believe. Not. That, I mean, I'm not. I have sisters. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are people. I understand. To take good advice in general, but like talking about relationships and I mean, again, knowing the reasons why men may not open up, because I mean, a lot of times it feels like a lot of times when men open up, it tends to backfire, and what they say gets used against them in a lot of ways. It's like men have to have a tactful silence, a tactful stoicism. Sometimes it just seems like that men generally the sense of like a response pattern, and people like feeding off responses and stuff. As a man, like I can't react. I have to respond. You know what I'm saying? Right. Reaction is weak. People talk about you don't want to be a reactionary. Like the brothers used to say in the 60s, don't be a reactionary. But we have to have a sense of response. I mean, responsive. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily responsibility, just a sense of response and responsive when it's appropriate. Like, are the lines blurred between academia and the stripper pole? Did you see about the sister who posed nude in front of the what was that?
Yes.
FAMU? Yeah, I mean, yes. Lines is the lines are getting I mean, I'm not approved. I think there's ways that the culture, we say that the black community in America, in generally everywhere in the world, outside of strong African places, are really not closed ecosystems. You know what I'm saying? They're really open to whatever economic, social, political winds blow through and blow by. But like, there are things that you can have outside of that. You can have, I mean, we talk about being on cold. That sense of like, when these white folks say some daft stuff, we just don't react to it. A lot of times we have to have that sense of silence. And honestly, when you have, I'm just gonna say it, when some black women tend to react to what these white folks are doing, we can't react to the black women. We have to have that tactful silence. We cannot sit here and like when there's fake issues, you know what I'm saying? Just, it doesn't really matter. And just like, well, you know, when
since some of y'all need the confirmation from mental health professionals, if you want to be a hoe, be a hoe.
Real black gentleman.
If you want to be a slut, be a slut. If you want to go thought it out in the streets,
we'll let you come back and finish your thoughts.
Be in the fucking streets.
In
but
the chat,
be safe about
Trigger
it and
IP262
try to
says
find
once
people that are
again,
reasonably
those universities are really cooking up something that is destructive.
But other than that, yellow, shake
smells
that shit
like
open,
she has
you know
an
why?
entirely
Because you know why you're
woman
gonna
gender
die.
studies orientation.
And you want to be in your dead baby like,
feminist
damn, I should have.
Tanzana's back.
Tanzan would, you want to be there? No. You want to tell your grandkids, yes, I was starting. I was popping. I was living like life.
Yeah,
you know,
Coco, you gotta mute it.
if you're thinking, should I sit on this shit?
This
sit on
sound?
it.
I can't hear
Sit on it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Wow. This is quite an interesting one. But I think that she's one of those educated, thoughts. Maybe she had a vision. She went and got educated, and that just justified her position more. I do agree with her with one thing, that men should talk more about their issues, but I think that they should talk to other men first before they go to women, because like who was speaking before, who was saying that men need to be stoic with the silence. Yeah, because women will judge men as weak if they express emotions, even if they express them in a certain way. I mean, even if I don't know the only time you're allowed to cry as a man, what, during a sports match or during a funeral, maybe that. But women, for all of their, I want a guy who talks about his feelings, they want you to talk about your feelings so they can either, trap you, see you as a less than, or use it in an argument someday, it's like that small thing argument when people break up. Oh, you this and that, oh, you cry, you weak, this and that. And also just the way that she addresses the men. I don't know what kind of 90% clientele that she has with men, but if this is the way she's talking to them, I don't know why they're still coming back. This is not the way you'd talk to anybody, man or woman. Even if she was talking to women and calling them, the B word and this and that, I don't know what kind of a woman would go to a professional to listen to that. So she just seems like she's a bit off. I don't like to call people crazy, but she seems like she's a bit off. She has some issues she probably also needs to deal with before she starts giving people advice. And she doesn't seem all the way there to me. But I do agree that people need to talk. It's just I wouldn't say to her, or yeah.
Yeah, I had the impression in this video here in particular that she might have been drunk, but that's just me. Is Tezzy there? Let's get to Tezzy. I did say he was gonna go first.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'll have to agree with my sister here, Tanzan, that I don't know. She seems to be. I don't know the dynamics actually of black men and women in the United States, so I can't really comment on that. But I also think that men should not. It's my personal opinion that men should not talk too much really with women. Like I feel like this is one of the issues of the modern world, is where men and women are intermixing way too much, and it's breeding a little bit of disrespect, and I see it all of a sudden. You know, in Kenya we say kuzoeana, is in you guys are getting too used to each other that the respect that used to be there is no longer there. Like those, so I feel like maybe that's a representation here when she talks about also something I like to say is there is also I feel like the modern woman has a huge dilemma, huge dilemma that I've noticed that you see the modern woman is still educated and she's earning money and independent and all that, which is great, but the what you see they as you can see, and I see this a lot in the Western women when they see them in social media, they say that men haven't, that's the narrative I see, men haven't upgraded or stepped up or something like that. But I feel like it's because when a woman now she's working and she worked hard and all that, but she still need that feminine urge to be dependent on a man. She still needs that just feminine urge. No matter how much money she's making, she still has that feminine urge to be dependent on a man, and she cannot get the man. And the pool of men within that, the more successful a woman is, the pool of men within who are above her or even just within her bracket, they tend to shrink and shrink. So I feel like that's a huge dilemma that modern women are grappling with. Like, so you find that the harder she works, so she's going to look at all these things, like talking about communication and all that. But I think that urge to be dependent on a man is because of equality and all that. It's affecting, it's giving them a huge dilemma. I think that's something that I may have noticed. Yeah, I think that's it.
Teddy, thank you for that. And again, thank you for showing up on the panel tonight. I think it might be late where you are.
Nah, it's morning, and thank you for having me.
Yeah. Please do come again. All right. Is Jay still with us? Because again, it's late where Jay is. I know sometimes he might fall asleep because we're talking to him like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Seems like Jay is not there. So I want to take Jay off of the panel so that anyone else who wants to join can join with no problems. Forecast, what say you to this? Unmute your mic, Forecast.
Yeah. I would say that just from my experience, and I'm not gonna lie, like I've watched like all kind of things, like from psychological things to like all kind of these coaches that be on YouTube, and they all kind of have like similar themes. Not all, because they are well-meaning. And there I've seen a lot of female dating coaches. It's some of them, there are a lot of them that are scams. Not all of them. There are some genuine people that out there that want to help. But if you notice, like they all dress a certain kind of way. Let's just say provocative, and and by the way, this is also a part of the whole spooked out society thing too, what I'm saying, where people is out there looking for other people to tell them how to do something, you know what I'm saying? And a part of like the broken families, so we're not learning it from like healthy mothers and fathers and stuff like that too. So I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate your forecast. So I wanted to give her some time to hear everything that's said. And I wanted to see what my sister Lero from the Partiality Podcast has to say. Lero, what say you? First of all, how are you this week?
I'm good, Koku, and peace to the rest of the panel as well.
Yes.
I'm gonna try not to rant, but it's a couple parts I just really need to tap in on what she said. First, that first clip she showed about telling women, if you want to be a hoe, go ahead and be a hoe. Like I said in a previous episode, Shoot the Breeze, we kind of went back on this thing about the Dubai thing. it's predatory language being used, because one, in the video, she says, make sure you find people that are of sane mind, because a lot of times you think like, oh, maybe these women are just kind of, led by like just the hypersexualization and those type of desires and whatnot. But like, you know of the dangers that come with that type of lifestyle, whether it's, you hoeing for money, you hoeing for free. It's dangerous, and the women that I know, in real life who live that kind of lifestyle, it's not cool. It's a lot of messed up stories, and I don't support women doing that to themselves. The health risk, the just your livelihood is at risk doing that. It's all types of crazy people out here, and just, and it's not just men, it's other women too. And it's women like that pushing that type of language and coercion, go ahead and do it. Like, no, just, man, it's sick, so that was a turn off from jump. I didn't even, and the reason why I commented on that, because like, I didn't even see that before. Like, what? No. But as far as her video about what Black men need to go to therapy and yada yada yada, she uses the words emotional vocabulary and emotional intelligence. You would think as a healthcare professional that she was actually emotionally intelligent, and a lot of times too that I've noticed in women, when they use those words, emotional intelligence, is really manipulation, and it's gaslighting, and it's coercion. It's emotional abuse, really, because aspects of emotional intelligence are self-regulation, it's self-awareness, it's having good social skills, it's having empathy. There was no type of empathy for Black men in anything that she just said. She was talking about some y'all haven't been suppressed, had to hold your voice back since 2016. What happened in 2016 that I'm not aware of? That, like, I don't know what happened in 2016, but
I was wondering
just
about that too. Yeah.
like, come on now. And it's just, as a healthcare
Donald Trump
professional,
became president.
right? Like, what? And it just, as a healthcare professional, she should know better. One, I don't know why you would even get online as a healthcare professional and talk about your clients. Like, talk about the clientele, the demographics you serve, whether it be currently or, potentially. Like, that's just, that's disrespectful to the dignity of the people you serve. And then people are surprised that, oh, she got fired, it was wrong for her to get fired. Look, as a nurse, can I go up and make a live video about about my patients, whether I mention their names or not? No, I can't do that. Until y'all reported me to massa. You work for massa, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's your employer. Of course they're not going to agree with that type of behavior and thing. Like, it's just very disgusting. And those are the type of people that we have in these healthcare settings, and it's just something to be aware of. Like I said, that emotional intelligence conversation, she didn't show like not a lick of it. And a lot of times when people use those type of languages and that type of words, like, they don't mean what they say. Like I said, if you're not regulating yourself, if you're not aware of your approach and how you are talking to and at someone, and the type of language you're using, then no, you're not emotionally intelligent yourself. You have no room to school anybody on that. And I advise Black men, like everybody else, like, I'm not saying like, oh, don't go talk to a therapist, don't go see someone, if that's what you need to do. I mean, hopefully you'd have someone in your life that you could go speak to first. But I mean, of course, sometimes you need that professional help. Just, vet your therapist well. I mean, if you can find another Black male to talk to, I think that would be, a better choice first than going and talking to some woman about your problems and whatnot. Especially when they're going to get on make TikTok content, like, this content creating, like, that's just going to be the fall of some people. I don't feel sorry for this woman. What she said was disgusting. Like I said, as a healthcare professional myself, I can never go and speak like that about my patients or anything. Like, that's just disgusting. And it's funny because, like, even if what she said was positive, like, you can't do that. Like, you can't speak like that. You can't speak on what you're working on. You know what I mean? Like, the people you work with and the demographics you work for. Like, if I were to do that, even if I said nothing but positive things, my employer would have something to say to me. I would potentially lose my job, my license, and whatnot, because you're just not supposed to do that. It's about code. It's about dignity, of the company you work for and your clientele. She was completely unprofessional, and like, that's just the end of it.
I appreciate that, Lero. Yeah, Lero kind of let the cat out of the bag there, but yeah, apparently she was fired. Someone tweeted earlier and retweeted this video. I'm going to play it for you guys too. So let's check it out real quick. But she did get fired for all this nonsense she had going on. Let's take a listen.
Oh, story time? I think yes. Shit you not, I posted a video on Monday telling men that their dusty behavior is only harming them and that they would benefit from emotional intelligence. And I shit you not, by Friday, didn't have employment. All of this started with a Psychology Today article stating that men are lonelier than ever because they have no fucking emotional skills. And I agreed and doubled down and told y'all that y'all lives would radically improve if you expanded the shit that came out your mouth. But instead of healing, y'all will do anything but that. Instead of being accountable, like, hey, this bitch see me, and stirred a little bit, y'all got so hurt that you contacted massa. That's exactly what happened. So first the post goes viral on Twitter because y'all need fucking help. And y'all wanted to argue with bitches blue till they fucking blue in the face. Some of you hoes is not going to be saved. And that's the conclusion that I've come to. So because this shit's gone viral, I'm thinking, okay, cool. We starting a discussion on mental health and people are, you might not like my fucking delivery, but motherfuckers is starting to talk, you know, shaking the tables. I don't give a fuck. But then it turns into this entire crusade of attacking a Black woman who serves the fucking Black community. There were comments like, I'm going to find her credentials and report her because I told y'all to be better. Yeah, y'all are fucking weird. Y'all scream that y'all want to protect women, protect Black women specifically, but have done nothing to protect this Black woman who has been serving the communities. I have been violated in several areas, and I'm going to outline each one. This article was written by a fucking Black woman, putting my full government and my place of employment. So being doxxed by a Black woman can't fake, kind of fucking hurts. And she never once reached out to me or contacted me so I could spend my side of the story. This is the article that spooked my fucking job and got me fired. Not only did she not have any regard for my safety, many other articles have been written as a result. Here are a few of them, just to name a few. Black Twitter has words for therapists scolding men to go.
Yeah, so that was her firing rant at Amma Bookman, who a lot of us follow in the same circle with Amma Bookman on Twitter. She says you can't come on here and cry that you got reported to Massa as if that was unacceptable when you knowingly work for Massa and surely should realize that certain public behaviors and commentary are not going to be perceived as professional by your white employers. So with that said, Mr. Untouchable, now that you have all the background and everything, you see the prompt, what say you?
Sure. When this sister uses the terms, first of all, when it's healthcare professional or therapist, I'll deal with a profession first. When she uses the term MFers and bitches, is she referring to her white clients as well, or is that word just reserved for us? See, because I'm confused about these kinds of things. And then, first of all, any professional woman, so she claims, that she referring to herself as a female dog, we have no conversation to have, off the bat. Now, maybe that I'm not an elitist. But I'm not with the idea, because this new terminology and definition where women start referring to themselves as female dogs, for me, maybe I'm old school, but I'm not with that. You know what I mean? That's pimping and hoeing language. And maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm old school, who knows? As far as what has happened to her, the consequences of her actions, she seems to disassociate herself from that. Say, I'm not really responsible. It's you men who are not protecting us. What are you talking about? You go on an international social media site where the whole world can see, and then you calling people who may suffer from mental illnesses and problems that you claim that they suffer from, and you disparage them in every way, and then you don't want to deal with the consequences of your actions. Why do you think that people are supposed to be speak to in such low terms and low regard, and then cry victimhood when there's consequences to be dealt out after the fact? Don't you feel like you're insulting some people when you say and speak like that? In particular, some clients of yours, they may have issues with that. You know, you may need to seek a mental health professional yourself. You know, I understand we live in these days of wokeness, and for me, you know, I'm not in this woke era, and I don't believe in this whole idea of, oh, we all victims out here. There's some personal responsibility that needs to be taken, and she seems to have none. I believe she's a complete narcissist. You know what I mean? And she's looking for someone to blame for her ill and misinformed behavior. And she needs to deal with the consequences of her actions. I feel no way the fact that she's been fired. You know, in fact, if I was her boss, I would fire her. You know, and I'm a black person. You know, we deal with the delusion just because you black that absolves you of any wrongdoing, you know, or the fact that you shouldn't retain your professionalism in certain spaces. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? And I feel like she needs to deal with the consequences of her actions. She decided to take what her complaints were to social media and international platform and express them. And then she tries to claim victimhood. The hell with her. The hell with her, I say. She should be fired, and I'm glad she was fired. And anyone like her. You know, that's where I stand with this.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, Real Black Gentleman got cut off earlier. So before we end this discussion, we're gonna go back to Real Black Gentleman.
Hi, I also wanted to say something as well.
Oh yeah. I'm getting to your thoughts in a second. I just want to make sure I have everyone here. No, in fact, Zuli needs to hop back on. Zuli should hop back on. Kevin Curry, if you're still listening, you can hop back on too. In the chat, M. Chaka says, truth be told, we tell everyone to get therapy, but many of these quote-unquote therapists need to be vetted and need therapy themselves. He goes on to say, imagine the trauma she's put many patients through. Since Azuli is not here until he hops back on, and Kevin Carre, etc., observing immigrants, let me hear your dissenting thought.
I don't know if it's descending. My thing is, to me, she's from the generation that will present her concepts in an unprofessional way. So I personally think she was trying to reach or target a particular part of society.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she spoke to those people in the language that they understood. I don't think she was speaking to you and I, but I don't agree with what she was talking about, the thought behavior, but I think she was speaking to a particular part of society. And she knew that being professional and using, highfalutin words was not going to work. She was basically talking to the hood nigga. And, the thought, I don't know. So I think that's the way she approached it. And, with the TikTok community, she would have reached those that she was speaking to. Her advice to men, that's her professional advice. I don't have to agree with it because I'm not a therapist. But again, I felt that she was speaking to a certain sector of society. Do I feel she should have been fired for not being professional? Not necessarily, because again, I think she was catering to that TikTok crowd. I've seen other professionals, like Dr. Mike and stuff, who have approached medicine from not the, I don't know if I can say he's been unprofessional, but who've tried to be more casual and more laid back in presenting medical concepts to a different generation in wording or in a format that is more what they call Gen Z. So I think that's what she was trying to do, whether we agree with it or not. I think she was reaching whatever base she was setting out to cater to, whether we agree or not. As I said, I'm not a therapist. There are some thoughts that would think that her ideas were awesome, and those would be the thoughts that would pay for it. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So I don't think she should have been fired because she wasn't professional, because I don't think she was trying to be professional. I mean, come on. If you were basically twerking and telling somebody go sit on the dick, I don't think she was trying to be professional. I truly believe she was catering to a specific sector of society, and I believe she was reaching them. We don't have to agree, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that. I would say though, she was pushing the idea that she was speaking as a clinician. So I think that does have some, something towards culpability in terms of she was speaking as, she was speaking as a professional.
But not as a not as a not formally as a professional, more like informally as a professional. That's the way I saw it.
Okay. I could jive with that, I guess. Real Black Gentleman, you got caught off earlier. What say you?
Oh yeah, I'll be brief. Well, I just want to talk about the stripper pole in the academia. I mean, how would I say it? I mean, again, it's like you're young, you're. I mean, what? I'm not going to sit here and say that we shouldn't just like be like all tight. I mean, but again, this goes back to a sense that if, let's say, you go to college, but you weren't in like a good, strong family, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, one parent wasn't there or whatnot. And like you go to school and maybe you didn't really have a strong grasp. You're in a school where, let's face it, maybe half of the students there, you know what I'm saying, you're going to have situations where folks is going you know what I'm saying, show out. And it's a way of growing up. I mean, kids are allowed to make, I won't say a mistake. It's not a mistake, but I mean, that's not what I mean, it's like, in a sense, you might see, oh, that might have been the best move type stuff. I mean, the lines blurred. I mean, you had the senator out in Rhode Island, the twerking. I mean, like the academia, and I mean, yeah, it's definitely, the ivory tower. You know what I'm saying? Has a nice little pole going up towards it. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Did I get Tanzan's thought on this?
Yeah, I said she was crazy.
Okay. All right. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7.
Hey, can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, with this chick, yo, if I would bet money, she would be like unprofessional Candace Owens. But yo, I have to say something, like, it's kind of off topic, but I have to say it 'cause I just found out, and speaking of protecting Black women, I just found out my sister Erica Howard had to go back to the hospital, and it's kind of not good. So everybody's sending like positive energy to her. And I wish Bakari was on here because I'm less filtered, so I can't really say whatever because I don't know. But yeah, I just had to say that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. All of us who were familiar from Brother Bakari's show and your show, we became familiar with Erica Howard. In fact, she was on Shoot the Breeze one night just a few months ago. So it's tough to hear that we were all rooting for her, and you know what, we still are. We still are rooting for her. So I'll say that. Okay. I was giving room for some of y'all to send kind words or positives to Erica Howard, but it's okay. Should be topic number 7 tonight. Says, here is a tweet regarding Magic Johnson donating blood to help the underprivileged. Do you believe this is humane? So let me put up the tweet for y'all. I saw the picture and I thought it was wild as hell.
Sorry, Koku. Much love to Erica Howard. We are selling that positive energy, and we hope that she recovers very well from whatever is ailing her in the hospital right now. And if Brother Bakari, if you're hearing that, just let her know that she is in our thoughts in what she is encountering right now, and we wish her a full recovery from her situation.
Yes, sir. So I'm looking at this tweet closely now, and I see the source of the tweet is cock sauces. So we could assume this is some bullshit, but I thought it was wild when I saw the tweet on online, and it says, earlier today, NBA legend Magic Johnson donated some of his blood to the Red Cross to help underprivileged communities help fight COVID-19. And I was like, what? There's no way. I didn't look into it. And so I got kind of caught up by this story because I'm now seeing who tweeted it out. And there's no reputable organization called Cock Sauces. So it seems like we were duped a little bit here with this one. And Chaka in the chat says, LOL, you sure it's not a meme? Check the original Twitter page. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. The person who posted this, please take note of this. I didn't catch it in time, obviously. So I want to go to Shooter Breeze topic number 8. Because like a comedian I used to like named Corey Holcomb once said, if Magic Johnson taking a swim in a pool and gets a cut on his leg, ain't no way he going in that pool to swim. You have to boil that water to get him to go inside that pool again. So I always thought that was kind of funny. Shooter Breeze topic number 8 is do you believe what they are accused of? Is it a setup? And if so, why? This came with a link. Let's see what it has going on, and then we'll discuss it.
After years of hearing about the Russians trying to influence American elections through social media, today the FBI arrested a Florida man and raided properties in St. Petersburg and St. Louis. Federal agents handcuffed 2 St. Louisans and seized computers. As Fox 2's Shirley Washington reports, the St. Louisans say they have nothing to do with the Russian scheme.
Federal investigators executing a search warrant in St. Petersburg, Florida, carrying items out of the Uhuru house. Officials say it's all part of an international scheme orchestrated by Russia. They accuse Alexander Ionov, a Russian national working on behalf of Russian Federal Security Service, of using political groups across the U.S. to spread pro-Russia propaganda and interfere with local elections.
Ionov and his Russian government co-conspirators engaged in a malign influence campaign to sow discord, spread propaganda, and interfere in elections within the United States.
The facts and circumstances surrounding this indictment are some of the most egregious and blatant violations we've seen by the Russian government in order to destabilize and undermine trust in American democracy.
One of the groups the Russians are accused of targeting is the Uhuru House, which is run by the African People's Socialist Party. Federal investigators say Uhuru was used to spread Russian propaganda and influence St. Petersburg elections. In St. Louis, federal officials raided a solidarity center on Gravois Avenue, which is also the home of Amali Yeshitela, founder and leader of the African People's Socialist Party.
Behind me are neighbors and my wife, Ona Zene Yeshitela, who was also forcibly brought out and forcibly detained by FBI agents this morning without any meaningful explanation of what was going on.
And next thing we knew, we heard someone say, everyone at 4442 Redbud, come out with your hands up. So, you know, we're new to the city. So we're thinking some kind of flash flood, you know, because it's been flooding here. And then they said it again. And then we had heard all these flash bombs go off. As I was coming out, this big old drone met me coming down the stairs, you know, like it was going to attack me.
Yeshitela, who was born and raised in St. Petersburg, Florida, says he and his wife are not part of any Russian conspiracy.
Part of the reason they're able to make this claim with some aspect of truthfulness, of factuality, is because I have visited Russia.
Yeshitela adds he attended a conference in Russia over anti-globalization.
They have accused us of taking money from Russia. Well, first of all, we have never taken a penny from the Russian government. The U.S. government is attempting to use us, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, as pawns.
Shirley Washington, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Real Black Gentleman. She said drones. I thought that That was interesting as well. The prompt says, why am I not seeing it? The prompt says, here is it. Oh, sorry, not that. The prompt says, do you believe what they are accused of, or is it a setup? And if so, why? Kevin Carre, you're back with us. Do you think this is a true thing? I think we did discuss this a little bit a couple weeks ago, but do you think this is real or a setup?
I think this is a setup, man. I think at this point they're desperate. They're desperate to place anything to say, hey, look, look at all these black folks. Look, they're siding with the Russians in this war. Come on, where's the proof? You said they're accused of it. You got to show us the proof. This is getting really bad, man. This is getting real bad in the U.S. I understand it was never really a democracy, but now it's getting bad. But I'm gonna pass the mic here.
Lero, what say you?
Well, we talked about this on Harsh Reality Pod last week. They openly said though that they are in support of Russia, Nicaragua, that they're revolutionaries. One thing I kind of commented on that I didn't really like, one of their members, I'm not sure if they're from the St. Louis or the St. Petersburg, Florida organization chapter or whatever, but they were up on Fox News and MSNBC talking about, we're revolutionaries, we're here for revolution, we stand with Russia, and it just goes to show that, like, the state is supposed to be kind of revolutionary. The state is going to, put counterinsurgency efforts, towards your movement. If you're openly calling out for revolution and saying that you are allies with America's open enemies, I mean, you kind of should expect like these type of things to happen. I've even I had a conversation with somebody who kind of disagreed with me on that, saying I was being pessimistic and that they know and that they shouldn't, that I was just condemning them for speaking out about it. I'm like, no, you should definitely speak out about it. But I mean, what do you want America to do? You can tell them, oh yeah, stop trying, we're trying to put a revolution in your country, but I want you to stop stopping us from doing that. It just doesn't really, it doesn't make sense to me. It's not a setup. It's just, the state doing what the state does, functioning as it should. Yeah, that's all I got to say on it.
No, you said a lot there. I appreciate that. Forecast, what say you?
Yo, well, first of all, I agree with that. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But yo, for that Magic Johnson thing, I'm not even surprised. And you know what? We sick as hell. So we probably doing it anyway. Well, I guess he's not a John Brown, so we wouldn't take it from him. But I guess John Brown would be okay. You know what I'm saying? Yo, now I showed these thing and I showed their spokeswoman. You know what I'm saying? Now with this group, I don't agree with their power to all the oppressed peoples around the world and the Rainbow Coalition, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to build, you know what I'm saying. But if you are which we are not in that position, but if you are in a position where you're supposed to try to be strategic, if there is an opportunity to use an enemy against the enemy, then you do that, you know what I'm saying. Even if I start a war, then you do that. Use everything to your advantage, you know what I'm saying. And I don't know if people is like with Ukraine or whatever, or just because all of these things affect us. It's just that we're not unified enough to make moves to where we could use it to our advantage or disadvantage. But right now, we still in the country where it's still $5 for a gallon of gas. You know what I'm saying? Chicken wings $10 for a box. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be crazy with the wheat. I talked about the water crisis and all of this stuff that's going on, and we don't use things that's happening in the world for a political advantage. And that's what I was saying last time we was on here. We have opportunities that we are not able to use because we are not as a collective, but they are there nonetheless for us to be able to use them. And as long as we see issues as, you know what I'm saying, we just got to side with the lesser of two evils, you know what I'm saying, then you're always going to get some form of evil, you know what I'm saying. I'll pass the mic.
Let me get Marcus Garvey as the way, and then Brother Bakari.
Well, to me, when it comes to organizations in America, especially Black organizations, the U.S. government is always lying. So, they took down the Black Panthers, they took down everybody else. My other thing is with an organization like this, with what, 20 members, if they are able to sway the tide of the American-Russian relations on a global on a global level, that means the rest of us are wasting time. Because I can't imagine how they are such a security threat. They got like 20 people in their organization that I can see, unless they got like 5 million more in the wind. But if this handful of people make the American government run scared, they're just pretending. Please, that's it.
I appreciate that, Bakari.
Yeah, yeah, man. I hope my internet stay on this time. But for me, like I said, I looked into that group. Uh, my brother actually worked with that guy's niece, which what made me look into it probably a week or so before they ever got busted, whatever. They deal with way too many non-black people for me. I'm not trading in one white person for another one. That stopped global colonization for me now. This my how I feel. Stop global colonization to go deal with people like Dr. Amos Wilson said. You think those people, your friends, if they get in charge, they're gonna treat you worse than the ones here. Man, sometimes we just got to get out the damn way. If them white folks gonna fight and kill each other, let them fight and kill each other. I'm not choosing sides. Because if you think China and Russia give a damn by black folks, something is wrong with those black folks. And shit, we ain't in no position to talk about we gonna ally with somebody. We can't even ally with our damn self. But we gonna ally with Russia and we gonna ally with China. Look what behind them. Look up on their thing. I'm gonna just me personally, and I also met one here in Atlanta talking to me. I'm not with that socialist bullshit. Pardon my French on your channel, but that's what it is to me. I hope the brother stay. I hope the brother get free. But I think what they're pushing for me, that's I don't think that's good. Uh, we had a black man that come here and gave us the way. What I don't understand is we refuse. All these people talking that noise and what they want to do and the allies they want. Why is it so hard to follow a black man? Why is it so hard to stick to what Marcus Garvey did? Why is it so hard to stick to Isaiah T. Montgomery did? Why is it so hard to stick and follow black people? But we got to go follow white people and everybody else and try to include people in what we do who don't give a damn about you. And that's my take on it. Like the spokesperson, she was talking about Palestine and all. I don't give a damn about Palestine. What the Jews doing to Palestine, I don't care. Shit, it was African people over there first before Palestine took it from them, right? So then the Jews took it from Palestine. Whatever Palestine going through, that's Palestine problem. Black people need to learn to mind their own damn black business. You understand? I yield the mic.
I appreciate that a bunch, Bakari. That was good. Tanzan, I'm gonna ask you to follow up Bakari on that.
Well, I can't follow up too much, but I would say this, that I don't know whether it's a setup or not, but I would say that there's always a danger in attaching yourself too much to one ideology, especially if it's not a purely African based one, or just one for your people. Because once you say, oh, I'm this or that, whether it's religious, political, or whatever, your opponent can come at you not under the guise of your political beliefs, but really attacking you for who you are, for what you stand for racially. But they'll use your politics to attack you, or your membership in some group or other. So unfortunately, even if there were a group that was working for people and they did the right things for the community, but they're still following that socialist or ism, whatever it is, and they're forced to take allies that they might not have otherwise taken, because they're all under the same political umbrella, or they're forced to be attacked in a proxy war, because this is not an ideological fight. Obviously, it's a racial one, but they're using the political as a proxy. But they let themselves in there, because when you start to mix your ideals versus your people, then that's what happens. They'll attack your people through your supposed ideals. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tan. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, I think there has to be a difference between being isolationist versus being opportunistic. I feel like these Rainbow Coalition cats are squeamish in being opportunistic. With that said, did I hear from Real Black Gentleman on this yet?
No.
Go ahead.
Yes, it's set up. I mean, they see if how would I say it? If this was another organization, kind of, amping up another country, let's say pick a country, pick any country. There's 200 of them. Pick one. There's always a gradient to these things. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, I mean, I'm not going to overlook the fact that there was a raid. They raided Trump, and then they're going to raid in Palm Beach, and then they're going to have another raid here in Florida, and then kind of try to tie it in. I look. I don't want to go long into like my political ideology or like my theory and all that. I just see look. I mean, when you have just a rash of raids going on, like. I look again, like it's already been said, like these 20 people ain't got it like that, where it's just like, yo, this is going to be, you know what I'm saying, a new day tomorrow. It's not like that. It's just, again, Black people do really need to like not react to things. We don't have to, again, it's already been said, I see other people. And as long as I can identify, again, as individuals, and again, as broader identifying groups, I see things, I take as much into account as I can. I know that I know that we don't need to try to spread ourselves too thin as Black people, especially in this country, and trying to branch out with everybody across the world. It's important to see what's going on because people talk. I mean, people talk and people listen. I think capitalism, when we talk about capitalism, we have to go back to just understanding trade and how we can just, share with each other in a way that is mutually beneficial, and how we can have some long-term planning along with things and understanding multiple cycles and how things overlap in economics and society and things like that. If we have a festival where we need a lot of palm wine, well, we got to make sure that we have all that stuff ready in the months ahead so that at least we'll have plenty by the time the festival's there. These are things, and it's just intelligence and division of labor and delegating, tactfully, and not trying to know it all and do it all, and being too clever by half, because I see a lot of that in Africa. Just a lot of emulation of nonsense, just a lot of faddism, just a lot of catching on fads. And it's just like, let me go back to the topic, you know what I'm saying? Is it a setup? My bad. I don't want to drift, but yes, it's a setup. It's just like they want to say that, well, if Black people aren't talking about Black stuff in America, well, they're un-American. While these white people talk about Columbus, French perfume, or, European goods, Australian this, that, and the third, can talk about it culturally, can import this and the third. But, if some Black people have their own opinion about the world and kind of want to do 20 people. Yeah, it's like the big story, and so why? Because they Black, and because they not talking about what the plantation talking about. It's gonna be a good day, and thank the Lord. I'm gonna hang up.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're considering the people from the Uhuru place to be basically seditious for speaking about Russia, right? But why isn't that same energy being extended to half the January 6 people who was not only speaking seditiously but acting seditiously? Because a lot of those people got let off. They gave one or two of them, some quantifiable time, but the most of them basically got slaps on the wrist. So why I feel like the energy isn't the same, for the January 6 people as it is for these people in terms of sedition and the definition of sedition.
Yeah, I think we know. I think we know why the energy is different.
Can I go after you, Koku?
No, You can go right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so watch this, right? Now, I don't know. Maybe somebody else have, right? Me, I'm pro-black, pan-African revolutionary. I ain't with all those other folks. I'm a 21st century Garvey. So all those other people that they are with, why aren't they speaking up for him and going to try to get them? If you don't want to be with us, you choosing it. Why ain't none of those people? I'm not saying black people shouldn't care, but what I'm saying is, why all those other oppressed people that they care about? Why aren't they? They say they're worldwide. That's what their spokesperson said. She say they have a lot of people and they're worldwide. I forget how many countries, but she said they're worldwide. So why aren't those other people standing up, speaking out, and going to get them? You know, I'm gonna admit, like for me, I'm a little different. Sometimes, like I choose my battles. Like I said, I hope the older brother get out of there, the elder brother get out, or whatever. I hope those brothers and sisters be okay. But I've gotten to a point where I pick and choose my battles. I had somebody one time ask me, man, let's go stand up. It was some people out here. We gonna go out here with everybody and hold our signs and say we gonna stand with Palestine. I said, are you serious? It was a group of them. It was other people already out there here in Atlanta. I said, why are you asking me to go? He said, come on, man, if all us stick together. I'm like, man, fuck Palestine. I said, man, the hell with Palestine. That ain't none of my fight. The Jews can keep bombing them for all I care. They better, shit, they drop some bombs. Ain't none of my fault that they bombs missed and Israel bombs landed. Look, man, I'm focused and I'm only focused on black people. And can't nobody carry me all around and start saying focus on the Chinaman, focus on the white people over there is better than the white people over here. Man, I think black people got to stay focused. That's just my take on it. Shit, I shouldn't like.
Yeah, in the chat, Bobby Wright said, Yeshatella said openly he isn't a Pan-Africanist or Gaviite. He's a Marxist. Bakari said to Bobby Wright, that's why those other people they're with should help. I agree with Bakari on that too. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, he is African internationalist, which kind of mirrors Gaviites who distance themselves from being called Pan-Africanists. Their gripe is mostly that Pan-Africanism is integrationist and not working class enough. He goes on to say, while me, as a Gaviite, I'd argue they aren't race first enough. Bobby Wright is still with us in the chat. He says, the irony is Yeshatella talks about solidarity with Cuba, China, and Russia, and all those countries are now capitalist economies, which he preaches against. Trigger Happy 262 says, I went back and looked at their site. I've seen it before. And they have a Uhuru solidarity movement, probably like white members of the party. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says he'll never be a Marxist. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, even when I read an interview between Jope and Carlos Moore, Jope's only reason for being racially exclusionist is that he didn't want to be accused as a reverse racist, which is ridiculous to me. I agree with that, Trigger Happy. Lastly, Forecast in the chat says, why would they help? We find every reason not to help each other. That's true too. With all of that said, we throw it to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I am not with the Uhuru movement at all. You know, I think that their leader, Omali Yeshitela, is a snake in the grass, if you really asking me. I think he's a real snake in the grass because he uses the term African and the so-called idea of African socialist movement. But he is, as the brother was saying earlier, he disassociates himself from Pan-Africanism. He's not a Gaviate. He's a Marxist. His leadership eventually, it's not going to take you to Africa. It's going to take you to the Kremlin. You know, and if you really were to look within his organization, at the forefront of many of the people who are in control of the decision-making capacity within his organization, these people are Europeans. You know, and that's, for me, that's problematic. But in many of his speeches, you know, going from way back in the day, you see pictures of Garvey, you see pictures of Kwame Nkrumah, who was also a socialist, by the way. But I believe that Garvey never talked. Garvey disassociated himself from communism, in fact. and socialism is just communism is just extreme end of socialism. But for me, I find him to be very problematic, very problematic. And I personally believe that he is a militant integrationist. I mean, he's just a militant integrationist. Old man just and barking into the wind, trying to get followers and people them to contribute to his organization. But I am not a sympathizer of Omali Yeshitela. He's for me, he is just using his complexion to promote his idea of taking black people back to the Kremlin or Marxism. If that's what he wants, that's what he wants. But he's not really going in the direction that I'm going in. So I really could care less about his opinions. To me is as much as Barack Obama's opinions about his political ideology and philosophy. We are not going in the same direction, so we have to bid each other adieu. Not because he's a black person and he wears the same complexion that I do. That means I should have sympathies with him. I think that sometimes we get caught up in the fact that, well, okay, he's black just like me, so I wish him no harm. Nah, I don't know. Because if he was in control, he would be just a bigger oppressor of black people, just like the others. You know what I mean? Because he has a particular ideology and bend, and that's gonna, for me, that's gonna be have a deleterious effect on black people, just like the people who we see in control of the White House right now with black faces. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm a hold true to what I believe is right. You know what I mean? I agree with Gavi, and I'm going to continue with that philosophy. He is going in a different direction than I am.
Does anyone want to add anything to that conversation?
Let me say this, right? Me and Forecast conversation in the chat. Forecast say, why should they stand with him if we don't stand with him? Shit, he don't stand with us. He's standing with them. So if he's standing with Russia and China and all those other people, why shouldn't they stand with him? He don't want to stand with someone like me. I'm Pan-African. I'm a Garveyite. He's against that. He don't want to stand with me. They talking about, and that's what I tell, instead of trying to put it on people like me and Mr. Untouchable, all those other people that they're talking about, Palestine, any of them standing with them, but that's who they talking about. Russia, China, what other country they name? All those, what other country they name? Who she's standing with, who they are standing with. Why aren't those people coming to stand with him? You choose to go away from black people and stand with everybody else. Then it's mine or it's our responsibility to go stand with you now? No, call those people. See if they will stand with you. Why don't that make sense? I'm just saying.
Forecast?
Okay, I wasn't even gonna say nothing, but all right, so do you feel the same way about that's like asking like why don't white Christians stand up for black Christians? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna be like, oh, you side with the Christians, you got a two-sided God, or the Muslims, you know what I'm saying? You side with the Muslims. So like, are you gonna do that with them too? If you say yeah, then I'll drop it.
No, you go to a black Christian church and see how separated it is. Go to a real black Christian church and see, are they talking about going to be with the white Christians? That's all you got to do. Matter of fact, the stuff we talk
What's a
about.
real? Would you say Geno Jenkins got a real black church?
Okay, that's Geno Jenkins. So I
Does
can
he?
say,
I'm just trying to find an example.
I don't know. He got other people out there in his congregation. But I can say Dr. L.K. Slaughter, I can say Elder Mo, and I can name some more. The church today, they said it back in the 60s, and they say it today, it's still the most segregated. The stuff we talk about doing, just being amongst ourselves, having somewhere to go, look at the black church. That's what they do. They're not trying to stand with
God feel that
the
way, Bukhari?
The majority of them is not trying to stand with white Christians. That's just a fact. The majority of them is not trying to stand with white Christians.
In the chat, Bobby Wright says the Uhuru movement is no different than the NOI. It's a con game. Forecast said to Bakari, why would anyone stand with black people in anything if black people don't? Why don't white Christians stand up for black Christians? Yeah. Did anyone else want to add a last thought to this prompt? If not, let's go to Shooter Breeze prompt number 9. So according to that poll, when I saw it earlier, most people said go to 2 a.m. So we'll go to 2 a.m. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 is, I wonder how this dog got monkeypox. This takes us to a link, which is an article. Monkeypox study documents, first human to dog transmission case in France. In endemic countries, only wild animals, rodents, and primates have been found to carry monkeypox virus. French researchers have documented the first case of a dog with confirmed monkeypox virus infection that might have been acquired through human transmission. Published in medical journal The Lancet, a team from the Sorbonne University in Paris recorded the case of monkeypox virus in 2 men who have sex with men. An HIV-positive Latino man, aged 44 years, living with undetectable viral loads on antiretrovirals, and an HIV-negative white man, aged 27 years. 12 days after the onset of monkeypox symptoms, the male Italian greyhound, aged 4 years and with no previous medical disorders, tested positive for the virus. The men, who are non-exclusive partners living in the same household, presented with anal skin ulcer 6 days after sex with other partners. This is a horror story. In the Latino man, anal skin ulcer was followed by a rash on the face, ears, and legs, while the white man had it on the legs and back. In both cases, rash was associated with weakness, headaches, and fever for days. The dog, who was co-sleeping with the man, presented with mucocutaneous involving both typical skin and mucous membrane lesions. So the dog presented with mucocutaneous lesions, including red tender bumps and white pus on abdomen and anal skin ulcer. I think I'm being trolled with this article here. The team sequenced monkeypox virus DNA from the dog and the Latino man and found that the samples contained virus of the HMPXV1 clade, lineage B.1, which has been spreading in non-endemic countries since April. To the best of our knowledge, the kinetics of symptom onset in both patients and subsequently in their dog suggest human-to-dog transmission of monkeypox virus. Sophie Chong from the university's infectious disease department, along with her team, wrote in the paper. ACE given the dog's skin and mucosal lesions, as well as the positive monkeypox virus PCR results from anal and oral swabs, we hypothesize a real canine disease, not a simple carriage of the virus by close contact with humans or airborne transmission, or both. I think we get the idea here. This dog is laying up between these guys, these gay fellas, and seem to have contracted monkeypox with similarities to the Hispanic in the duo, if I remember correctly. Forecast, what do you think is going on here?
The dog got monkeypox?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like it's like weird, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what to say about this one.
I get you, Lero. Well, what say you? You're in healthcare. Is Lero still here? If not, yeah, I'm sorry, Lero's not here. Marcus Garvey is away. What say you here?
Well, my theory is that the men were having sex with a dog, which is clearly obvious because that's what they do. And the fact that they say the dog is co-sleeping makes it even obvious because, they have no limits on the things they do. So they gave the dog monkeypox and trying to blame the dog. Anyway, that's my theory.
Right. I think I think I doth not protest. Brother Bakari, what say you here?
Like I put the ABC community practicing bestiality, man. That's all. They practicing bestiality. They doing what they've been doing. The man gave the dog to the monkey. Gave the dog the monkey box. That's it.
Real Black Gentleman was talking about some stuff in the chat. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I don't know what to say. I'm reading this. I mean, it's just like, yeah, that's clinical. I mean, oh God, I hope they didn't do the dog. Oh God, just being in just sleeping with the dog. It's too much. That's too much.
We know the dog can't tell its side of the story.
Yeah.
Hey, Coco, does the human vaccine work on the dog?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, it's just the same pattern of disgusting things that they do. I'm sure this is how, like half of the diseases, the modern diseases have come about just from people doing sick stuff or releasing sick things or, imbibing sick things, from radiation to, poisonous things in the atmosphere. But this one is just from direct activities. Even if there wasn't a disease, just those activities itself, that would create a disease. Like they were talking about, oh, well, somebody ate a monkey and that's what started, a certain disease. But the people doing these kind of things, this is what is going to create diseases because you're really dealing in some sort of very filthy conditions. And the human body was not meant to be used in certain ways. So, yeah. I hope they contain it amongst themselves. That's all I'm worried about. Unfortunately, they work amongst us.
Absolutely. We have to be worried just simply because of how how they do stuff. We have to be worried because they don't contain it, so of course we have mercy to it. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Coco, I think I'm gonna pass on this one, because any answer to this probably will get your video shut down. You know what I mean? With the LGBT community, how they do their thing, and I'm not qualified to comment on what it is we getting into, man. So I'm gonna pass on this one.
Kevin Conray, I'll give you the last word on this one.
Excuse me a second. You lie down with dogs, you get fleas. You lie down with humans, you get monkeypox.
All right, I appreciate that.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, when we living in a time where a dog can get monkeypox, and like if the sky haven't cracked already, I don't know what it's gonna take. You know what I'm saying? So I'll pass it.
Yeah, we definitely living in a Sodom and Gomorrah era.
Can Mr. Untouchable say what he has to say, but say it in code? We'll understand. He doesn't have to be shy.
For me, I personally think the whole LGBT situation, this is a personal opinion of mine. This has nothing to do with the Better Medicine podcast or KWAZ radio. I personally think it's a mental disorder. That's my personal opinions on the matter. And I think that when people are mentally unstable, they're inclined to do anything. Everything is off of the table. And I think that I think that that's problematic. I think it's problematic. But in this day and time that you're living in, where things are extremely PC, and you want this station to function and flourish, some things should just be left out of discussion. Because you have these bots. They voraciously search these our websites, in particular our websites, to make sure we don't say anything that is not above board, because they will take us down with the quickness. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10 tonight, which simply states, This is some bullshit. Let's see what this takes us to. Looks like another article from the New York Post. The headline says, NYC moving migrants into famed luxury Times Square hotel. It seems like there might be a video. Let's check it out. Yeah, so a luxury Manhattan hotel, once touted as the quote-unquote lullaby of Broadway, will soon be providing Betty Bye to hundreds of asylum-seeking migrants, the Post has learned. Mayor Eric Adams plans to convert the Row NYC, formerly known as the Milford Plaza, and located in pricey tourist park Times Square, into an intake center and shelter for as many as 600 migrant families amid the city's spiraling homelessness crisis, three sources familiar with the matter said. Quote, in a month or two, we're about to open up for the City Department of Homeless Services for homeless, a hotel staffer told the Post on Monday. This is the building here in New York, the old Milford Hotel. You can see the name right over here. So that's what they're converting into this migrant shelter. The article continues saying they're working on an agreement, a contract, the workers said of the plan, which is designed to help handle homeless border crossers bused to the city from Texas. It'll be here at this hotel, but they'll keep the DHS shelter on a certain floor. But that hasn't started yet, they said, a month or two. City Hall hasn't said what the hotel plan may cost or provided any other detail about it, including who exactly will run the operation. An administration rep told the Post on Monday only that the city has extended its deadline for receiving bids from entities interested in operating the massive undertaking at the hotel to get a range of responses. The deadline for submitting bids is Wednesday, the representative said at the stately Row NYC on 8th Avenue between West 44th and West 54th Street. Guests are greeted by a scene similar to those at red carpet events, with a carpeted section of sidewalk at its entrance and stone steps inlaid with decorative lights. A vinyl banner at the top of the stairs features the hotel's logo, adding to the perfect setting for tourists and guests to snap selfies and other photos. I'm going to stop reading there. I think we get the idea. So yeah, they're bringing in these European migrants, and they're friendlies to live it up nicely in the city when you had homeless folks here that you didn't address that problem. And a lot of the homeless are black around New York. You didn't address that problem, but you jumped to a luxury rollout for some crackers. Okay, we get it. The forecast, what say you to this?
I would say, I mean, why not? HBCUs gave them stuff, so why wouldn't they? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to give stuff to each other. You know what I'm saying? And I was playing this video about this person saying that, the one thing that, and I don't know if y'all agree or not, is whatever, but the person said thing that the only thing that binds them together with white skin or something like that is white supremacy and all of this stuff, and they quote unquote put aside their differences to be, you know, and they do when it comes to us, and they fight each other, but they will stop shooting at each other for a second just to discriminate against you, and then once they finish with that, get back to shooting each other. They will do that, and I've seen that, you know what I'm saying? And I think that is important for us to have our own Berlin conference, but we would call it or whatever the African black name that you want to give it, you know what I'm saying, for us to be able to do so. Our goal should be other people saying, yo, this some BS right here. They keep bringing in black people and only helping out black people. This some BS. Like, they should be complaining to us about our domination over them. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're supposed to do, and we're supposed to do the same thing. And I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Tanzan, what say you? Tanzan, are you there?
Tanzan fell asleep.
I guess so.
No, I did not. I did not. It was the usual mute button. Yeah, I'm like, after everything, this is just a series of the same old, from the Afghani people being given, you know, free plane rides to, you know, the border people just being given, I think it was like 450,000 per family or things like that. Like, they just keep showing that they will give anything to anybody except the people who are here before, the people who are supposedly built the country with the FBA and all that pride stuff. Like, they'll put everybody before the people who are here. So after knowing that, you know, your choices are just to, you know, to stop asking and start doing for your own. I mean, what more hints do you need? It's not even a hint anymore. It's just the same message over and over again. Like, you will be passed over, and they'll actually find people to pass you over. Yeah, that's all for me.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Tan. They will continuously pass you over. Real Black Gentleman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what say you to this?
What, they were just the housing for the what is it, for the migrants or
Yeah, for the migrants.
oh, but what, from Ukraine and stuff?
Yeah.
No, south of the border.
Okay.
Oh yeah, from Texas. Sorry, yeah, from Texas.
I mean, again, it's like, what? It's amazing how they have the logistics for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get randos, you know, who come into America. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The place, and it's like, well, we're gonna make sure that we strategically we're going to take the time to make sure that they have all this good stuff. I mean, it's like, yeah. I really don't like it. I want to see. I mean, they're doing what they're gonna do. I mean, again, it's like until like black people actually have like stronger political focus. I mean, these are the policies that are just going to like de facto play out. It is some bull. It's definitely some. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm looking at the article. It's like, you know what I'm saying, like. What, $400 a night for free?
Right.
I mean, it's really messed up. It's like, how would I say it? Like, a so-called American, like the spreading out of wealth would really be a really dope thing. You could imagine how like the minds of this country can like strategically like do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can't really figure out how the money's going to like sort itself out to make sure that people look. I don't want to cop out to like too much mental illness and stress. Although if you poke at something, it's gonna be irritated. You don't want to poke at. I mean, we get poked at, and part of it's like, I don't know, like adapting to it and like building tougher skin, as it were. Like, you know, after like, I don't know, like I really wish that, like, you know, like the mayor of New York would definitely like be out there and would make maybe his next move would to make sure that like you know what I'm saying, the black folks in New York have similar like arrangements. 'Cause I'm sure there's a whole bunch of like buildings like that. I'm just hoping that's his next move is his best one concerning black people. 'Cause otherwise he's just he's just reacting, and he's just going to be a nothing but a figurehead. He's just going to be a black face in a high place. That's all. I'm done.
Appreciate it. Marcus Garvey is the way. What say you to this?
Well, it's a white man's world and they make the rules. So we are all living by the rules. They see the Latinos as worthy of getting this space, and the Haitians as being sent back on the airplane and be sent back into turmoil, even after natural disasters and American created crisis in their country. Um, sometimes I say the Mexicans do belong here because they're the indigenous people. And, America, I guess, paying them reparations one way or another. And right now, I think I need a Jose or a Carlos to come fix my leaking pipes, because the white Americans and the black Americans are not doing a very good job fixing this stuff. So I do need a Jose or Carlos to put in some work, because they do. We can't lie, Mexicans do great work and they charge cheap. I'm not gonna complain. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did I hear from Bakari on this one?
No, no.
Go ahead, Bakari.
You know what? That's what they do. They gonna always look out for other folks. They let you know who team they on. What side they on, and who they're dealing with. It's not gonna be us. When the brother said something about the mayor from New York City, right? He gave the Asians. He already gave the Asians. He already gave the Asian community $10 million for business and whatnot. So maybe his third move or whatever might be for black people. And Marcus Garvey is the way. I'm gonna tell the Mexicans don't do no good work. Hey, I'll give them this, they'll show up. They will show up. That's it, man. That's all I have to say. I yield it, right?
Hey, Bakari.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't you just say that we should be separated based off like ideology? We should separate from each other, be like divided, like based off like what ideology we got.
Did I say that? Oh, cause I said I ain't the Uhuru movement. That ain't none of my fight. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just asking, didn't you just say that we should be separated based off ideology, right? Like whatever ideology we have, we should be separated. Like it depends on what ideology you have. You know what I'm saying, right?
Not necessarily. What I just said was those people. I'm gonna tell you what I said again, because with the church, I don't know why you keep trying to take me down in a rabbit hole, and I'm a pit bull. We eat rabbits. But anyway, what I said was those people, because you're talking about the Uhuru movement. They turn their back on us. They don't want to deal with us. They let you know they're not Pan-Africanist. They don't want to deal with nothing garbage. They want to be socialist. They chose to deal with Russia, China, and everybody else. And what I said was, why?
I just said people
I know
who
where they're coming from. What I said was, why don't those people who they choose to be with, why don't those people help them? Is what I said. So that's not separating based on ideology. I didn't do the separating. They made sure they did, and I'm okay with it.
I personally think that this is a perfect teachable moment, and I think that the U.S. government they have the habit of shifting around people, but I also think that Americans themselves has to say so. Not only Americans, but the rest of the world. And the reason why I would say I'm gonna use examples. I saw a video that Forecast put up a couple of days ago, where this particular black American farmer, he had 400 acres of land, and it was just him and maybe his two sons left to farm that kind of land. Now, the Haitians was at the border, just like the Mexicans. Now, if that farmer had the capacity or ability to get those people in the country, just like how the government is shifting the Mexicans and the Ukrainians to live high on in New York City. Have him come down on the farm where he is, because he could use that help and make makeshift housing for these people. It wouldn't cost a lot of money. And Haitians are used to living on less than $1 a day. So it wouldn't cost a whole lot to feed them and support them. And they are agriculturalists. In their countries, they are big agriculturalists. So they would take nothing to help and assist this particular gentleman on his land in I think he was in Alabama or Mississippi. That would be a good teachable moment for him to take the initiative and agency to do that. Now, I don't know how he would go about doing that. The details is probably with the lawyers. But I would use that example with what the government is doing for those people and do it for the Haitian people. Also, there was a clip that we saw where Kagame made a deal with the British government to allow a bunch of immigrants to come to Rwanda. These were non-black immigrants. And I say that Africans or African leaders should use this as an example to have the so-called migrants in the Americas and even some of the homeless population. And I know some of the black population say, well, I ain't leaving from Africa, so I ain't getting Africa, even though they living in the streets of New York City. I haven't got Africa. If the opportunity avails itself, you know what I mean? And you could maybe forge a different kind of existence in Kagame's Rwanda, which is a developing society. You have them migrants come over, these African American migrants come over into your country and help maintain it and build it and do the same things here as the U.S. government is doing for the Ukrainians and the Mexicans in the Americas. And I think that not only Rwanda could do that, but I think that Ghana could do that as well. You know what I mean? We sometimes I feel that we sit back to the shores and look at what other people are doing and not necessarily take an example from what they're doing and do it ourselves. And it's, for me, I feel like it's within our grasp, because I don't think it's a white man world, and I think it's my world too. You know what I mean? I think this is my world too, and I act accordingly. But I feel like it's a teachable moment for not only African nations, but just men with agency, even within the Americas, who have the capacity more so than any other black peoples around the world to assist people in the same way the American government is assisting the Ukrainians and the Mexicans.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, D-Web from the House Rally Podcast. By the way, I put all the links in the chat. You can subscribe to all those channels very quickly, very easily by clicking those links. Make sure you do that as we're building this media hub that we have going on. Also, you see at the top of the chat, KWAZ Radio, put the Cash App if you can. Donate to the Cash App. Or if you can, donate time and expertise. Hit us up and let us know what you can do. Trigger Happy 262 says, also just to let y'all know, Russia only supports separatist movements for their own pan-European agenda. This is precisely why we need to be opportunistic. He goes on to say we can't just be buddy-buddy with Russia. We have to have the vision and outlook of taking advantage as opposed to uncritical solidarity and admiration. I agree with those words. Bobby Wright says the mayor of NYC is a Negro face in a high place. He's a puppet and will never advocate anything serious for African people. Brother Bakari in the chat said to the House Rally Podcast, the Mexican with the KKK on did it in 5 hours because someone hired them. Black roofers would do the same thing if given the opportunity. With that said, let's go to Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, what say you to all of this?
Yes, this is the wake-up call. I mean, there's always been a wake-up call, but this is serious now. It's a new era in America. Them times of them needing you for votes or whatever, it's over. It's not like our votes did anything for us anyway, but this is a wake-up call. We got to look out for each other. Remember what we said, what was it, last podcast? Yeah, last podcast. Race first. That's it. We need to think race first. That's the only way we're going to survive in this country. If you're not race first, well, go over there and let them other groups treat you bad. But you know what? As I said, man, race first.
But how do you get our people to see this story and understand that meaning.
You know what, man? I gotta work with the people that are like-minded at this point, because it's getting very difficult out there to convince people, no matter what you do. But I said you gotta start small and branch out from there, like a seed. We gotta start small and branch out.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anyone have a last word they want to give here? Well, that was Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. I want to thank everyone on the panel, Brother Bakari, Kevin Kari 42, Marcus Garvey is the way, Tanzan, Real Black Gentleman, The Forecast, Mr. Untouchable, all of you pretty much, well, most of you here was with us from the beginning, so I thank all of you for being panelists tonight. Thank all the people who were in the chat. It's too much for me to go through right now, but Bobby Wright stands out. Daily Affirmations with Pauline, Coach Pete, Janelle, Trigger Happy 262, KW Dawn 7. You guys always stand out. The Matron was out there as well. Lero was out there. D-Web from the Hot Ready Podcast was there. Only from the Pro-Black Perspective was there as well. So thanks to all you folks who came through. Zuli was on the panel earlier as well. Tezzy came through for the first time. And I think I got everyone. Check out all the shows. Check out Brother Bakari this week. The Forecast. In fact, the Forecast wants to add something. Forecast, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just first I want to thank you, Bitter Medicine, my podcast, for your thank everybody who came on here. And I was just messing with Bakari, but I do want him to say what he can about Erica, though.
I spoke with Erica today. She's back in the hospital. She's okay. She has some procedure coming up. I'll let everybody know exactly what's going on. But she had a procedure that she had to be taken care of. And if anybody wants this doctor name and number, I don't know who to call. If anybody know who I need to call or who we can call or whatever. Her foot, everything. I don't want to get too graphic, turning colors, and she was in pain. She missed an appointment back in 2018. So whatever it is going on, she said the doctor refusing to see her and her having to find somebody else who would see her has made it worse with what she's going through. So I just wanted y'all to know that. But yep, she, her spirit's up. And I just say we should just keep good energy her way. That's my thing. So I just wanted to let y'all know what was going on with Erica.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Does anyone want to add their thoughts to what Bakari just shared with us? All right. In the chat.
Real quick, salute to Erica, you know what I'm saying? She's the one that hold everything down, you know what I'm saying? She's a real one, so that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, just give her our best regards and tell her we are all, wishing her a quick recovery, and we miss her work and we hope she gets back soon.
In the chat, we have someone named Nkizi. I don't remember Nkizi before, but they say Black Power Family, and it says cooking, but listening. Thank you for coming through. We're about to head out of here, but we're having our final thoughts here, especially pertaining to Miss Erica Howard, who's a friend of a lot of the shows here on KWAZ Radio. Bakari, I think I cut you off. Finish your thought.
No, you didn't cut me off. That was good. I'm good. Thank you for letting me speak on your panel. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of KWAZ Radio.
No problem. We appreciate you. So with that, guys, we'll be back next week. Thank you guys for coming through. We finished before 2 tonight, but we were able to get through 10 topics tonight, or 9.5 topics tonight. And so we'll be back next week. If you want topics that you want to discuss, pinned to the top of the chat and down in the description of the episode is the Discord. just join the Discord, send me a DM, let me know you arrived, and I'll give you a role so that you could get around the Discord freely without hassle. And there's a channel there where you could post your topics, post a contact, and post the topic and post the link, and we'll add it to the roster of things. All right. Check out all the other channels on KWAZ Radio. Until next week, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.